The Maya calendar stipulated that December 21st, 2012 would see the end of history. Perhaps it will be the end of the world, or perhaps only of the world as we now know and experience it. Either way, the declaration should raise an eyebrow. Even to those familiar with subjects of eschatology, millennial angst, and doomsday prophecy, there is something distinctly unnerving about this particular prediction. Possibly, it seems more alarming because it cannot swiftly and casually be dismissed as the rant of a single eccentric individual or the bleak forecast of a dour, hermetic misanthrope. It's a prediction which derives from one of the greatest of all historical civilizations, one whose achievements have awed the world and which still leave us aghast. We now understand the Maya to be a much older civilization than was previously thought. But we have recognized them to be, with the Egyptians, one of the most advanced civilizations on Earth, and their mathematical, architectural, astronomical, aesthetic, and literary ingenuity is unrivaled by any other culture. The complex Maya language was first deciphered by the great scholar Augustus Le Plongeon, who quickly became aware of the similarities between members of the Maya, Hindu, and Egyptian pantheons. He advocated cultural dispersion and personally had no problem conceiving that in prehistoric days, man traveled to all corners of the globe, interacting with one another and exchanging ideas and goods. How else would carvings of elephants be found in South America, or mummified baboons be found in Northern Ireland? How else would tobacco be found in Egypt and serpent-shaped boats in Norway? Moreover, within the Maya pantheon are many recognizable archetypes, deities, heroes, and mythic scenarios like the multi-phase creation myths, the willful sacrifice of a young god, the opposition of the adversarial god, the arrival of the Sun King, and so on. Furthermore, the holy books speak of the Maya's original homeland Mu, or Aztlan, a city which sank beneath the waves during a great cataclysm. They also mention angry and vengeful gods who actually created the Maya and Toltec forebearers, forming them Adam-like out of the earth in order that they might serve their master gods. They speak of the decline of intelligence, the denigration of the spiritual constitution of mortals. Due to the brutal systematic conquest of the Maya, Toltec, Incas, and Aztecs by the glorious Spanish crown, there is precious little in the way of written information to help modern researchers know exactly who these tribes and nations were and what their beliefs were actually based upon. The surviving documents from the Maya period, studied by Le Plongeon, Churchward, and others, reveals that the Maya were a highly civilized culture with a priest class who were adept in arcane sciences and magic, and who were fluent in the most complex areas of astronavigation and archaeoastronomy. As the scholars continued to research the Maya, it became apparent that they were compulsively interested in the mysteries of time. Every major structure was calibrated to the rising and setting of the planets and luminaries, and their finest aesthetic and mathematical creations are surely their exquisite zodiacal calendars. In fact, the Maya had about 20 different calendars, some tracking time and cycles back as far as 10 million years. One would need to have a degree in astronomical computation to understand or make such calculations today. And of the 20 calendars, 2 are of the greatest importance. They are called the Heab and the Zolkin, with the latter being the most important of them all. The Zolkin, or sacred calendar of the Maya, is based on the 26,000-year cycle of the Pleiades. This means that it was based on the movement of our entire galaxy around the star Alcyone in the constellation called Pleiades in Taurus. According to this great calendar, there are 6 world ages or cycles. Each begins, come to its peak, and then ends. After the 5th age, there is a time when history itself would end. According to the Maya records, their so-called 5th world would finish in the year AD 1987. The termination of this age or world opens the way for the Maya 6th world to begin. It will start in earnest in the year AD 2012, on December 21st to be precise. The interim between the 5th and 6th worlds is a period known to the Maya as the apocalypse time or the time of revealing. It is a period in which man experiences many revelations about himself, his times, and his world. It is a time when the masks of the false begin to come down, shocking both antagonist and protagonist. The subsequent revelations will change man in many significant ways, socially and psychologically. If man survives these revelations, he will inherit the sixth world to come, which begins after the winter solstice of 2012. Now, there are two other important dates of great importance to the Mesoamerican shamans, and both occurred relatively recently. The first is December 21st, 1999, a date which marked the beginning of the last 13-year cycle of the Maya long count calendar, which terminates on December 21st, 2012. In other words, when our sun arrived at the winter solstice point of 1999, we began a 13-year countdown, so to speak, to the 0 year of 2012. Then there comes the date of November 8th, 2003. This is also significant, since it is the precise central calendrical point between the last harmonic concordance of 1996 and the final 0 point date of December 21st, 2012. Interpreters of the Maya prophecies and holy books say that it was believed that time itself would speed up before the coming of the sixth world at 2012, or during the interim period between 1999 and 2012. Now, this speeding up phenomena can be interpreted in a variety of ways, and as philosophers Immanuel Kant and Henry Bergson so exquisitely advocated, and as quantum scientists have finally proven, time is not a fixed phenomena, but is relative to the consciousness which perceives it. Scientists studying the fluent fluctuations in the Schumann waves of the Earth also portend that some change in the daily temporal cycle is going to occur. The Schumann resonance has been called the heartbeat of the Earth. Though it has been resonating at 7.8 cycles for thousands of years, it has, since 1980, been increasing in frequency. It is presently at 12 cycles. Now, this fluctuation in one of the most fundamental electromagnetic fields of the planet means that the day of 24 hours will be reduced to that of about 16 hours in the countdown to the year 2012. Some tend to believe that these geospheric changes are related to the coming of the so-called astrological Age of Aquarius, which arrives about 600 years from now. This may seem like a long way off, but since each astrological age lasts for over 2,000 years, the phenomena experienced at either side of a cusp point last for centuries. A close reading of history proves this to be true. And it might indeed be that as our sun, which astrologically represents the human ego, moves from a mutable water sign into a fixed air sign, that some major alterations in energy are likely. Presently, in the mundane chart of the Earth, the planet archetype Uranus moves through the sign of Pisces, the last sign of the zodiac. This means, among many things, that the time has come for revelations such as presented in this very program. Information which has been long kept from public view and which may seem at first strange will strike chords deep in the collective and personal psyche and engender greater understanding of the self, the other, and the world. Pisces is also the sign, however, of deception. The presence of Uranus seeks to abruptly bring to the surface all that is concealed and deceitful. As the Maya said, this is the time when the masks are coming down. Some believe that the pole of the Earth will completely invert by 2012. This scenario is not as preposterous as it may first sound, for our Earth, as the fossil record shows, has certainly experienced similar events before. It is said that the last terrestrial pole shift may have taken place approximately 13,000 years ago. The poles of planetary orbs are known to energetically reverse their polarity, and in certain cases even to physically flip over. Many cultures have recorded times when, in their own words, the sun rose in the west and set in the east. All sorts of other changes are predicted for the early part of the new millennium, from technical breakdowns and machinery failure to radical psychological and biological changes within humans. Some believe that our DNA and RNA will morph along with the Schumann waves and will rapidly and finally upgrade from the present 2-strand to a 12-strand system. There are only wild speculations as to what this will mean, and these speculations are not, in this investigator's humble opinion, worth investigating. If the universe is indeed a hologram, a fractal, then the whole is contained in the parts, and the greater in the smaller. The mirror contains the image of the looker, and the eye of the looker contains the mirror. So, whether we have 2 strands of DNA or 2,000, it may not matter. We will still be playing out the game of karma and dharma until we finish or master our lives right where we are. This is the teaching of all true mystics and shamans. Those who are waiting for some radical intervention, or who are expecting Krishnas or Christs or Flash Gordon to descend amongst us and save us from ourselves, would do well to realize that the stronger a light shines, the more darkness and dirt it will reveal. Clearly, we are seeing many of the signs that were foretold concerning our times during the countdown to the end of the first decade of the new millennium. To those who possess adroit pattern recognition skills, the world is replete with synchronicities, and perhaps it can be said that time is speeding up. We certainly do seem to be getting relatively further and further away from the accepted traditions and mores of the previous decades, for every 1 year that we now see turn. As Scottish psychologist R.D. Laing said, the only time we get to see the present is when it is already past us and disappearing. Personally, I am not as concerned with technical, climatical, or cosmic disturbances and so on. I am, however, very concerned with the biological and psychological changes which have been prophesied. For in my own system of astrological divination, and in those more common forms, these changes are also clearly delineated.
On February 2nd, 2000, I was on a metaphysical radio station in the Bay Area, California, and was asked by the host there to do a reading by way of the tarot cards regarding the early part of the new millennium, which had just begun, a kind of prophecy, if you will. Well, the card that I pulled during that reading was card 16, the Tower Struck with Lightning. Now, this is a card that is ruled by the planets, or shall we say more correctly, the archetypes of Mars and Saturn. And Mars, in ancient mythology, was connected with the Lucifer principle, or with the satanic principle. Now, of course, no symbol, no archetype, no color, no sign is inherently negative. Signs and symbols, just like letters or numbers, have both positive and negative connotations. In most tarot decks that you will buy, if you look at card number 16, it shows a tower being struck with lightning and crumbling to the ground. And often you see 2 figures, one male and one female, also tumbling out of the windows down towards the flames and onto the ground. Now, this card fell for us in the reversed position, and that is also a very serious warning. It says that we need to be releasing on a personal or collective level, whatever the scenario is. The reverse position says that certain traits, certain behavior patterns need to be released in order for the worst to be avoided. And of course, it was the early part of the millennium, but 1 year later, we would experience the attack on the World Trade Center and also the instigation of the so-called War on Terror. Now, this is a program in part about prophecy, but I want to stress that there's nothing that happens, nothing that goes on in the external world that does not have its roots in consciousness, that does not have its roots in thinking. Now, what we call thought, our thought, what we call thinking, is the process or the activity that dictates our day-to-day life. And so it is also on the social level. The thoughts that exist within the collective unconscious also dictate the fate and the destiny of the masses at large. Now, thinking is really an expression of our karmic cycle, our karmic pattern, metaphysically speaking, that is. And the divination arts, or prophecy, is one way of measuring those patterns, like a barometer, or like a doctor's stethoscope or thermometer that they put in your mouth. That will track and that will tell us something about your biological patterns. Well, the divination arts and prophecy is designed to let us know what's going on beneath the veil of the conscious mind. As we begin this program, I think it's very important to center and position ourselves in time and then also to orientate ourselves in a historical context. We are now at the beginning of the new millennium, but this is 2004 going into 2005. Now, the halfway point of the great cycle, the last of the great Maya cycles leading up to 2012, well, the halfway point was last year, November 8th, 2003. So we're already 1 year past that point. We have a war going on in the world, the war against terror or terrorism, shall we say. We also have a corporate war going on with multinationals gaining more and more power through the present administration and as part of their ongoing agenda, having the governments assist them in their mega agenda. We also have a disinformationalist media operating in the world like which we've never really seen before. And they are putting out in sound bites what they think that we should be thinking about and also talking about. We also have the rise of fundamentalistic religion, probably because of people being so tired and sick to death listening to all this liberalistic talk about diversity and global diversity and what have you. So now we have the opposite phenomena taking place, the growth of the fundamentalistic religions again, which of course means that a lot of our rights are going to be slipping away yet again. And despite of the relative prosperity in the world, we have record rates of crime, delinquency, addiction, and even of course white-collar fraud is now going through the roof. And the predictions from an ecological point of view, we still find that the world from an ecological point of view is in a very great amount of danger. And economically speaking, things are looking very bleak, especially for the United States. Europe's economy and even China, their new economy is burgeoning. They're doing better than ever. They're becoming one of the largest exporters of goods in the entire world. They've put up their prices. Americans are forced to pay more for those exports. China specifically, we buy more from China than they buy from us. Thousands of times so, in fact. It's a very worrying trend. And of course, what's the solution? They claim it's outsourcing economically, taking the jobs in America and taking them to foreign shores in order to lower overheads and cut wages. Is that really the solution in a world that is meant to be a global economy? Surely does that not mean that businesses could stay right where they are and be plugged in to the world grid? Why are we outsourcing valuable jobs from one country and taking them to another? And even more importantly, how can we reconcile with all that we've heard from modern politicians that a country that not so long ago was tied up in the chains of communism, and before that was basically on a feudal level, how can a country like that suddenly be almost outgrowing the United States of America, which has been a capitalist country for generations? How are we meant to reconcile that with all the things about prosperity that we've been told for all these years? We've got a lot of doublespeak going on, and we look at the question of doublespeak with a great deal of attention in the other program in this series, Weapons of Mass Deception Behind the New World Order. I mean, right now we can just give one small example which regards this whole idea of the doublespeak in the present administration. We're being told that outsourcing is necessary because it's part of this new global economic paradigm. The old days of interdependence or independence of a country in a sovereign way, we have to let that all go because there's a global economy going on, so nothing can be done about it. This is all positive. This will all be to do with more growth. And yet, when we hear the same politicians talking about the need for war, specifically the war in Iraq, we hear the complete other side of the story. It's all about America comes first. Forget about what everybody else thinks. We don't care or mind what the France and the other allies economically are saying. We don't have to meet with the United Nations. We are an independent, sovereign country. We do as we want to do. Now, in my mind, of course, should things not really be the reverse? Is this not a clear-cut example of doublespeak? Surely the question of global economy and the global paradigm should be what we're interested in when there's a declaration of war on foreign shores. Is it not at that point that then we need to bond and blend with other countries for the welfare of the whole world, the global idea. And when it comes to the economy of the country, that's the workforce, the labor, the production, the exports, the heavy industry, it is then, as it used to be in the previous era, a question of absolute sovereignty and independence. So here we have the right terminology, but we've got it all around the wrong way. A clear case of the doublespeak. And if we take this as an example of where we're going, then perhaps all of this doublespeak coming from these complicit people in politics, is this not that the Bushes and Cheneys of the present era are just presiding over the decay of civilization, the decay of the economic system, the decay of the middle class? Well, the rise and fall of civilizations is a theme of many ages. We find that in the Greek, in the Athenian times, the Neapolitan scholar Vico, working from Plato, established various organic phases in human society. Okay, the Greeks talked about first there would be chaos. Then from the chaos comes theocracy. That's the rulership by the priests, the rulership of religion, and the rulership under God. Then out of that might develop a more human-centered system of government and politics, the aristocracy, which is really rulership by the rich. And then we have a democracy, which, as we showed in Weapons of Mass Deception, the word really implies the people under rule. But anyway, even if we go with a conventional interpretation, democracy, rulership by the people. But then as the republics and these democracies become corrupt and tyrannical, there's a fall back into chaos again. So are we at that stage now, and are the modern potentates and politicians merely presiding over that havoc that's about to come down on us? Are we approaching a wall of time in which we end up having to face that the future as we know it, the future of the Western world, or more specifically of the middle class, is terminal? Now, being human beings, being men and women, and possessing what is known as the unconscious mind, we also have the capability, censored by the conscious mind, of course, but we do know what's coming in the future. We actually are aware, we have intimations of our fate. And this is important because it affects our behavior both socially and personally. Now, we don't need to be clairvoyant to know it, it's just part of the human makeup. And of course, the reactions to the changes that are coming vary from person to person. Now, this great ship of state that is moving towards this final denouement, we can change the direction once we know, though, who has been at the helm for all these years, who's actually steering the ship. But of course, as soon as one starts talking about this and talking about the secret powers behind government, they're usually referred to as a conspiracy freak or a conspiracy nut. But if you actually go to the dictionary, that's any sociological dictionary, like say the Collins, sociological dictionary, and look up the word conspiracy, it will say there that a conspiracy is something which is only considered preposterous or outlandish if its delivery is overzealous, and also if it's based on very thin evidence. But in this series and in this show also, we're going to see that the advocation of a conspiracy is done eloquently and backed up by incredible, clear, definitive evidence. Now, government as we know it can't really run without the complicity of the people, but we don't really need to read Machiavelli or Sun Tzu or Plato speaking about the way government operates to know that the control of the masses of mankind is not just a simple affair. You don't just get a degree from Harvard or Cornell and then take the reins of government and have at it. There's operating manuals, there's procedures, there's modes of operation, there's rules of engagement that are involved. Whether your system of government is tyranny or oligarchy or timocracy or even democracy, there are certain codes, there are certain rules. They're tried and true, and you don't really go outside of those rules when you are. Now, in order for the old world system and the new world system to be created, you need people. This is a vast continent in America, if we're talking about the American context. So glowing documents like the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, as we'll see later, these were fabricated documents. They have not been created so that people will really have rights. They were documents that would enable the rich, the powerful, and the elites of the world to maintain their control. But they had to sound good. They had to contain rhetoric that would make oppressed people of the old world believe that when they came here and pushed the wheel and jump-start the country and get this whole Leviathan moving, that they would in fact be benefited by simple rights and prosperity and so on. The rulership over the many by the few is an art that involves great craft and also great skill. But the great emphasis in my particular work and line of thinking is the psychological or psychic dimension of all of this. I'm fascinated with the concept of inhumanity and evil and injustice and what we can do about it and why human beings act the way that they do, and whether or not, as we'll see later, it's changes and dynamics of the human unconscious and the human mind, the human psyche, that maybe bring about some of the phenomena that we see in the external world. I mean, for a start, everything in our world, everything in our home, we clean. We wouldn't dream of eating off of the same plates twice without washing them. We wash our bodies, we clean the yard, and we make our beds. And yet we have a thing in our mind, the unconscious. We have a psyche that rarely gets attended to. Rarely do we clean or even know about the cleansing of the unconscious mind. Most of us don't even know what it means to garden the psyche and cleanse it. And of course, not to cleanse it, to allow a lot of emotional debris and toxicity to accumulate, is to flirt with psychosis, possible psychosis. And of course, psychosis on the personal level can also be psychosis on a collective level. And the psychologists knew all about it. Specifically, Carl Jung understood that we have a schemata of the psyche. There's the persona, which is the face we present to the world. The persona is very interesting because without it we couldn't get anything done. It's our representative. It helps us facilitate our actions in the world, to interrelate with the world and also in relationships with other people. But the persona is also the disguise. It's the way in which people remain hidden. It's the mask behind which the real identity of a person is hidden. And then we have archetypes like the shadow and the idea of shadow play. And that's right, after a point comes when the toxicity of human beings builds up, the psyche needs to vicariously process it. There must be a way of releasing that frustration, that tension within. This is known to psychologists. The only trouble is that the way that is usually done is usually in reprehensible and dysfunctional and even violent and aggressive ways externally. And the basic rule of thumb is that when we do see upheaval and chaos in the world, the psychologists often point to the fact that there's unrest happening in the deeper levels of the psyche. We're in inner friction and inner discomfort. Now, psychologically, when we are actually involved in processing a lot of this dark content in an external way, meaning when we have projected our psychic content externally, maybe onto another individual or into some other external scenario, that is often known in psychological parlance as shadow work. And the shadow is an aspect of consciousness. It's all the dislikes and fears and angers that we have, often towards our own self, projected on to another, to the canvas of the external world. And when we do project our own inner dark content externally, it is then that we find the arising of the nemesis, or the anti-hero, the phenomena of the anti-hero. Now, the leaders on the world stage are experts in manipulating this scenario. We have this in the case of leaders like Adolf Hitler. They understand how, they have their fingers on the pulse of the psyche, so to speak, and they know the phases, the epochs, they know the rhythm. They understand that a period will come when individuals will feel so repressed and so toxic that they will need to have some way to vicariously process this. And the leaders of the world, the ones who are successful and very powerful, understand exactly when and how to create the nemesis, to create the right type of conflict, the right kind of scenario. It's the same thing as we had in Rome with the arena concept. We have that in our modern age today. It's very successful. In fact, government could not continue. There could be no social cohesion without periods of the outlet, the valve that needs to help us decompress our psychology. And as we'll see later, the planet Mars, which rules violence, saber rattling, and conquest and aggression. This planet is now closer to our planet Earth than it ever has been at any time. And therefore, this is read by those in political power, and understand that there's going to be a lot more darker emotions rising to the surface that need to be processed, need to be canalized and channeled in a productive way in order to avoid social collapse. Now, there are innumerable examples in our personal lives, once we have the eyes to see this, and certainly on the historical stage, of this shadow play in action, and psychologists study it. Whether it's a witch craze, whether it's a war, or whether it's some sort of petty hatred in our own neighborhood, or some sort of racial schism, or some kind of interpersonal interactivity that takes on a more negative tone, shadow play is often at work. However, shadow play is also very necessary. The idea of vicariously processing our dark content is an essential aspect of consciousness and maturation. In fact, psychologists who've really studied this, like Carl Jung, understand that working with the shadow is also very productive, because the shadow, by helping us to process and face who we are in a healthy way, helps us to evolve and mature and become more civilized and adjusted as people in the world. But you see, this is where the problem arises, because the leaders of the world, even though they know how to manipulate the shadow work, they do not necessarily want us to evolve and become more free, more liberated, more individuated, more independent. So shadow work is only appropriate up to a point from the control point of view. And there are often times in our life where shadow play is simply not enough. The dark content builds up to such a degree that another kind of dynamic needs to come into play, and that shadow work will not handle it. Now, the other archetype which very much comes into play when there's a greater need socially, especially for this kind of healing, the psychic healing, is the animus. Animus is a Latin word. It was used by Carl Jung. It's a Latin word that means the father, and it infers or it refers to the father principle. The father principle is the most dominant and most powerful archetype within consciousness on a psychological point of view. But astrologically, the father image, the father imago, the animus, is ruled by the planets Mars and Saturn. And as I said, Mars is closer to the planet now than it ever has been before. And that also means it precipitates a greater need to work with the animus archetype. And the animus represents masculinity, strength, domination, aggressiveness, acquisitiveness. Of course, the dark side of that, the negative side, is the suppression of the feminine, the suppression of the weaker. And of course, the animus is the proverbial universal hero, the All-Father. It's a very ancient motif. In fact, it really is a re-scripting of the old Jehovah God concept, the animus, the father. And it represents also stability and security. Above all other things, the archetype known as the animus represents stability and organization and order and control. And of course, the more that we feel fragmented, insecure, the more we're going to need to use that archetype, the more we will be under its power. But the animus has a dark side also. That side manifests in war, in conflict, in dissension, and the suppression of those which are not buying into the game. And the most pernicious or negative aspect that we associate with the animus archetype is not just the creation of a nemesis in order to make the hero look more empowered. No, the most negative permutation is war, all-out unmitigated violence towards the nemesis that may or may not deserve that kind of an attention. And down through time, that's what we see. The present war on terror. It's very suggestive that that word terror be used, because it's not terrorism, it's the war on terror. Now, terror is a psychological term. So again, we see this whole dynamic being played out. We have inner conflict, personally and socially and collectively, and we have the vehicleization of these unhealthy attitudes that build up in time. We have also in history, we have permissive times like the 60s, in which different archetypes are worshipped, and when liberals can laugh in the face of the animus and say that's not important anymore, and look how ridiculous that is. But as the insecurities and frustrations and self-doubt and angers and all the darker emotions build up, the animus, which is the most important and most powerful animus archetype down through history, it comes back again and we all fall in line. Now, in an American context, the animus as an archetype is all prevalent and all pervading. It is a very successful archetype when it works in relation to the political and social sphere. We find out, for instance, that the military budget is ginormous, and also the amount of countries that have been attacked and bombed by America is very large. There's been 250 countries. And Anthony J. Hilder puts it this way: there have been more wars since the creation of the United Nations in 1948 than from the beginning of time up until 1948. So we have a tremendous belligerence, and we also find that amongst the leaders. And we certainly find it on individual leaders who are expert at being able to canalize and channel all of that unhealthy energy into the avenues that suit their own particular agendas. Beware the leader who bangs the drums of war in order to whip the citizenry into a patriotic fervor. For patriotism is indeed a double-edged sword. It both emboldens the blood just as it narrows the mind. And when the drums of war have reached a fever pitch and the blood boils with hate and the mind is closed, the leader will have no need in seizing the rights of the citizenry. Rather, the citizenry, infused with fear and blinded by patriotism, will offer up all of their rights unto the leader, and gladly so. How do I know? For this is what I have done, and I am Caesar. Julius Caesar, letting us know this is a very old story. Because remember, the animus doesn't work for free. The animus wants something back for our allegiance. Yes, we need something from the animus. We need to feel secure and comfortable and safe. We need the return of order, and we need the return of security. But the animus wants something back. And the most important thing that the animus wants from us is our obedience, our loyalty, our unquestioning support. Does this all make sense of the times that we're finding ourselves in? It's very important to understand how these archetypes work. It wants our identification, what is known psychologically as identification. Identification is a psychological process. That thing that we actually fear, that thing that we actually psychologically are in great deal of fear of and might even hate or loathe, we gain security by our identification with it. There's two ways. We rebel against that which we hate and fear, but if that doesn't work, we also identify with it. And the animus bets on the fact that we will do the latter. This identification also is manufactured, shall we say, by the use of certain talismanic words. The representatives of the animus know how to use code words, keywords, what are called talismanic words and terms in order to get our allegiance. Again, they pose questions to us. They work on our insecurities, safety, and it's a very easy step to let us think that yes, we can have safety, but first we're going to need war. Of course, they don't tell us that war is the ultimate form of social discohesion and lack of security. But by that time, we're already under the spell. We're already falling under the hypnotic powers of these archetypes. The animus, as a representative in a political context, also uses simplicity. They cut off all the fat and make it very simple for us. It's either chaos or control. Gone are the blurred edges, gone are the debates. It's either us or them. It's you're for us or you're against us. It's chaos or control. Give us your obedience and we'll take care of everything. We are the supreme God. We are the supreme power. And one of the hallmarks of our complicity and our identification with the animus archetype is groupthink. And of course, groupthink itself is all-powerful because we don't want to be seen as the outsider, do we? We don't want to be seen to be the one that's unpatriotic, not towing the line. Oh my goodness, that I can't be marginalized, I can't be alienated. I've got no sense of center anyway. I have divorced myself from my own selfhood. My only identity is the group and the All-Father. I just take orders. I just do what I'm told. Erich Fromm, in his Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, puts it this way: when in group narcissism, the object is not the individual, but the group to which he belongs. The assertion that my country or nation or religion is the most wonderful, the most cultural, the most powerful, and the most peace-loving, etc., does not sound crazy at all. On the contrary, it sounds like an expression of patriotism, faith, and loyalty. That's right, we'll sell our logic, we'll sell our reason, we'll sell our selfhood because we have an exit strategy. Big Father, Big Daddy is offering us the perfect exit strategy, and that's all that matters. We don't care what might happen in the theater of the external, because the ego of man, our persona, that is what matters. We understand that what is really happening here is centered very much inside the self. Now, of course, in the West, we're pretty much psychologically illiterate. A lot of this comes across as meaningless. We don't understand what this means.
We're psychologically disempowered, which is why we so quickly buy in to the crack of the whip. We have Maya predictions about 2012, the end date, and there's even talk that after that time there will be healing and prosperity and harmony in the world. But you see, let us not forget that the theme of social harmony and social control are very much on the mind of even the most evil men and women in the world. Those who control the governments and the religions, they're always thinking about social harmony. However, their way of coming about it, their way of bringing it into being, is very different than what the mystics and prophets probably had in mind. Enter George Orwell, 1984. What the theorists have merely theorized about, some of the politicians are dedicated to implementing. Aldous Huxley, one of the top theorists on the matter, in his Brave New World Revisited says, "It is perfectly possible for a man to be out of prison and yet not be free, to be under no physical constraint and yet to be a psychological captive, compelled to think, feel, and act as the representatives of the national state or of some private interest within the nation wants him to think, feel, and act. The nature of psychological compulsion is such that those who act under constraint remain under the impression that they are acting on their own initiative. The victim of mind manipulation does not know that he is a victim. To him, the walls of his prison are invisible, and he believes himself to be free. That he is not free is apparent only to other people. His servitude is strictly objective."
The American author and occultist Manly Palmer Hall puts it very eloquently this way. He says, "To repress rebellion is to maintain the status quo, a condition which binds the mortal creature in a state of intellectual or physical slavery. But it is impossible to chain man by merely slaving his body. The mind must also be held, and to accomplish this, fear is the accepted weapon. The common man must fear life, fear death, fear God, fear the devil, and fear most the overlords, the keepers of his destiny." That's right. The anxiety, the fear, it's good for business. It's money in the bank. The theorist Aldous Huxley, in a speech at the symposium at the University of California Medical School, said, "There will be in the next generation or so a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorships without tears, so to speak. Producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda, brainwashing, or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution." Well, after a small look at where we are presently in this early part of the millennium, it's very important to find out where it all began, historically speaking. Because was the ancient world in the same kind of conundrums that we find ourselves today? Did our forefathers, those builders of the pyramid and the great monolithic sites, the great cyclopean ruins of the world, in their civilizations, did they have a different way, a different approach? Let's find out. The greatest scholar is Augustus Le Plongeon, the author of Maya, Atlantis, Queen Mu, and the Egyptian Sphinx. Long before any other scholar, Augustus Le Plongeon had gone out to the Mexicos and to South America in order to study the ruins there. In fact, he is one of the first people to ever decipher the hieroglyphics. Naturally, his conclusions were very different than the orthodox official line that was to come later. And very shortly after his visit to these wonderful sites, the powers that be came in and desecrated and completely destroyed innumerable amounts of the great monuments and stelae and hieroglyphics there. So it's Augustus Le Plongeon that we have to thank, because he took a lot of photographs, and in his books we'll find pictures and evidences of the hieroglyphics and ancient monuments that no longer exist. But of course we don't need a great scholar to tell us that there was something magnificent and wonderful and quite startling going on in the world of the Mexicos and in the world of South America. We certainly know that the ancients were sky watchers. They mention the jaguar priests and the chalk priests, the rain wizards and the shamans. We know that they had jaguar priests who would be raised for almost 9 years or more in complete darkness so that their eyes would be accustomed only to the night sky, because these were avid sky watchers. And it's come to light also that they used telescopes many hundreds of years before telescopes were discovered in the West. And of course, of special importance, we have their fine calendars, like the Zolkin calendar, and the mysterious end date of 2012. Clifford Wilson, in his book, The Chariot Still Crashed, speaks about the remarkable achievements of the Maya. Archaeologists have been able to work out details of the Mayan system of counting time. The calendar was based on the movements of the sun, but instead of our 12 months, it actually had 18, with 20 days each, and then 1 month with only 5 days, thus totaling 365 days. Each month had its own name, and each of the 20 days was known by a number and by a name, and also by a written glyph as well. The system was quite complex, but it did not end there. Yet another division was made of the solar year, whereby there were 28 groups, consisting of 13 days each, and again a day was added at the end, making 365 for the year. It was recognized that a complete cycle of years took place every 52 years. The system had other intricate details, with both mystical and practical significance, and its precision was quite remarkable. Carlos Barrios, in his book The Mayan Calendar, says, Maya day keepers view December 21st, 2012 as a rebirth. It will be the start of a new era resulting from and signified by the solar meridian crossing the galactic equator and the Earth aligning itself with the center of the galaxy. At sunrise on December 21st, 2012, for the first time in 26,000 years, the sun rises to conjunct the intersection of the Milky Way and the plane of the ecliptic. This cosmic cross is considered to be an embodiment of the sacred tree, the tree of life, a tree remembered in all the world's spiritual traditions. Some observers say this alignment with the heart of the galaxy in 2012 will open a channel for cosmic energy to flow through the earth, cleansing it and all that dwells upon it, raising all to a higher level of vibration. Now, central to my particular thesis on the ancients, on ancient civilizations and pre-Diluvian cultures, is the question of evil. In my book that I began work on in 2000, Atlantis, Alien Visitation, and Genetic Manipulation, in the preface I cover not only a prophecy again about the times ahead, but also about this most important and pressing question of evil. In the preface I write, during the next 10 years, the human race is destined to finally discover the facts about its true origins and destiny. As part of this discovery, we have to address the overwhelmingly important question of how the phenomena of evil came into the world and into the consciousness of Earth's human inhabitants. This is a question that should be on the mind of every living man and woman. It has been with us for millennia, and it will be with the children of the future if we do not come upon the answer now. We have left the question of evil in the hands of theologians and scientists for too long. This was surely a mistake, for as the casualty statistics clearly testify, the institutions of religion and science have been the worst purveyors of evil that this planet has ever had to endure. After centuries of prevarication and criminality, we can no longer afford to look to these edifices to answer the all-important conundrum of evil. But if we turn from religion and science in this regard, does it mean that we are left in a void? Is there perhaps another answer to how the phenomena of evil came into being? I believe that the answer lies in the ancient records of our forefathers and in the myths and legends of the pre- and post-Diluvian epochs. After my time in Ireland and studying the ancient megaliths there and getting heavily involved in Celtic, Gaelic and Druidic traditions, it became quite apparent to me that it was the biggest mistake to try and read the ancient mythologies as if it was just merely folk tales and fairy folklore and what have you. It was clear to me that these prophecies were making a lot of sense and contained incredible wisdom. Prophecies are, as we know, a thing of the ancient times as well. They're not just of Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce, but they go way back to the dawn of history and beyond. In India, in the Sanskrit records from the Vishnu Purana, for instance, we read this, a prophecy about the future. There will be contemporary monarchs reigning over the earth, kings of churlish spirit, violent temper, and ever addicted to falsehood and wickedness. They will inflict death on women, children, and cows. They will seize upon the property of their subjects and be intent upon the wives of others. They will be of unlimited power. Their lives will be short, but their desires insatiable. People of various countries intermingling with them will follow their example. Wealth and piety will decrease until the world will be wholly depraved. Property alone will confer rank. Wealth will be the only source of devotion. Passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes. Falsehood will be the only means of success in litigation, and women will be objects merely of sensual gratification. External types will be the only distinction of the several orders of life. A man, if rich, will be reputed poor, pure. Dishonesty, anyaya, will be the universal means of subsistence. Weakness, the cause of dependence. Menace and presumption will be substituted for learning. Liberality will be devotion. Mutual assent, marriage. Fine clothes, dignity. He who is the strongest will reign. The people unable to bear the heavy burden, that's the load of taxes, will take refuge among the valleys. Thus, in the Kali age, will decay constantly proceed until the human race approaches its annihilation. That's pralaya. In Celtic mythology, we have one of the goddesses or queens of an ancient tribe of Gaelic wizards called the Tuatha Dé Danann, making a prophecy. Now, I must stress that this prophecy is at least 5,000 years BC. The prophecy, when translated, says, "Then she added a prophecy in which she foretold the approaching end of the divine age and the coming of a new one, in which the summers would be flowerless, the cows milkless, and the women shameless, and men strengthless, in which there would be trees without fruit and seas without fish, when old men would give false judgments and legislators would make unjust laws, when warriors would betray one another and men would be thieves, and there would be no more virtue in the world." A very similar type of prophecy comes from the Norse Edda of the Scandinavians. "Then saw she wade in heavy streams men, foul murderers and perjurers, and them whose other wives seduce to sin. Brothers slay brothers, sisters' children shed each other's blood. Hard is the world. Sensual sin grows huge. These are the sword ages, axe ages. Shields are cleft in twain. Storm ages, murder ages, till the world falls dead." From AD 150, Hermes Trismegistus. "So the gods will depart from mankind, a grievous thing, and only evil angels will remain, who will mingle with men and drive the poor wretches by main force into all manner of reckless crime, into wars and robberies and frauds, and all things hostile to the nature of the soul. Darkness will be preferred to light, and death will be thought more profitable than life. The pious will be deemed insane, and the impious wise. The madman will be thought a brave man, and the wicked will be esteemed as good." In Isaiah 24, "Broken down is the city of chaos. Every home is shut up, so that none can enter. In the streets there is an outcry. All joy has reached its eventide. The mirth of the world is gone. Desolation is left to the city, and its gates are battered to ruins." So Isaiah is saying that at the end of times, at the end of the world, all mirth is gone, and there's no more joy. Man can only look forward to calamity and chaos. What's to be done? So as these prophecies are clearly showing you, they're talking about evil, certainly, and they're talking about tribulations and conflict in their own time, but that's not all. They're also talking about even a greater evil, one that even affects the planet in general, happening in later times, in our times to be precise. And they are prophetic, they are accurate, because what do we find? Ecologists fear that we are losing between 50 and 150 species a day, a rate thousands of times higher than the evolutionary background extinction rate of about 1 species a year. Some estimate that we have lost perhaps 600,000 species since the biotic holocaust began around 1950. And if present trends continue, half of all species on Earth would be extinct in the next 50 years. Overhunting, pollution, and climate change are factors in this sixth mass extinction event. But by far the greatest cause is habitat loss. The lost ecological services could be devastating. It may take 5 million to 10 million years for biological diversity to recover. Half of Earth's original forest cover is gone, and an additional 30% is degraded or fragmented. Only 20% of the original forest on Earth remains today as large, relatively undisturbed frontier forests. And half of this frontier forest is threatened by human activity, mostly by logging. Another 100,000 square miles of forest is lost each year, mostly in the tropics, and only a very small amount of this forest loss is offset by regrowth. Since 1960, about 30% of the Earth's tropical forests have disappeared, and with them, thousands of species. Between 50% and 90% of the terrestrial species inhabit and depend upon the forests, and more than half of the threatened vertebrate species on Earth are forest animals. And my point again is, can we expect these changes to be happening to our own mother, that which has sustained us, and have no effect on our consciousness? The unconscious is deeply connected to the matrix of nature. We have an age-old umbilical connection, not to cities, but to something grander. And if these types of holocausts are going on in that sphere, can we say that our minds, our consciousness is going to remain unaffected? Now, the United Nations says that $40 billion a year, about what consumers spend on cosmetics, would provide everyone on Earth with clean water, sanitation, health care, adequate nutrition, and education. The Secretary General of the 1992 Earth Summit cautioned us, no place on the planet can remain an island of affluence in a sea of misery. We're either going to save the whole world or no one will be saved. Leonard Shlain, who's a scholar researching goddess traditions and feminism, in his latest book, Sex, Time and Power, he writes, Eve's descendants have steadily accumulated the power to destroy each other in an unholy Armageddon, and, like sleepwalkers, are shuffling towards a planetary ecological disaster. How could such a slight, 5-foot-tall, 2-legged animal create such sublimity and yet wreak so much havoc in so minuscule an interval of Earth's history? Very important question. My own work through my life, after studying the Gaelic legends, I came up with exactly the same question. How come? What is it within man that seeks his own destruction to the point of his own annihilation? Erich Fromm again says, the detailed description of the life of primitive hunters and food gatherers has shown that man, at least since he fully emerged 50,000 years ago, was most likely not the brutal, destructive, cruel being, and hence not the prototype of man the killer that we find in more developed stages of his evolution. That's right. That's a point echoed by many researchers and scholars into this field. He is now saying that yes, man is violent, man is criminal, and man is unjust, but only in more recent times, only at the later phases of his evolution. Evidence is coming to light that early man, pre-historical man, was not like the way we are today. And the age-old question, what is the real difference between man and beast? Conversations can go on for hours about this very topic. But what are the experts saying? Erich Fromm says, man differs from the animal by the fact that he is a killer. He, the only primate that kills and tortures members of his own species without any reason, either biological or economic, and who feels satisfaction in doing so. It is this biologically non-adaptive and non-phylogenetically programmed malignant aggression that constitutes the real problem and danger to man's existence as a species. The most ample and horrifying documentation for seemingly spontaneous forms of destructiveness are on the record of civilized history. The history of war is a report of ruthless and indiscriminate killing and torture, whose victims were men, women, and children. Many of these occurrences give the impression of orgies of destruction, in which neither conventional nor genuinely moral factors had any inhibitory effect. There is hardly a destructive act human imagination could think of that has not been acted out again and again. Leonard Schlein again writes, Homo sapiens possesses features that are located so far out at the extremes of the bell-shaped primate curve that they invite the curious to explore them. One of these is the capacity for aggression among humans, particularly the male of the species, and the pleasure most men so obviously derive from hunting and killing other animals. Our aggression has not only been outwardly directed at other species, intra-species mayhem in the form of wars, duels, fights, persecutions, diabolical tortures and genocides due to ethnic, racial, and religious hatred, has no parallel in the animal world. The sexual aggression exhibited by some human males towards females is without correspondence in the wild. The major rise in out-killing prowess occurred primarily in the last 100,000 years, with the sharpest spike limited to the last 40,000. Creation is a nightmare spectacular taking place on a planet that has been soaked for hundreds of millions of years in the blood of all its creatures. The soberest conclusion we can make is that the planet is being turned into a vast pit of fertilizer. The scholar Tinbergen says, on the one hand, man is akin to many species of animals in that he fights his own species. But on the other hand, he is, among the thousands of species that fight, the only one in which fighting is disruptive. Man is the only species that is a mass murderer, the only misfit in his own society. And Erich Fromm again, man's aggressive behavior is manifested in war, crime, personal quarrels, and all kinds of destructive and sadistic behavior is due to a phylogenetically programmed innate instinct which seeks for discharge and waits for the proper occasion to be expressed. He says, only man seems to take pleasure in destroying life without any reason or purpose other than that of destroying. To put it more generally, only man appears to be destructive beyond the aim of defense or of attaining what he needs. So with these kinds of prophecies spelling it out for us, expert testimony, we can see how it is so easy for the world's modern leaders to be able to manipulate this instinctive, aggressive instinct. Of course it's easy, it's natural, it's been in us for over 40,000 years, say the experts. Well, you create the right trigger, you create the right nemesis, and off we go. Erich Fromm also talks about the conflict of man and his need for both religion or science as something to believe in. The deep need of man not to feel lost and lonely in the world had, of course, been previously satisfied by the concept of a God who had created this world and was concerned with each and every creature. But for many of those to whom God was dethroned, the need for a godlike figure did not disappear. Some proclaimed a new God, evolution, and worshipped Darwin as his prophet. One can't contemplate or think about or read about the ancient world without again thinking about the high civilizations, especially that of Atlantis. But what is it that we really know about Atlantis, this ancient citadel, the home of the gods? Well, Socrates says it has the very great advantage of being a fact and not a fiction. J.R.R. Tolkien, the great writer, he says of all the mythical or archetypal images, this is the one most deeply seated in my imagination. If there was an Atlantis, then there must have been people living on Atlantis. And since there's no Atlantis now, no one's been able to discover it, it goes without saying that it must have been destroyed, just like Plato and many of the ancient historians are saying. Now in Ireland, the fourth wave of invaders to the prehistoric country of Ireland proclaimed openly that they were from Atlantis and that they were from 4 other great paradisical islands that had sank beneath the waves in a great cataclysm. One of the famous stories from Ireland, of course, is that of St. Patrick, who's meant to have gone up into the Holy Mountain, and when he came down, He's meant to have said these words, "Behold, I have cast out the serpents from the land." And everybody gathered was wondering what on earth he's talking about, since Ireland has never had any snakes to speak of. And in fact, that's an interesting point, because many islands have images of the serpent, both winged and sometimes with a crown. But these are islands that have never had physical snakes. So one wonders what kind of cultures or races portrayed the serpent or the snake, and why. Is there a hidden story behind the rhetoric and behind the imagery? Well, we know from just looking at the Celtic books and the great illuminated manuscripts coming out of the Christian era that the serpentine shape, at the very least, plays a very large part in Celtic mythology and iconography. And it so happens that this fourth invading race, the Tuatha Dé Danann, which is a Gaelic word that simply means the tribe of the goddess Danu, they were a matriarchy coming out of the ancient world, survivors from the lost continents, worshipped the goddess, and therefore were an early matriarchy. But they were also a Gaelic tribe of great shamans and wizards and warriors, a warrior class, but with great magical powers and also powerful weapons. It's often puzzled scholars of Ireland's history that Ireland was actually colonized from the west. Now, you would expect, if you buy into the orthodox philosophies, that invading tribes were always migrating from the east. Well then, yes, then Ireland and England would be colonized from the east, or at least the south. But from round on the western side, there's not any lands out onto the Atlantic Ocean from which any tribes could possibly have come. Well, there aren't any now, but there may have been something out there in ages past. And the Didanan scholars and kings definitely said that the lands from which they came had sunk beneath the waves in a mighty cataclysm. And they also spoke about the great war with the dark forces. And they spoke not of just one island sinking beneath the waves, but four. In ancient Celtic mythology, we have at least 4 islands. They're called Phalius, Murius, Gorius, and Phineus. And as to the giants, we only have to look as far as the Bible. In Genesis chapter 6 it says, "There were giants in the earth in those days," and also after that, "when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them." And the Celtic legends are absolutely replete with stories and legends and tales and anecdotes about the giants, men of great stature and great power, and also great wisdom as well, but also the nemesis, the enemy, capable of great evil. In Egypt, the serpent priests were known as the Jedi. This word had a D on the beginning, the Jedi, but the Jedi, or the Jedi, was actually serpent priests. In Egypt, priests of great wisdom who worshipped the serpent, or who bore that symbol and took that name. In fact, one of the earliest names of the serpent was Amaraka, which is curiously similar to America. If one does their homework and research, they will find that the letter K was sacred to the ancients, especially those who worshipped or venerated the serpent. This is clearly brought out when we look at the names of the Native American Indian groups of North America. The K is strongly emphasized in their names: Oklahoma, Mushkogan, Choctaw, Nakota, and Dakota, and Cherokee, and the Mohawk, or Yaqui, or Comanche, the Chickasaw, the Seneca, and even the word America, or Yankee. These are terms that strongly emphasize this K sound. And K was one of the symbols or sigils of the serpent. When we turn to the Bible again, we find that in the wilderness, Moses was said to have carried a standard known as the brazen serpent. Since the Old Testament strictly forbids graven images of God, we can surmise that the brazen serpent was a very important symbol of power which was not forbidden. And some scholars have posited that the wilderness here represents not to the desert of Syria or the Middle East, but to the wilderness of the world, which had been destroyed in the great cataclysms. When Moses destroyed the Amalekites, he erects a pillar to a being known as Jehovah Nissi. But if you look in the Bible translation, in the footnotes, Jehovah Nissi is translated as the God of the serpents. Now, King David was a member of a Judaic tribe known as the Nashon. The Nashon. And this word, again, is translated to mean the serpent. In fact, it's where we get the modern word nation. So today, just when you hear everyone talking about the nation states, just remember that word nation implies connotatively the serpent states. Over 2,000 years BC, the Sumerian name for the Giza pyramid was the House of the Serpent. In fact, if you were a visitor to Egypt, or if you lived in the land surrounding the land of Egypt, you didn't call Egypt Egypt. You actually referred to it as the land of the tree and the serpent. And this is an interesting anecdote for those who've studied the Kabbalah. In fact, the very word Kabbalah comes from three phonemes, or three syllables, that are purely Egyptian. Anyone who's even done a small amount of homework on Egyptian mythology will notice that the Egyptians had three parts of the soul: the Ka, the Ba, and the Allah. So Kabbalah, which is an ancient science, always shows you the tree and the serpent as its central motif. And yet Egypt in ancient days was called the land of the tree and the serpent. And in Egypt, we often see the serpent motif frequently being used, especially in the winged disc, which is the two wings of the eagle, the solar disc in the center representing Atum or Aten, and the two cobras on either side. Most specifically, we find the cobra, or the coiled serpent, used as an ornament in the headdresses of the pharaohs. Now, the word pharaoh comes from the Greek words pharos, nous. Pharos meaning light or fire, and nous or nous meaning the mind. So the word pharaoh actually means enlightened mind or mind on fire. And they would wear the serpent at the headdress to represent that they were of the serpent race. There's a connection here between racial groups and the serpent. In later ages in Greece, we find Pythagoras, the keeper of the mysteries. Madame Blavatsky, in her Isis Unveiled, says that Pythagoras never allowed his neophytes to see him during the years of probation, but instructed them from behind a curtain in his cave. And then when we look at the etymology of the word Pythagoras, we find that it means, I am the python, or I am the serpent. Back to Celtic mythology again. In the Arthurian tradition, King Arthur's second name is Pendragon. Arthur Pendragon. What does Pendragon mean? Pen for head, dragon for dragon, the head of the dragons. Well, what dragons are we talking about? King Arthur is the head of the dragons. In Cornwall and Brittany, the ancient megalithic sites, especially those featuring prominent standing stones, are known by the locals as the dragon's teeth, again associating the dragons or the serpents with these megalithic sites, which can be found all over the Celtic countries. And still today, on even some of the Celtic emblems and flags, we'll find the symbol of the dragon, like this one from Wales. In the United States, we have the gigantic earthwork in Ohio, which from the air is shaped like a gigantic serpent, which is very reminiscent of the Avebury serpent in England, in southern England, which is up to 8 miles long, a gigantic coiling serpent earthworks. And all over the world we have the dragon or the griffin or the chimera or the gargoyle. And it is noted by metaphysicians and alchemists that the dragon actually represents the coming together of the 4 elements. In fact, the dragon represents the 5th element, because it is the amalgam or the concentration of the 4 other elements, symbolically speaking. They say that the talons which clutch the earth of the dragon represent the element earth. They say that the scales of the dragon, which are fish-like, represent the element water. And the wings that beat the air and help the dragon to fly represent naturally the element air. And then the fire that it breathes clearly represents fire. So fire, water, air, and earth coming together. The dragon, not just a symbol of evil in the Christian era, but actually represents something metaphysical or alchemical of the coming together of the four elements, and the dragon itself being the uniting principle, the fifth element. But specifically in Celtic countries, there's a tremendous emphasis in the mythologies, in the art, and in the iconography of the twin serpents or the coiling dragon. Here's the symbol known as the Ouroboros. It's always a serpent eating its own tail. But these are 3 Ourobori, and they are from all the different countries. We find the one on the left from Mexico, the one in the middle from China, and the one on the right from Egypt. The exact same symbol, found in 3 totally different locations, separated by thousands of miles. And in Christian lore, in Christian iconography, we commonly hear about the cherubim and the seraphim, but again, if one translates those words, they both mean the fiery or the blazing serpent. And of course, the most famous serpent in a biblical scriptural concept is the one who visited the primal parents in the Garden of Eden, who's connected with temptation and also with the devil. However, what we're not told is that the serpent was one of the symbols of proto-Christianity. We know that the cross is a symbol of Christianity, but the cross was never shown without the encircling serpent. Finally, that was left off in later periods, but the serpent and the cross went together in the ancient past and was the original symbol of Christianity. And perhaps that's why we even hear the Christ, when he's remonstrating with his 12 disciples, he says this enigmatic phrase to them. He says, "Be ye as wise as serpents." And of course, one must stop and ask, well, what serpents? And why is the Son of God, the founder of Christianity, even referring to serpents being wise? And why is he telling his disciples to be like them? What's implied in that strange, enigmatic statement? In Celtic mythology, again, we know that the 3 kings of Ireland always sat together at Tara in County Meath. But in Gaelic, Tara is Drumcain, which means the hill of the serpents. So here again we have the kings of Ireland, the nobility, just like in Egypt, the pharaohs, or the Vikings with their serpent-shaped boats in the Scandinavian countries. Here we have in Celtic Ireland the high kings of Ireland being identified with the serpent, literally sitting on the hill of the serpents. And many names connote the serpent also, because in ancient times the serpent was known as Can or Canaan. So when we hear of the land of Canaan or the Canaanites, realize again that the implication is that they were serpent priests or serpent worshippers. Ask any Jewish person with the name Cohen what the word actually means. Go and find a rabbi and ask him what the word Cohen means, and he will happily tell you that it refers to serpent priest. The word Cain also is serpent, and Khan, like in James Caan. The American television network CNN, not only is the logo very serpentine looking, but without the vowels, it means Con, and Con is an old name of the serpent. In the Far East we have Chan, and Chan means serpent. In the Middle East we have a similar term, Khan, which is a term of nobility for a man in the Middle East. Khan. Khan means the serpent. The boy's name, Kieran, from Ireland, also is the serpent. And the girl's name, Karen, implies the serpent. Or Karn. So, let's be very clear. When we hear the story of St. Patrick saying, "I have cast the serpents from the land," let it be known what this really means. It is nothing more than propaganda. That the serpents are not physical snakes, but a race of people. It's very important to bear this in mind. A race of people who either worship the serpent or use that symbol for whatever reason. And St. Patrick, as an emissary, as an ambassador of the solar cult, the new gig in town, the new Christianity paradigm, is coming in and saying, the old is gone. All you people who are into the magical arts and who are close to the earth and who worship the goddess, well, your days are numbered, you're out of here. Then there's a new game in town, and it's Christianity, the worship of the sun, the worship of light. This is what it really refers to. Well, we asked about Atlantis. What do we know? Well, one of the most important things that we know is it's not around anymore, and we can't find it. The ancient historians are talking about it, but it doesn't seem to be there. Why does it not seem to be there? The ancients tell us because the world was visited by inconceivable disasters and calamities. And we have to look no further to the Bible to confirm this. The Bible's opened with the story of Noah's Ark, no less, in which the patriarch is told by God that a huge deluge is coming and that he needs to prepare so that mankind will be saved. But that's not the only story of disaster and tribulation in the Bible. We not only have the deluge, but we have the 10 great plagues. We have the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, and also of the walls of Jericho. In fact, the book of Ezekiel and the book of Deuteronomy and even the book of Job contain incredible stories of disaster wreaked by the Lord. In Genesis 6 it says, "I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them." So here Genesis 6 is saying, but this disaster is not just something that is coming from nature. They're talking about the God here is actually orchestrating it. God is actually deciding to end his creation. And it is he who visits all this calamity and cataclysm on his creatures that he's just made. But of course, the scientists buy into none of this. And they come in with their theories. Well, are their theories any more sustainable than the religious dogmas? Some would say, no, they're not. In brief, we hear that there was an ice age, and that the ice age was housed in a very long cycle, or epoch, known as the Pleistocene epoch. So the Pleistocene epoch housed what we call, normally, the ice age. And the Pleistocene epoch is said by geologists to have lasted for 2 million years. However, what are their detractors saying? The time allegedly occupied by the glacial and interglacial episodes of conventional Pleistocene chronology were actually non-existent. From their book, When the Earth Nearly Died, the scholars Allen and Dallaire are saying, "It is astonishing that such an unscientific explanation came to be formulated, yet in a short time both it and the concept of immense thick ice sheets descending from a hypothetical northern mountain system was enthusiastically embraced as virtually established fact." Now, Allen and Dallaire, the two scholars who wrote this book, are from Oxford and Cambridge universities and are leading figures in their sciences. And they're saying their work is revealing that the so-called Pleistocene era or epoch just gets concertinaed out of existence. It didn't exist, and with it goes the whole ice age. They say the evidence is perfectly unambiguous. Along with the removal of an ice age like that which is hitherto commonly envisaged, the evidence suggests that there is something seriously amiss with the last phases of standard geological chronology. We have other books on the subject, like Forbidden Archaeology by Michael Cremo and Shattering the Myths of Darwinism by Richard Milton. These are top experts in their field. I mean, Richard Milton was the scientific correspondent for the Observer magazine in England, no less. Clifford Wilson, in his Chariots Still Crash, sums it up this way: "Some dates obtained by other radiometric methods are seriously astray, such as the age of millions of years being attributed to volcanic rocks in Hawaii, which are known to be less than 200 years old. This is reported in the Journal of Geophysical Research. It is known that these lava rocks were actually formed in 1800 and 1801 in Hualalai in Hawaii. The potassium-argon dating method was utilized, and a formation age of 160 million to 3 billion years was given for this rock formation, known to be just over 170 years old." Now, this is not an isolated report. Rock samples from 12 volcanoes in Russia and 10 samples from other places around the world, all known to be of recent age, that is, formed within the last 200 years, when dated by the uranium-thorium-lead method, gave ages varying from millions to billions of years. He also goes on to say, there is increasing evidence to suggest that those figures of millions of years which were given in our childhood must be put to one side. Must be put to one side? I mean, what happens then? We basically have to start at the beginning and rewrite the whole of history. And hearing this, one might honestly and truly ask the question, how can science go that wrong? I mean, the Royal Academy, the Royal Society, the geologists, the famous geologists of Agassiz and Lyell and Darwin and Geikie are out there doing research with vast budgets, and they go this wrong? How can that be? Is there perhaps another agenda as to why the Ice Age needed to be inserted between us and the pre-Diluvian age? Was there some hope in the great echelons of power that if they could insert this hypothetical Ice Age, nobody would be able to penetrate the mists of time and look back to confirm that in fact high civilizations existed in the past? Well, why would they want to prevent us? If there was high civilizations in the past, what of it? Why would somebody in modern power want to prevent us looking back? What was there, in other words, that needed to be hidden? Is this not one of the most important questions of our age? Many scholars have even said that if we want to understand the times we're in, and if we want to understand the future, it is imperative that we understand where we have come from. And perhaps in the 21st century, we are coming full circle. 21 is a number that is connotated the circle. 22 is the number of tarot cards that makes a full circle. So in divination, 21 and 22 imply the closing of a circle. Now, one of the most puzzling, but certainly one of the most intriguing anecdotes from ancient history is the references to visitation and also strange vehicles. Many scholars in the field who are more scientifically predisposed and more materialistic in their outlook tend to want to deny the whole concept of visitation and even of alien life forms in other parts of the galaxy. And they posit, as irrational as it may sound, they posit that we on Earth are the only life forms that could possibly exist. Now, don't ask me where that kind of mentality comes from, because I couldn't tell you. I have no answer for that. But Dr. Harrison Brown of the California Institute of Technology, who is obviously one of the more enlightened thinkers on the subject, he says that he estimates that virtually every star in our galaxy has a planetary system, in each of which 2 or 4 planets might have an Earth-like environment and chemistry that encourages our kind of life to exist. He gives the enormous figure of 100 billion stars with planets in the Milky Way galaxy alone. And get this, there are 450 billion galaxies. As to visitation, the Bible is also replete with it. The most famous passage is in the book of Ezekiel. For those who have not seen this passage before, we can read it together. Now, as I looked upon the living creatures, I saw 4 wings upon the ground, one by each of the living creatures with their 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their composition was like the color of shiny amber, and all 4 wings had but one likeness, and their composition was like a wheel in the middle of a wheel. And UFOologists and writers have always said that this is, of course, a primitive way of describing something that you don't have the language for. So the wheel within a wheel is just archaic language for something that the witness could not explain in any other way, given the context of his age and his time. In ancient Babylon, we have the wheel in the sky, the winged wheel, and the god inside of it. In the Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, Sumerian tradition of Mesopotamia, we not only have cosmological motifs showing crescent moons and stars and constellations, but as you can see on the left, projectiles floating in the ether, in the sky, above the heads of watching individuals or watching entities. Here's a projectile that is clearly up amongst the clouds and up amongst the stars and constellations. Some mechanical device or winged disc, which reminds us, of course, of the winged disc of Egypt. but it's been noted that even in Christian art, some of the iconography bears strange resemblance to flying crafts. Here specifically in a painting by Giotto, we actually see a projectile. This is not the only one in that picture, nor the only one in this era of art. But here specifically we see a small projectile, and inside a little man holding a joystick, and the projectile is flying above the rooftops in the sky. Here in a picture of the Madonna, just above her right shoulder, actually above her left shoulder, we see a metallic object and a little man peering up into the sky, observing this strange device that's over a nativity-like scene. And from the early world comes little artifacts that bear an uncanny resemblance to modern spaceships. Here specifically, from the Temple of Abydos in Egypt, we have images of submarines and planes and submersibles and even helicopters, a striking resemblance to modern helicopters. In the Hindu legends of India, the spaceships were called Vimana, or flying swan, and also Shem is a term that was used in the Middle East. In the Bible we have Elijah's vision, which was the caption we read. In Babylonian mythology we have the myth of Etana, that's King Etana, who literally was taken up in a craft and clearly reported his experiences. In this 4,700-year-old myth, supplies us with very accurate descriptions of the Earth's surface from progressive altitudes, descriptions which were not verified in our own era until the high-altitude aerial flights of the 1950s and the first space shots of the 1960s. The prophet Enoch also was taken up by God, as the story goes. And all over the world we have the mythologies of UFOs and strange visitations, and even crashes, like the great UFO crash that occurred in ancient Russia. But in India, the Vimanas were also illustrated. Here we see the winged swans, as they were called, with the royal families or the holy families or the gods sitting inside of them. One of the great wonders of the world is in India, the Ellora caves, which are cut out of the solid rock there, an entire temple complex. Here's one small relief which shows us the entire picture here. This relief is in 3 different levels. We have people on the ground level looking up. Then we have the central level, which is a road, upon which is a chariot, and we can see some trees on the right. And then we have the 3rd level, which is above the tree line. But look what we see there. We see the winged Vimana literally flying through the air with the gods sitting inside and everyone on the ground looking up towards the flying craft. Now, Dr. V. Rajhavan, the head of Sanskrit at University of Madras, says this: "After 50 years of researching this ancient works convinces me that there are living beings on other planets and that they visited Earth as far back as 4,000 years BC. There is just a mass of fascinating information about flying machines, even fantastic science fiction weapons that can be found in translations of the Vedas, the Indian epics, and other ancient Sanskrit texts." Interestingly, in Egypt, the word for gods, and we know that in Egypt, instead of using letters like we did, they preferred hieroglyphics. So, isn't it strange that the hieroglyphic for God in Egypt should look like this? I mean, of all the thousands of images you could possibly choose for God, this is the one that the Egyptians chose. Their hieroglyphic for God, or Neter, the gods, looks strangely like an airship or a flying craft. The image above it has often been used as a symbol of electricity or some form of energy. Now, Carl Sagan, who is in fact a skeptic, he says that he estimates that super technological starmen with interstellar spaceships may have visited Earth some 5,000 times since life first proliferated on Earth some 500 million years ago. So here is a proverbial skeptic, absolutely happy, content, and he's not the only one. Charles Darwin and many of the other so-called mainstream scientists have had no problem contemplating that we have been visited. And with good reason, because the myths are absolutely sure of it. There's hardly a myth in the world where we do not read about the coming of the gods, the war of the gods, and that the gods speak in strange tongues, can do all manner of mysterious things, and then whenever they're asked about their origins, they point up to the distant stars. It's a very, very prevalent motif. Jack Barringer, in his fine book, Past Shock, writes, more than 30,000 written documents from all over the world tell of advanced beings who either came to Earth or who are already living on the Earth. And we might also note that that's 30,000 documents, that's quite a lot, but that's what remains of the documents that have been burned and purged, which of course was a scandal all over the world. Well, if 30,000 documents remain, how many originally spoke about visitation from other planets? And then we find strange suggestive language on the same theme in the Bible again. In Isaiah 13, they come from a far country, from the end of heaven, to destroy the whole land. In Isaiah 6, who are these that fly in a cloud as the doves to their windows? In Revelation, we not only have the story of visitation or some sort of fall to earth, but we have the dragon or serpent motif coming in again. So that's why I was covering this a little bit earlier, because we find that we have the serpent imagery, but we also have the concept of visitation. Something, an entity, some type of being descending from the skies to our earth, to our terrestrial sphere. In Revelations, and the great dragon was cast down, the old serpent, he that is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was cast down to earth, and his angels were cast down with him. The ancient myths have always spoken about the end of the old world through cataclysm, specifically of water, of a deluge. And science is not far behind, luckily. The fossil record clearly betrays that the world was visited by some sort of catastrophe which involved water. And Alan and Dallaire and Robert Milton and many other more modern scientists have uncovered evidence that definitely confirms or underlines what the ancient myths have been saying. But the point that I bring out specifically in my work, in my book Atlantis, and in my work on this very subject, is that the thesis that the deluge was not a natural phenomenon, as most people think, but was caused inadvertently by alien beings from distant reaches who entered into our solar system between 50,000 and 30,000 years ago. These so-called fallen angels were extremely scientifically advanced humanoid beings who came to Earth after being forced to exit their own planet or planets. They had been expunged by opposition forces and pursued across the galaxy into our solar system. Upon arrival, they set up an unmanned makeshift decoy center on the planet Tiamat, which once existed between Mars and Jupiter. But they actually took refuge on Earth in its many underground caverns. Now, Tiamat was a vast ocean planet in our solar system, known from antiquity as the second sun. Now, Tiamat, which existed between Mars and Jupiter, as the book says, was a very, very large planet, many, many times larger than our Earth. And it was mostly a watery planet or an ocean planet. Now, the second sun implies that it was a sun, but in fact, it probably was not actually a sun. The rays from our own sun shining off the resplendent atmosphere of Tiamat probably made it look from our planet as if it was a bright orb in the sky, and it was known by the ancients as the second sun. But in all likelihood, it was just a planet. Now, this idea of the brightness is not so far-fetched as it must first seem, because in fact Venus, the morning star, the second planet from the sun, is the third brightest object in the sky, so much so that it casts a distinct shadow on a moonless night. Now, Tiamat is only one name for this lost planet. It went by many others, and some of them we should know about, like Lucifer and Phaeton, and Marduk, Vulcan, Rahab, Typhon, Tistria, and Kingu. are all names of this lost orb from the different mythologies of the world. Now, Joan d'Arc, in her book The Late Great Planet Tiamat, says, according to the harmonic rule known as Bode's Law, a planet should exist between Mars and Jupiter, some 260 million miles from the Sun. Beginning in 1801, tiny rock and metallic objects were discovered to be orbiting the Sun at about this distance. Since then, several 100,000 large asteroids have been catalogued, and it is estimated that there are more than 1 million 1-kilometer asteroids. It has earlier become evident that much of this material of this missing planet has been pulled into the orbits of Earth, Mars, and Jupiter as either meteors or orbiting satellites. And so what she's talking about there is, of course, the asteroid belt that is posited to be the remains of this vast planet that for one reason or another was destroyed. Now, Chuck Meisler, who is an expert on solar system cataclysms and so forth, he writes on the asteroid belt, these asteroids are not ordinary pieces of rock and clouds of dust that never quite coalesce to become a legitimate planet. Another estimate is that the original planet may have been 15 times larger than the Earth. He writes that the rings of Saturn may have come into being because of these cosmic upheavals. Moreover, the added debris from Tiamat increased the weight of Earth and slowed the rotation, adding 5 1/4 days to the year of 360 days. So here's a scholar, like many, who are saying, yes, this planet did exist. It was many times larger than the Earth. It was destroyed, and being mostly an ocean planet, and also having a lot of debris after the destruction, this affected not only the rotation of the Earth, but may have even contributed to the deluge. So what are we being told here? That the deluge that the ancients have recorded on Earth actually originated on another planet, of that debris pouring through our Roche field, pouring through our magnetic barrier, and through our ionosphere into the Earth, causing the great deluge of old. Now, Allen and Dallaire, in their book Cataclysm, they say if we elevate the moon to planetary status, as the Sumerians appear to have done, then we have a total of 10 planets orbiting the Sun today. On this basis, one planet is still currently missing from the earlier Sumerian total. Could there really have been another planet known to the Sumerians, as yet unknown to us, or lost since their day? Well, the ancients absolutely convinced of that. In the old book from the Middle East, the Enuma Elish, they talk about Tiamat, and the passage goes, go and cut off Tiamat's life, and let the winds convey her blood to the secret places. So here again, as all myths do, the language is very poetic, but the idea of Tiamat's blood being the waters being scattered abroad. Now, of course, we know the sky, we know that the heavens, the solar system, we know that the night sky is a veritable cryogenic chamber. So a lot of this water would have turned to ice, and that's what we find up in the asteroid belt. One of the most suppressed, lambasted, and despised of all of the ancient catastrophists, this is somebody who goes against the whole slow, evolutionary, uniformitarian, Darwinian concept, and who posits much faster upheavals and causes of destruction, was Commons Beaumont from England. And Beaumont writes in his books, it permanently affected the world's climate towards greater extremes of cold and damp, lengthened the solar year by enlarging the world's orbit. It shaped world history by compelling the flight of survivors to other less inhospitable climes, and led in considerable degree to the dispersion of the Aryans. It inundated the British Isles for a period to a great extent except the higher lands. It was the drowning of Atlantis. The flood immortalizes the collision of a fallen planet, later termed Satan. So Beaumont, like many of the catastrophists, has never accepted any of the uniformitarian concepts, has never accepted the Pleistocene era or the Ice Age theories. This man understood from the testimony of his researchers and of his own eyes that we did have a cataclysm, that it did originate in the skies. Some of these alternative scientists believe it was from a cometary body that entered our solar system and struck Tiamat. Now, the cosmic upheavals were stylized in myths as the conflicts between the gods. So when we read about conflicts like Rama and Ravana, Horus and Set, Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, Arthur and Mordred, St. George and the Dragon, or Christ and Satan, it's a good idea to become symbolically literate in the way that Joseph Campbell and other mythologists have taught us, to realize that these are personifications of something that happened celestially. And once we address the myths with that in mind, they tend to make a great deal more sense. One of the most revealing tomes or books of the ancient world was the Book of Enoch. And it has this to say about the disaster. And behold, a star fell from heaven, and the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other, and the earth began to cry aloud. And Allen and Delaire in Cataclysm say that giant electromagnetic storms, lightning, earthquake, volcanic eruptions, stupendous hurricanes, abruptly displaced bodies of water, celestial bombardment, rains of astonishing volume, and a mighty flood are all quick-acting violent events. Now I remind you again that Allen is a Cambridge University science historian specializing in paleography, while his colleague Delaire is Oxford University geologist, anthropologist, and the museum creator of geology in the University of Southampton. These are not some fringe, freaky, catastrophist crazies that one would just want to, shunt aside and not listen to. The science is in that this earth has gone through incredible upheaval, and a close study, a close examination of the fossil record now not only gives us the true answers, but contradicts outright what we've been told by those at the helm of the sciences for many generations now. In the Book of Enoch, and in those days Noah saw the earth, that it had sunk down, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence, and went to the end of the earth, and cried aloud to his grandfather, Enoch. And Noah said bitterly 3 times, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I, Enoch, said unto him, Tell me what it is that is falling upon the earth, that it is in such evil plight and shaken. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear in her own time. And many chief stars shall transgress their prescribed order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons proper to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishments shall come upon them, so as to destroy all. The Book of Enoch is one of those documents that touches on what we were saying earlier, that there was an incredible effect on the mentality, on the psychic stability of the human race because of these cataclysms. Again, in mythological language, and also using mythological devices, the Scandinavian mythographers talk about the Midgard serpent. It's their adversary in their mythologies. Well, they say that the Midgard serpent blows so much poison that the whole sky and sea are splattered with it. Now, of course, if we use the decoding method that I'm talking about, we understand that the Midgard serpent is some type of body celestially. Comet, perhaps, or maybe the planet Tiamat itself, after its destruction, huge parts of it flying through the air, careering into our orbit and down onto the surface of the earth for all the witnesses to see and watch in horror. And Allen and Delaire emphasizing the role of water. Traditionally, they say, the destruction was almost always associated with water in one form or another. Ancient Mesopotamian texts repeatedly allude to the original watery nature of Tiamat. From such fragments we may conclude that Tiamat was essentially a watery planet, and that very large quantities of water were probably dispersed into space during Tiamat's destruction. Now again, this is an important place to stop and point out. If a cometary body, or if a large planetary body, 15 times larger than our Earth, was destroyed, why not admit it? Why are we hearing about this only now? Is there some specific reason why scientists would want to, disguise this fact, or disguise the fact that the ancient deluge spoken of in all the texts of the ancient world came from out there, or that perhaps all the seas of our planet, that's all the saltwater oceans, didn't exist prior to, what, 50 or even 30,000 years ago? On one level, aren't these just merely scientific anecdotes, no more mysterious than anecdotes about the Tyrannosaurus Rex? So why is there this difference? Why is there this dichotomy? Why is there lots of information about some aspect of geology over here? Books are written, and then over here, silence and even denial and rebuttal and the destruction of the lives of some of the great scientists, especially the catastrophists. Numerous surviving accounts describe the waters advancing like a colossal wave or wall of stupendous height and irresistible power. The relatively abrupt release of the waters piled up by Kingu and Phaeton's combined gravitational influence will have inevitably produced a deluge having precisely these characteristics. Now, Allen and Dallaire are of the opinion that it was a comet from outside our solar system that invaded our solar system and struck Tiamat. This is not what I talk about in my book, but again, let's leave that aside for now. In the early stages, we are merely focusing on the fact that there was this planet between Mars and Jupiter that was destroyed and, of course, isn't there now. And again, the modern scientists, researchers are saying it, but the story is an old one. The myths have been saying it for a very long time. Here in the book of Taliesin. Now, Taliesin was a Welsh poet, a Welsh bard. We've all heard of Merlin, but Taliesin was the contemporary of Merlin, the Welsh version of the same thing. There was also an Irish version of Merlin, a prototype of Merlin. Now, in the book of Taliesin, in the poem there, we read, "I have been in the bark," and that means the boat, "of Dylan, son of the wave, when the waters rose as lances, falling down from the skies into the exposed abyss." So the ancient legend here is saying that the waters rose as high as lances and fell into the abyss. And in the book of Revelation, we hear of the strange term or word, wormwood. "And the third angel sounded, there fell a great star from heaven, burning as if it were a lamp. And the name of the star is called wormwood, and many men died of the water because they were made bitter." In Genesis 7:19, "And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heavens were covered. 15 cubits upward did the water prevail, and all flesh died that moved upon the earth." That is exactly what the catastrophists have been saying, that millions of species were wiped out. Almost the entire earth, its entire population, a human population, and also most of the species of fauna were annihilated by this particular cataclysm. Genesis 7 again, "All the fountains of the great deep broke open, and the windows of heaven were opened." So again, here they're talking about the fountains of the deep, and we have to understand that the deep does not represent the ocean, it represents the sky. In biblical passages, when we hear about the abyss, or when we hear about the deeps, it is a euphemism for the night sky, for the heavens. Revelation number 8, "And the fourth angel sounded, and a third part of the sun was smitten, and a third part of the moon, and a third part of the stars, so as the third part of them was darkened. And I beheld and heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth." Allen and Dallaire, "The gigantic worldwide tectonic disturbances of the late Pleistocene times occurred almost simultaneously on a near unimaginable scale, precisely what could be expected from powerful external influence, but not from the Ice Age conditions conventionally believed to have existed then." So this is a good place to stop and review the salient points of this presentation in regards to cataclysm. From what these experts are saying, we find two most important points. One, that there was a cataclysm, some incredible devastating event that took place that had the severest ramifications for our Earth. And of course, as I was saying earlier, that which has devastating effects on the earth must also likewise have a devastating effect on the psyche. And if our psyche is traumatized because it remembers these events, which of course we know that it does, how secure can our ego complex be? And the weak, impotent, or disabled ego complex is open to manipulation, open to any kind of force that says, come hither for your security. But the other important point that they're mentioning is speed. The experts are letting us know that this thing did not take place slowly, gradually, as the uniformitarianists are telling us. These things happen in the flash of an eye, with a rapid, incredible speed. Both these concepts need to be strongly borne in mind. The ancient writer Hesiod from the Greek in his Theogony writes, Typhon out-topped all the mountains, and his head often brushed the stars. Such and so great was Typhon, when, hurling kindled rocks, he made for the very heaven with hissing and shouts, spouting a great jet of fire from his mouth. At Mount Haemus he heaved whole mountains. A stream of blood gushed out of the mountain. In Siberia, say Allen and Dallaire, the picture is everywhere one of appalling disorder, carnage and wholesale destruction, with countless animals and plants frozen in positions of death ever since the day they perished. What? We're hearing about animals that died so fast that the food is still in their mouth fresh to this day. They're frozen exactly where they stood. In Europe, immense herds of diverse animals utterly vanished off the face of the earth for no obvious biological reason. The magnitude of the biological extinctions achieved by the deluge almost transcends the imagination. It annihilated literally billions of biological units of both sexes and every age indiscriminately. Only incredibly powerful floodwaters operating worldwide could have achieved such results, and only a flood produced by the means previously suggested could have operated globally. The writer Paul S. Martin, in his book Who or What Destroyed Our Mammoths, writes, animals that had been native for millions of years disappeared under circumstances that were suspiciously sudden. The loss of over 30 genera of large mammals and many other species of large animals in North America alone. R.W. Graham, in his book Evolution of New Ecosystems at the End of the Pleistocene, writes, at the end of the Pleistocene, about 10,000 years ago, there was an extinction event that decimated large terrestrial mammalian herbivores and carnivores of North America, South America, and Australia. In North America alone, more than 32 genera of mammals became extinct. The cause of this extinction is debatable. Well, all we got to do is look at the etymology, for it reveals an incredible tale. Words have a tendency to change only slightly from culture to culture down through time. The word for sun comes from the word sol, S-O-L, and that's a syllable that we find in words like solo, or soul, or solitary, and for good reason. The word sol means alone. So our sun's name, the name of the sun, actually is the sole one, or the alone one, the one that is alone in the heavens. And when we turn to the word for the moon, we know that it comes from luna. But luna also is a derivation which comes from the word alone. Luna is the lone one. So the sun and the moon are being called the lone one by the ancients. The names attributed to them represent solitariness. Well, that's right. The second sun, their cousin, is gone from the skies. In fact, the ancients said that it descended and blew up in the sign of Scorpio. That's the part of the heavens that is given over to the sign of Scorpio, which is one of the reasons in astrology why the sign of Scorpio is considered so malignant or negative and so on. Not that it is, but just this cosmic event took place in the area of the sky known as Scorpio. But the words sun and moon mean, well, your cousin is gone, it has fallen from the sky, the second sun is no more, and from henceforth, the sun and the moon will be called the lone ones, single and solitary in the sky. Moreover, the very words that we use today for trouble, calamity, travesty, also tell us the same tale. The word disaster comes from two words. Dis, which means to be without or not to have, or and aster, which meant the stars. So disaster literally means no star. And catastrophe, kata, to break down, like catabolic. Well, kata, to break down, strophe, for the stars, the destruction of a star. Catastrophe. Now, in American history, there was a rather eccentric writer called Charles Fort, who, when he became independently wealthy, spent his time going around America and the world, cataloging all the strange hearsay and strange witness accounts from people who had literally seen in their villages and in their towns strange phenomena, strange matter falling from the heavens, from out of the clouds. And a lot of this included live animals, live frogs, live fish, but certainly oil and ice. And even more recent times, scientists have discovered live bacteria high up in the ionosphere, in the highest regions of the stratosphere, which could not sustain that kind of life. They don't know where it came from. Well, Charles Fort went around rigorously cataloging this kind of phenomena. And we can understand that it is in fact quite plausible. If the remains of Tiamat, this lost planet, has exploded into space and has accumulated there in the form of the asteroid belt, there are times when our orbit, the orbit of planet Earth, and the orbit of the asteroid belt come close together. At that time, because of magnetic pull, debris from the asteroid belt will move in through our Roche field and into our ionosphere and fall, liquefy or condense and fall in the form that Charles Fort catalogued, to the bemusement of all the witnesses. Now, the post-Diluvian age is scientifically called the Holocene period. And the Babylonian book, Atrahasis, talks about this, talks about the period after these calamities. It says that the womb of the earth did not bear, vegetation did not sprout, the broad plain was choked with salt. For 1 year they ate couch grass. The 3rd year came, and their features were altered by hunger. In the Bundahish, poison and venom of the noxious creatures were all mixed up with the water, and the waters became quite salt. So there's a hint here that the biology of the human beings was changing. Well, the topography was changed, the geology is changing, and the seasonal structure, the whole seasonal procession is out of whack. The earth is in a state of turmoil. And of course, this immediately has ramifications on the eating habits, the dietary habits of the human inhabitants. Ver perpetuum, the perpetual spring, is how many authors describe the previous world. Various remarkable and often quite unbelievable characteristics were attributed to it, such as being a place where the human inhabitants are in the prime of life, with no aging or senility. And the Roman writer Ovid stated that during the realm or the reign of the legendary King Cronos, springtime was perennial. Virtually every commentator of antiquity on this topic agreed that this lost age was a golden one, and the earth a veritable paradise. Now, as pointed out a little earlier, it is my thesis in my book Atlantis that the destruction of Tiamat was not a natural event, meaning that it was not caused by some careering comet which just happened to make its way through our solar system. It was caused by the individuals that mythology is calling the fallen angels, these beings from another planet. It was actually caused by their pursuers. The entities that we talk of or refer to as the fallen angels were being pursued from out of their own planets. They strayed into our galaxy and then into our solar system, and they set up a dummy base, a makeshift dummy base on the planet of Tiamat in order to decoy their pursuers. Their pursuers, upon reaching the planet Tiamat and thinking that their enemy was there, decimated the entire planet Tiamat, causing that destruction. Now, this is again another level of mythology, and of course, accepting the destruction of Tiamat in itself has taken scientists and geologists goodness knows how many generations just to accept that. We now need to go one step further in the modern age and understand the reasons for its destruction. That may yet take some time. Now, The fact was that the original beings being pursued were not, in fact, on Tiamat. They had descended to our planet, to Earth, entered into Earth, and were taking refuge below the tree line and even into caves, some of them that were already existent, and others that they had created themselves with the technology that they had brought with them. And that brings up the interesting concept of the hollow earth. Now, the concept of hollow earth has intrigued many from within the metaphysical, paranormal, and occult worlds, but it even got the government and the military, especially the Navy, got interested not too long ago when Admiral Byrd, on a flying expedition, reported that he had actually seen the entrances in the North Pole and the South Pole for the entrances to this so-called hollow earth. But in the Victorian era, the writer, Edward Bulwer-Lytton, he wrote about it in his book, The Coming Race. He describes the existence of a utopian society of advanced beings who lived in tunnels and caverns beneath the surface of the earth in a land called the Vril Ya. These beings, known as the Ana, were forced into the inner earth because of earth changes, specifically a flood, which destroyed their civilization thousands of years before the biblical cataclysm. And just in case you'd want to put that down to just a writer of fiction, please realize that, like a lot of the individual alumni and writers and thinkers of the Victorian era, Bulwer-Lytton was very closely associated with many powerful secret societies. In 1867, Wentworth Little founded the English Rosicrucian Society. He was in contact with the German Rosicrucians. Little recruited his followers, up to about 144 people, from the ranks of the higher-ranking Freemasons. One of his disciples was Bulwer-Lytton, who was a learned man celebrated throughout the world for his novel, The Last Days of Pompeii. He also wrote The Coming Race, which featured a mystical pre-Nazi group in Germany. This Berlin group called itself the Luminous Lodge, or Vril Society. Vril, like the Force, has enormous energy potential. They lived in caves and would re-emerge to reign over the surface world. In Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval's book Talisman, they talk about the underground caves and speak of the Serpeium. There is something almost unnatural and something almost superhuman here, they say. For what is seen all along the huge tunnels and corridors are dozens and dozens of enormous sunken niches, the size of large living rooms, in which were inserted massive granite sarcophagi that once contained the mummified corpses of the Apis bulls. The size and weight of these sarcophagi, some over 60 tons, and cut from a single block of granite, fire the imagination, for at least on face value, it is very difficult to see how they were brought down there in the first place, let alone maneuvered into niches. In Graham Hancock's Underworld, he speaks of Malta. The megaliths there are the oldest in Europe, dating as early as 5,000 years. The hypogeum was cut from living rock and descends into the earth. The Gardala cave was found full of animal remains, as if from a major cataclysm. Of the 7,000 skeletons found, only 6 skulls remain, indicating that someone seeks to prevent serious investigation of the site. And if we turn to the Bible, in 1 Samuel 28 we read, "And the king said to her, Be not afraid, for what sawest thou? And the woman said unto Saul, I saw gods ascending out of the earth." In Job 12, "Dead things are formed from under the water, and the inhabitants thereof." So here we have a reference to even underwater. This is known to Celtic scholars as well, that beings who lived under the level of the water. And when we get the footnote or the comment of this particular passage in Job 12, in order to analyze it, the comment actually says, "The place where the Rephaim stay, which is beneath the waters." Dead things, that's Hebrew, the Rephaim, the offspring of the fallen angels, akin to the Nephilim. So here's the Bible confirming that the dead things are literally offspring of the fallen angels. Exodus 20, "You shalt not make for yourself a graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is under the water of the earth." So here's that prohibition. And interestingly, this prohibition in the Ten Commandments, in the Decalogue, actually precedes, that means comes before, thou shalt not kill. So important was it to the Orthodox elites and mythographers of the Judeo-Christian paradigm that they even inserted this before the edict of thou shalt not kill. So important it was that we should not pictorialize or make a reference to or mirror image or draw even any of these creatures or any of these entities that exist in the earth. Deuteronomy 9, a people great and tall, the children of the Anakim, whom thou knowest, and of whom thou hast heard say, who can stand before the children of Anak? The Anakim or the Anak is another word for the Nephilim in the Bible. And of course we have these remarkable throwbacks to giantism today. Here in Mongolia and China, and even in the Middle East, we have men exceeding 10, 12 feet tall. Charles Berlitz, in his book The World of the Odd and Awesome, writes, in July 1877, 4 prospectors moved along the hills of Spring Valley near Eureka, Nevada. Using their picks, the prospectors soon chipped out human legs and foot bones that had been encased in solid quartzite. From knee to heel, the bone was 39 inches long. And Valdemar Valerian, in his book The Matrix II, writes, a human skeleton 17 feet tall was discovered at Gargayan in the Philippines. And if you get onto the internet and put in the word Rex Gilroy, the name Rex Gilroy, and visit this man's incredible findings in Australia, you'll be very surprised to see that he has discovered incredible evidence of the presence of the giants in southern hemisphere. In the New Nation we read of enormous skeletons being recently found, recently excavated. Recently, gas exploration is going on in the desert of southeast region of Saudi Arabia. This desert region is called the Empty Quarter. This body has been found by Aramco Corp exploration team. Saudi military took over this whole area, and nobody is allowed to go into this region except Saudi Aramco personnel. Saudi government has kept it very secret, but some military helicopters took pictures from the air. Here's another picture from that same excavation. In Mesa Verde, in America, corpses were discovered 9 feet in height, possessing hands of 6 digits. So we might ask, if in fact such beings came to our earth, hid out in tunnels and caves of the hollow earth, who are they? Do they have a name? Do they have an address? Well, Nephilim, Anakim, as we said, in the Sumerian, Babylonian tradition, they're known as the Anunnaki, or the Ananaje, which, by the way, means heavenly serpents. The Rephaim, the giants, the titans, fallen angels, the watchers, the Prometheans or Olympians, the elect. In India, they're called the Nagas and the Amaraka. In Celtic myth and legend, they're called the Nadreds. In ancient India, they're called the Nagayuna. And more recently, by certain authors, the Brotherhood of the Snake, or even the Serpent People. Now, the most common name for the visitors, from a biblical context at least, is the Nephilim. It's a Hebrew word translated as giants, from the root Naphal, meaning fallen ones. The most modern versions of the Bible have left this word untranslated. And when the Greek Bible, that's the Septuagint, was made, Nephilim was translated as Gegenes, meaning earthborn. The word also may come from Nephel, which means the bad or strange birth, and from Kenephilim, which means the serpents. The etymology of Nephilim is uncertain. The following explanations have been advanced with mixed reception. First, it may derive from Niphal, of the verb, meaning to be extraordinary or the extraordinary men. It may be derived from the verb en Nephal, fall, or the fallen ones from heaven, i.e. supernatural beings or morally fallen men. The International Standard Bible Encyclopedia defines it as meaning not unnaturally begotten men, or bastards from Nephel, meaning abortion or miscarriage. But as I said, In the Celtic tradition, certainly, the term serpents has been used. We see in Babylon the symbol of the serpents on the initiation cups there, and all over the world we find the serpents. And I also emphasize we often find the symbol of the serpent in lands and islands which no physical snakes ever existed. We often see the gods with their attendant serpent symbol or motif. We find it emblazoned on shields and devices. And certainly in the Vedic or Indian religions, there's a great emphasis on the cobra, on the Nagya people. In Mexico, we find it as a decoration on the great temples there. In the Grecian tradition, in the Gnostic tradition, we have the Abraxas, which is a hybrid animal whose legs are like the serpent. We often see the python as an instructor. Here on the right we see a baboon, which obviously represents the human race, taking instruction from the serpent on the left, who's offering wisdom to its acolyte. The serpents are often seen as being winged or crowned or with a halo of the sun. And they're often associated with sacred places and sacred groves all over the world. Native American Indian culture is also replete with the symbol of the serpent or the twin serpent. And not to mention the gods from other worlds, strange, numinous beings, always attended by the symbol of the serpent. And more specifically, in mythology, there's the combat. There's the stories of the rivalry of the great hero and the serpent. Here we see Zeus in combat with his lightning bolt with a demon who's part man, part human, and part serpent. Here again, the serpent and the lion man and the conflict. Here from Greece, we see the conflict of the hero with a man whose legs are as the serpent. And again, psychologically, this could be translated as the higher man in combat with his lower nature. Now, of course, one can't study pre- or post-Diluvian subject matter without bearing in mind that the earth is scattered with the most magnificent Cyclopean ruins. In fact, this is one of the reasons why any individual would start to question what was going on in the ancient world. It's one of those things that lures us to question what was going on in the ancient world. The great stone circles and megaliths and tombs and monuments that scatter the entire planet. Well, the visitors emerged after the cataclysm and took up residency on the continent of Appalachia, where they founded their great city and empire of Atlantis. Initially, they set to work adjusting to the new planet and made elaborate astronomical calibrations in order to establish where exactly they were and to aid them when they inevitably or eventually made to vacate Earth in their crafts. They enlisted the assistance of Earth's indigenous peoples to construct astronomical earthworks. And that is, in fact, the origin of the great monuments of the world. They were built by the visitors after their arrival on Earth and after they vacated Hollow Earth and came to the surface. For whatever reason, they didn't know where they were, and we can understand that. The Earth has been terribly shaken by the deluge. The 10th planet has been destroyed, and there's all sorts of upheaval in the planets of the solar system. And perhaps it was difficult for these individuals to really know where they were. And what does one do when you're of that level of technical advancement and you have the astronomical skill? But you certainly want to measure the rise and fall of the stars and the luminaries in this new and strange corner of the sky. Well, you would build earthworks and calendars, and you would enlist the help of the local indigenous population to help you do that. And it has been noted to this day that a good proportion of these ancient sites are in fact aligned to compass points and to celestial events. In fact, one of the translations of the word Nephilim loosely is the word watchers, which was attributed to them probably due to the fact that they were astronomers. And when it comes to enlisting the members of the human race, we read from Lenormand and Chevalier in their Ancient History of the East, Volume 2, they mention the gigantic men of great stature. The Adites are remembered by the Arabians as a great and civilized race. They were depicted as men of gigantic stature. Their strength was equal to their size, and they easily moved great blocks of stone. Now, many beings have visited this planet for various reasons, best known to themselves. The policy of most extraterrestrial visitors is total non-intervention, for either better or worse. The Nephilim, however, did not obey this edict. They knew that what they were doing was a forbidden thing. In Genesis 6, we find that the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. So, originally, the serpent masters attempted normal sexual congress with the earth women. However, it proved unsuccessful, as the Ethiopian book, the Kebra Negas, tells us. And the daughters of Cain, with whom the angels accompanied, conceived, but they were unable to bring forth their children, and they died. And of these children who were in their wombs, some died, and some came forth, having split open the bellies of their mothers, and they came forth by their navels. So here we have something like from your worst horror nightmare, Rosemary's Baby, plus these angels, these powerful, intelligent, super advanced individuals, after constructing their headquarters in Atlantis and probably making reconnaissance mission to all parts of the globe, and remember, these are beings who have access to spacecrafts to do this, they sequester Earth inhabitants, indigenous inhabitants, on the island of Atlantis, and they attempt sexual congress with the women, as the Bible and many of the ancient other scriptures also tell us. But according to these ancient books, it didn't go off quite as well as they had planned. When normal congress was repeatedly unsuccessful, the visitors changed their strategy and began reproducing in a different and much more morally taboo manner. They knew that they were doing an unholy thing. Then Samyaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. This is from the book of Enoch. Now, scholars think, and will always tell you, that this sin concerns the physical impregnation of the females. Christians and moralists and those who have studied the ancient mythologies habitually will do this. They will say, oh, if there were such beings as the Watchers, the great giants, the sons of God, yes, their sin was that they were trying to seduce and to have congress with the earth females. But that is not what a closer reading of not only the biblical myths, but the ancient myths are talking about. Something else, much more morally sinister and potentially devastating to the human race is revealed. In Genesis 1, we get a hint of what that might be. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Now granted, in Genesis 1, this question of the our, I mean, God is meant to be singular, right? The Israelites are meant to be a monotheistic tribe, right? So what's this our concept? What is this our phraseology? That alone is interesting, but even more interesting for me is the statement itself, that us make man in our image. Well, first of all, this implies that man was already in existence, because the real Hebrew translation, I mean the original Hebrew, does not say let us make man, it actually says let us remake man. This can be confirmed by anyone who talks to a rabbi about the original translation. Let us remake man. So it implies that man was already created perfect. He was already in the world. And in fact, later on in the Bible, this is confirmed in 1 Corinthians 15. The first man, Adam, became a living being. The last Adam, a life-giving spirit. The spiritual did not come first, but the natural, and after that, the spiritual. The first man was of the dust of the earth, the second man from heaven. So what's this? Now we have two Adams, one earthy, one spiritual, one from heaven, one from earth. And the second one, that's the heavenly one, he comes second, not first. when God speaks to Adam and Eve in Genesis 1, he says, "Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it." Scholars like Jordan Maxwell, who've made 40 years of research into these passages, have pointed this out. Replenish means to do it again. So the gods are saying here, or God is saying here, go into the earth and replenish. Not plenish it, but replenish it, meaning it's been destroyed, and now you are to remake it and replenish it, and rename the animals. But for our purposes of this presentation, the most important fact is this, that when the gods are saying we shall make man in our image, this implies genetic hybridization, because in fact these visitors from other planets were thoroughly technologically advanced and had completely grasped and understood the whole mechanics and art and mystery of genetics. This is the mystery behind the great scriptures of the world, and also behind the great mythologies of the world, that the beings that came and visited us from other planets committed a cardinal sin, one that they absolutely knew was forbidden, which was to cross-pollinate, if you will, their own DNA with the human DNA. That's our ancestors, or the indigenous people who populated this planet for goodness knows millennia, that go all the way back through the hominid line. Well, these individuals were sequestered on Atlantis, just like in some weird Planet of the Apes scenario, and the aliens crossed their DNA with our ancestors and forebears. In fact, one of the euphemisms for this creature that was created on Atlantis in the scriptures is the firstborn. This term is a reference to the sons of the serpent race, a hybrid race, also known as the race of the Elohim. So when you hear the phrases Elohim and Jehovah, please do not think in the singular. This only causes incredible confusion doctrinally and dogmatically. When you even hear the terms Adam and Eve, we have to start thinking in terms of race as opposed to individuals in some dramatis personae sense. And the term firstborn is a term going way back in history, representing the first progeny, the first creature created here on earth by the visitors. In my book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, I refer to this entity as Homo Atlantis, since in fact he was created on Appalachia, the continent of Appalachia, and in the citadel or city-state we know as Atlantis, and to distinguish him from Homo sapien. And of course, Homo Atlantis was a remarkable being indeed. Not only did he have the human DNA, and therefore a full umbilical connection to the mother goddess, to the matrix of the universe, but he also possessed the incredible technical, scientific capacity centered in the brain. And let's remember that the mind and the brain are not the same thing. Thinking with the brain is not the same thing as thinking with the mind. The mind might be used connotatively in the same sense as the religious and spiritual people talk about the soul. Mind equals soul. Brain is the functioning part of us that understands and is conditioned by the world. But this being is working holotropically. This being has the whole mind turned on. Yes, he's using the brain, which interfaces with the physical world. But this individual is also working with all the hemispheres of consciousness, all the hemispheres of the brain, both intellectual and spiritual. He is both human and divine. Now, a close reading of the various scriptures and apocryphal works and mythologies seem to indicate that the visitors, the Nephilim, the fallen angels, the original serpent people, were never many in number. There were never many demographically. Some sources say there were 200, others say 500, some more, some less. Unfortunately, the jury is out and we'll probably never know. But the idea of creating a hybridized race here on Earth was for the reason to create a race of servants to serve them in the Garden of Eden, Atlantis, or the planet itself. Now, the sons of the serpent, the Elohim, those we can refer to as the sons of the serpent, the first progeny that they created, didn't make the best servants, in fact, because being highly intelligent, they thought better of better uses of their time than to be serving these fully alien-blooded masters. And to cut a long story short, the sons of the serpent basically decided that enough was enough, and they decided to not continue in their servitude. being technically advanced themselves, they made a very important move, which could almost be described as the first major exodus of history. Not the exodus of the book of Deuteronomy, but a much more important one. In short, the sons of the serpent decide to leave the precincts of Atlantis, and they set up their own thriving civilization on a far-off shore, to be precise, on Oceania, which we know better as Lemuria. This is a continent that was speculated to be in the area now known as the Pacific region, and of which Thursday Island and perhaps even Australia and New Zealand are meant to be long-lost remnants of the long-lost continent of Oceania and Lemuria. Now, Lemuria's name is interesting. It actually means the land ancestral, or the land of the ancestors, implying that there was a very advanced civilization there. It comes from Mu, or Muha Devi, the Hindu mother goddess. So it's a Hindu word. The goddess was a personification of Lemuria itself, the motherland of humanity. Shiva, her counterpart, is the great father of mankind. So right away here now we have a dichotomy between the two posited locations of the origins of mankind, Atlantis and Lemuria, two rival civilizations. In the Indian Tamil text, the Silap Budarkan describes a lost continent in the Pacific and Indian Ocean it calls Kamai Nadu, or the Kamari Kandam, which means the dragon land of the immortal serpents. This is how the Tamils describe the Pacific island of Lemuria. Now, of course, this vacation, or this exodus of their firstborn, didn't come or sit very well with the original Atlantean warlocks. The rebellion and exodus of the sons compelled the Atlanteans to return to their drawing boards. They began a second major hybridization program and created a Mark II being that we can call Adamic. These beings were of both sexes, but in the beginning they could not reproduce sexually. Now they made excellent servants in the garden. We read from texts like the Popol Vuh of the Maya, "Let us make him who shall nourish and sustain us. What shall we do to be invoked, to be remembered in earth? We have tried with our first creatures, but we could not make them venerate us. So then, let us try to make obedient, respectful beings who shall nourish and sustain us." Now, this remarkable passage, now, once we read it, we can understand why of all the scriptures and books of the world, the ones that suffered the greatest immolation were the ones from South America. Well, if they contain passages like this, no wonder that the forces of the modern world would not want them to be read. Because here we have a statement. We have first creatures who wouldn't venerate us. Let us make second ones who will. Let us make the perfect servant. Now, in the Babylonian account, man is to be merely a slave, brought into being by Marduk at the plea of the defeated rebel gods, so that the gods themselves need not be subjected to servile labor. Man would be a puppet, a lowly, primitive creature. In the epic of Atrahasis, which dates to about 1630 BC, found at the Library of Nineveh, in a similar vein to the Enuma Elish, one of the main ideals is to show why man was created by the gods. It was so that they themselves need not work on the earth to produce their own food. So, we have a race that we can call Adamic. The Adams and the Eves. Are these the Mark II beings that are the origin of the Homo sapien, the people that we are today? Are we the descendants of this race that we're calling the Adamic? If we are, then does that not imply that we have both alien DNA from far-off planets and solar systems, and also our human DNA from our own ancestors? That we are, in fact, a schizoid and bipolar being? Is this one of the great secrets that has been kept from all mankind? Modern scientists are catching up. Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas, in their book Uriel's Machine, they write of the official story, the official line, but they rebut it. We're told that the Neanderthals are our ancestors, but they say Neanderthals did not contribute mitochondrial DNA to modern humans, and that Neanderthals are not our ancestors. John A. Ball of Harvard: "Most evolutionists believe that it Life was generated long ago, but perhaps it never was. Perhaps the earth was infected from elsewhere. Otto Binder and Max Flint, in their excellent book, Mankind, Child of the Stars, speak of molybdenum, a very rare metal that plays an important role as a trace element in the physiology of all earth creatures. It is surprising, therefore, they say, that life so dependent on a rare metal should arise on a molybdenum poor world like ours. And Gunther Rosenberg writes, man is a unique animal. He stands out like a sore thumb when comparisons are made with his cousins the apes. The differences are more numerous than the similarities. Darwin's theory of evolution is simply unproven. And Clifford Wilson writes, Darwin himself admitted at times that mankind, in small ways, fitted his evolutionary theory the least of all creatures. Alfred Wallace, his contemporary formulator of the theory of evolution, was even more emphatic and forthrightly said that man was an exception to the orderly operation of biological laws, and that natural selection could not have operated in his case. What the true answer was, he hazarded no guess. Now, the most lambasted and the most marginalized and the most harassed scholar in any field of any time of the world was Immanuel Velikovsky. He was a catastrophist who not only knew that some celestial cosmic upheavals had accounted for many of the idioms and anomalies of our planet, but he also knew that the whole Darwinian philosophy was completely unsustainable, and set about proving that in 3 or 4 of the most magnificent books on this subject you'd ever want to read. He writes, most controversial is the evolutionary question. I have done a great deal of work on Darwin, and can say with some assurance that Darwin did not derive his theory from nature, but rather superimposed a certain philosophical worldview on nature, and then spent 20 years trying to gather the facts to make it stick. The writer Alan Alford says in his book, Homo sapiens has acquired a modern anatomy, language capability, and sophisticated brain well beyond the needs of its everyday existence, apparently in defiance of the laws of Darwinism. There are a number of possible explanations for this anomaly. One is that mankind evolved in the sea, and that crucial fossil evidence is thus missing. Another is that Darwinian theory itself has a missing link. And the third explanation is that the genes for modern man were suddenly implanted by an intelligent extraterrestrial species who colonized the Earth. Well, the latter two suppositions there are actually correct. Yes, it was transplanted by beings from another planet, and also there is a missing link. Now, Alfred A. Wallace, who discovered natural selection previous to Darwin, and with him was the founder of the evolutionist theory. But on reviewing the startling differences between Homo sapiens and other mammals, he realized that man was an exception to the rules of evolution. He amazingly wrote, some intelligent power has guided or determined the development of man. And this materialist scientist was not speaking about God. Otto Binder and Max Flint, the disappearance of Neanderthal man and the advent of Cro-Magnon man at approximately the same time is one of the truly big stumbling blocks to the evolution theory, for they are non sequitur species. Neanderthal most decidedly could not be the direct ancestor of Cro-Magnon, for they were two distinctly different types of human, physically and even skeletally. And these again are people who are the leaders of their field. On Cro-Magnon man, they say he appeared with a mysteriously improved skeletal characteristics and with a cranial capacity that is amazingly in excess by 100 cubic centimeters of that of modern man. A similarly large degree of brain expansion occurred in absolutely no other species on Earth in all the ages of the past. Not has any genus shown evidence of brain mutation of a comparable magnitude since antiquity. So here are these leaders in their field, completely accepting, happy to accept that beings from other planets could have come here and engaged in a hybridization process, because the being that they created, Cro-Magnon man, posited to be our ancestor, had a brain that's even bigger than ours. Completely out of the blue. For what reason? Well, did the visitors want a very strong being without too much intelligence to help them build the great astronomical monuments? And then when that was achieved, they phased him out? And was that Neanderthal man? Hey, he's good enough to build Atlantis for them and to set up the monuments, but he's not needed later. Or is he tweaked in his DNA to create another being, which turns out to be Cro-Magnon man? We've got questions, very important questions that need answering. Now, Leonard Shlain, in Sex, Time and Power, says the change in the size of the brain from erectus to sapiens seems to have occurred in an evolutionary instant. Early specimens of Homo erectus, our immediate predecessor, averaged a brain volume of 900 cubic centimeters. Our brain occupies on average 1,400 cubic centimeters. This one-third difference represents a huge increase in brain tissue over the astonishingly brief period of the last several 100,000 years of erectus's existence. The human brain's major design modification occurred primarily in the frontal lobes, the part of the brain that controls such uniquely human behavior as speech, long-range planning, delayed gratification, and complex puzzle solving. So here's Leonard Shlain, a person who buys in only to the orthodox dates and level of evolution and process of gradual evolution, and yet even he is completely at a loss to explain this change in the size of brain capacity and so on. Now, the alien geneticists did not desire a repeat of their first experiments. They realized that the error centered on the intelligence of their progeny. In the Mark II experiment, Adamic man's intelligence would be confounded. Well, that's right. What was the reason why your first progeny just up and left and stopped serving you? It's because, of course, they're turned on mentally. They're intelligent. They can work out that they're being used for slaves and perhaps don't want to do some of the menial tasks. And they're thinking, why should we, with all of our capacities, and perhaps even with this other capacity that they don't have? What happens if you have the human qualities, the violet ray, that incredible spiritual connection to the divine, but your alien masters with a full alien DNA don't have it? Well, it's not going to be long before you find yourself to be actually superior, prompting an exodus, prompting a move. So, on the second time around, the warlocks of Atlantis, the masters, the geneticists realize, well, all we'll do is we will suppress the intelligence centers. I mean, today, that can be done in a laboratory. You sit in a chair for half an hour, the doctor sticks a couple of probes in your brain, and you're completely dumbed down to the limbic realm. Think what you could achieve if you were masters of the genome, masters of the chromosome, masters of the DNA. In fact, the word atom, again, etymology tells us a lot, comes from the word Adam, meaning cut off or divided. Leonard Shlain, recounting Plato's symposium account of all of this, says that Zeus gathered the gods in council to express his concern that these unusual creatures would one day challenge their hegemony. He was loath to exterminate them and his thunderbolts, though, because there would be no one to bring the gods offerings. He solved the problem by putting each creature into a trance and then splitting it down the middle. Upon awakening, each half only dimly remembered what it had been prior to its being cleft in two. Zeus explained to the assembled gods and goddesses the cleverness of his plan, of his scheme. These creatures would no longer pose a threat to the gods because they would dissipate their considerable energy by spending the rest of their days searching for their missing halves. Wow, is that a heavy piece of information or what? But in a biblical context, and in a Judeo-Christian context, the euphemism that is used for this state of intellectual dumbed-downness, this intellectual state of disempowerment, is the word naked. So please realize, when you read of Adam and Eve being in the garden naked, it certainly doesn't mean that Lucifer and Jesus were decked out in denim jeans and Levi, the latest Levi gear. It does not refer to physical nakedness at all. It refers to intellectual nakedness. And to understand the book of Genesis, this point needs to be well taken. Naked refers to being in a state of intellectual ignorance. Genesis 3 is happy to tell you of the condescension and the ire of the masters in relation to their newfound progeny. By the sweat of thy face will be thy bread, until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken, for dust thou art, and to dust thou wilt return. And the Lord said, look, the people are united, and they all have one language. Come on, let us go down, and therefore confound their language, so that they cannot understand one another's speech. Now this oft-quoted passage has been debated endlessly by so many different kinds of scholars, and all sorts of conclusions have been reached. I think with the advent of genetics and what we know about the chemical soup from which we're all made, this statement talks about the confusion on the genetic level and on no other. Genesis 3, "And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever, well, we better do something." So God is saying, our creatures are like us. We've created them in our likeness, but they're too like us. And lest he put forth his hand and eat of this mysterious tree of life, we better get down there and do something. But I ask, what is this tree of life? Why this metaphor? Why this imagery? Why this graven image? What does it mean? Well, the tree of life, as we know, contains the forbidden fruit that Eve is meant to have eaten, and instigated the worst sin, and instigated the fall of man. But again, this is a euphemism. When we read the forbidden fruit and the tree of life, we have to understand that this is a euphemism for the knowledge of human genetics, because that is how, from antiquity, the genes, the spiral, the chromosome spiral, the DNA helix has always been shown as a tree with its roots in the earth and its branches reaching to heaven, usually with 22 branches, in fact. You can get the oldest books on the Kabbalah, on the concept of the tree of life, and you will see that always, 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 it contains 22 pathways, exactly the many codons there are on the genetic helix. And of course, this is a perfect time to point out why the symbol of the serpent has been used as a description or as a symbol by the Nephilim and the fallen angels. And it has not got to do with the fact that they look physically like serpents. As a matter of fact, you'd pass these characters in the street. Yes, they may look a lot taller and physically a lot stronger, but they are humanoid in every sense of that word. Alien DNA or not, they are humanoid. They do not look like reptilians. They do not look like hybrids themselves or serpents. The serpent is used for this reason. The Semitic word for serpent is Nahash. Okay, the Semites did not use vowels, but if you put the vowels back, it is Nahash, meaning to discover or to find out. And evidently, this refers to science. The Nephilim were scientists, those who could find out. But again, it was known in times of old, after those people who could see the DNA helix, the DNA spiral, that it had a similarity to the serpents or to the snakes of the earth. And the symbol of the serpent, or in fact the twin serpents, is seen today emblazoned on the caduceus of Hermes, which is the symbol of the medical profession of the Western world, seen on bottles of medicine, seen on the doors of doctors, and seen on the medical monopolies, the twin serpents. But its original meaning related to the DNA spiral. Wherever you may find it, in Native American India, in Egypt, in India, in the Western countries, in the Celtic countries, it represents the DNA helix. Here on the right we see an Egyptian stele with a god, a Thoth, with the twin wands, with the coiled serpents, putting the ankh of life to the dead Pharaoh in order to reanimate him. And in Genesis 2 we read, "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." Now in that previous picture we see the god holding the ankh, the famous symbol of Egypt, to the mouth, and often we see it on the forehead of the dead mummy. But what is the meaning of this word, the ankh? Often we're told that it just is a symbol for life, or the symbol of breath, or the symbol of the coming together of the opposite sexes. But again, the word itself contains the meaning. If you replace the vowels to this ancient word, it actually spells out the word Anunnaki, which, as we saw earlier, means the Nephilim. So Ankha becomes the Anunnaki, or the Ananaje, heavenly serpents. So any time from now on where you see a god holding in their right hand the ankh, all that is telling you is that we are the ones from up there. We are the ones from the heavens who came to earth because that's what Anki means also, heavenly being brought to earth. And we don't even have to look into ancient mythology for this. Somehow, peculiar as it is, biblical, mythical, spiritual symbolism is often used in a scientific context. Here on the front of magazines, we see images from the Bible, but we also have references to cloning. We have meditation symbols next to information about genes, and we have the all-important serpent in direct connection, in direct alignment with the DNA spiral. Is somebody trying to tell us something with this peculiar combination of imagery? Here, for instance, is the Time magazine cover for Countdown to War. But Countdown to War actually takes a second place to the remarkable symbolism on the front, solving the mysteries of DNA, the 50th anniversary. What do we see? The primal scene. Well, hold on. What has DNA now got to do with the Garden of Eden? But here we have the primal scene. But hold on. What has DNA and high modern science got to do with the primal scene? Is somebody using this juxtaposition for a reason? Do they know something we don't know? Here we have the primal scene. We have Adam and Eve at the tree of life. But what is happening? The tree of life is morphing into the DNA spiral. It's so old, it's new. Now, the tree of life was often later called the tree of good and evil. And this has been always considered in the metaphysical community a mighty spiritual and esoteric statement, the tree of good and evil. But in fact, when the mystery is taken away, it doesn't mean anything esoteric at all. It merely refers to the two contingents or races in residence on this planet, both custodians and utilizers of the knowledge of genetics, meaning the Atlanteans and the Lemurians. The two contingents on this planet, the good and the evil, or the good and or the evil. Both of them had the knowledge of the tree of life. Both of them had that high science and utilized it. Now, Professor Auricio Nunes de Santos, who's an expert on Atlantis, sums it up perfectly this way. The dragon represents the two races of Atlantis who contend for hegemony everywhere. They are the twins of all mythologies, the two contending serpents of the caduceus, which devour each other in endless wars from the primordial ages down to the present day. Now, the father of Enoch, Amram, has a very strange vision. He says, I saw watchers in my vision. 2 men were fighting over me. I asked them, who are you that are thus empowered over me? They answered me, we have been empowered and rule over all mankind. They said to me, which of us do you choose to rule you? I raised my eyes and looked. One of them was a terrifying in his appearance, like a serpent. His appearance, the visage, like a viper. Now the text identifies this last watcher as Belial, the prince of darkness, the king of evil, while his companion is revealed as Michael, the prince of light, who is also named Melchizedek, the king of righteousness. Now, it has always particularly interested me how symbolism is used and how much meaning there is for those who have symbolic literacy. Take the high-tech companies of the modern world. Okay, but why have these monolithic corporations that involve themselves purely in high science and technology using symbols from the scriptures, symbols from the ancient world, like the forbidden fruit? Are they telling us that there's something about silicon and something about the computer and something about genetics that is connected to the forbidden fruit, to some hidden knowledge? And a close observation also reveals the all-important serpent motif, cunningly secreted into the modern corporate logos and also into the names. Names that, like Pentium, that don't mean anything in English until you realize how the name of the game works. But actually, knowing what we know in today's world, having these sciences come back to us, genetics and cloning and so on, we can now reread the myths of old in a new light. And when it comes to evidence of cloning, we read in Genesis 2 something quite interesting. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man, he made a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Now slowly we peel off the layers of debris from around these mythical stories and also from the primal scene of the Garden of Eden. We understand that the Garden of Eden is a euphemism itself, perhaps for Atlantis, but also perhaps for the whole of the world into which the servant Adamic race were sent in order to serve their masters, their creators. But what's the official line when it comes to the Garden of Eden? That's easily and quickly summed up in John Milton's Paradise Lost. Of man's first disobedience and the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into the world and all our lives with loss of Eden. That basically sums it all up. However, if we do our homework and read between the lines and read what's out there as far as the myths and the apocryphal works go, a different and more elaborate tale comes to light. You see, the Atlantean masters may have gone back to the drawing boards to make the perfect servant, but remember, this perfect servant has both alien and human DNA. Dumbed down as he is, he still possesses the human DNA. Now, the advanced culture of Lemurians on Oceania are able to monitor and watch what their fathers are doing. They probably understood that if they left, their fathers may in fact do this. They may go back to the drawing boards. So one way or another, they were monitoring, keeping watch on Atlantis to see what their fathers were about to do. And when it finally became known to them, you see, that another race had been created, they had a bit of a dilemma. Because one thing that the Lemurians, the sons of the serpent, the Mark I progeny, and the Adamic Mark II progeny have in common is, of course, the human DNA. So what would you do if you knew that you had freed yourself from captivity, but your cousins or your brothers were still there in a completely dumbed down state, not even aware that they were in servitude? You'd have a dilemma. And this is the dilemma of the Lemurians. So the Lemurians, or the sons of the serpent, became aware of their creator's second experiments. They had a dilemma, realizing that the race of Adam was in fact kindred to themselves. They both possessed the human DNA. It was therefore decided that representatives would be sent to Atlantis to dialogue with the enslaved or dumbed down Adams and Eves. Thus we have the story, corrupted later, of the serpent entering the garden. Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael, the ancient scholars and also the artists were aware of this. If you study their artwork correctly and microscopically, and you really look at detail at these images that they created, like this one, you can see that there's a slightly different story going on than the one handed down to us by the clergy. Michelangelo, like many of the artists, is showing here the androgynous serpent to be a liberating factor. Eve is in a recumbent or supine or submissive position. Adam is in a sort of a strained and awkward position. He's attracted, but he's repelled. And the serpent and the tree is attempting to awaken Eve and raise her up. Now, it is said in the mythologies pertaining to this particular event of the real story of the serpent entering the garden, the wise serpent, that in corresponding and talking to the Adams and Eves, the Adams were, for some reason, not that interested. They were not as magnetized or as attracted to what these Lemurian liberators were saying. However, and probably lucky for the rest of us, the Eves, that's the females, were very interested and very attracted and very turned on by what they were being told by these very remarkable beings. And it was due to the Eves and their interest in the Lemurians that they agreed to follow the Lemurians and again exit from Atlantis and accompany the Lemurian sons of the serpent to Oceania, to Lemuria. Now, Madame Blavatsky, one of the greatest scholars the world has ever known, writes in this way. She says, the appellation Satan in Hebrew belongs by right to the first and cruelest adversary of all other gods, Jehovah, not in the serpent which spoke only words of sympathy and wisdom. And being taken from Atlantis over to Lemuria, the myths suggest that they were taken by spacecraft. Here in Numbers 9, we read, and when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, Then after that the children of Israel journeyed, and in the place where the cloud abode, there the children of Israel pitched their tents. Now the whole point of entry into the garden and discourse with the Adams and Eves was to seduce them away. The Lemurians would have come in and said, look, don't you realize what's going on here? Don't you realize that you have greater powers, that you've been artificially dumbed down, and that if you come with us to where we live, we will take care of that, we'll remedy that, we'll fix you, and we'll instruct you in everything that has been hidden from you. And this kind of debate, this kind of counsel, it was the Eves that were the most responsive, the most receptive. And when they got to Atlantis, when they got out of Atlantis and went to Lemuria, that's exactly what happened. The Lemurian masters there, the sons of the serpent, awoken the Adams and Eves gradually, slowly, and possibly even worked with their DNA to awaken the DNA and the parts of their biology and their chemistry that had also been suppressed. But they certainly instructed them in the knowledge that had been hidden from them. Very much in the words of Christ later, know ye not your gods, what we can do also you can do, and more. And that's what we're told in the ancient mythology, even in the drawings and the paintings and the stories we hear or see instruction taking place beneath the tree of life. We see the acolyte or the neophyte receiving instructor from the master, from the shaman. And with the tree is always the female. The tree of life, the serpent, and the female are ancestral motifs. In many cultures of the world, we always see the polar tree and the serpent. Now, a very important piece of information that I go into in the book is the marginalization in all later times of the female. The massacre, suppression, and marginalization of the feminine principle and the female has a particular birth date. And it is from this particular era where the Eves became fascinated and attracted to the sons of the serpent, their own higher cousins, and initiated and sponsored the move of their Adamic fellows over to Lemuria. Because of this, the Atlantean strain and the Atlantean line never forgot what had happened and never lost their wrath towards the feminine principle. Now, on the contrary, when the females got to Lemuria, they were more loved, they were more beloved, because it was never forgotten by the sons of the serpent that when they went to Atlantis, the most responsive ones were the females. So when the females arrived on the continent of Lemuria, in this paradisical place, they were given more office, both socially, politically, and also mystically. And they were more like the chosen ones. And it is from this era of the ancient world in the pre-Diluvian age, from our time on Lemuria, that we have the cult of the priestess, we have the rise of the great matriarchies. Now, of course, the other strain, even down into medieval times through the guise of the Catholic Church and through the great witch hunts and crazes, but there have been many purges on female kind predating these more modern instances. And the reason is because of what was going on Lemuria, where the women were at their highest power in history. They took instruction and they became the Wicca, the intelligent ones, the enlightened ones, basically the keepers of the mystery. Now, as curious is it not that in Egyptian hieroglyphics, when you want to draw the word or the sign for woman, guess what you draw? You draw a serpent. The symbol of the serpent has stood for woman from Egyptian times onwards. But what is the connection? What is the reason? Now we understand what the reason is. Because the females, who've always been considered unscientific, in modern times, the woman is not able to deal with the sciences, right? Well, ancient history tells us a completely different tale. The females were not only able to grasp science, they became the next masters of science. After being genetically awoken and mentally awoken and spiritually awoken, they became semi-enlightened beings. And they had the alien DNA. But on Lemuria, the idea would have been to condition the alien proclivities out, or to rarefy them, so at least they were contributing to the development of mankind. So the symbol for woman was the serpent. And all down through history and down through art and depiction, we find the connection of the female and the serpent very much together. They became the keepers of the gnosis, specifically of what later became known as the Holy Grail. Now the word secret, for instance, originates from the word secretion, indicating the fluids and the bodily processes of the female. Because, of course, we know today that mathematics, arithmetic, geometry literally means the measure of the goddess's body, the body of the goddess of the earth. Well, it was understood by ancient man that the cycles and rhythms of the female body were in complete harmony with the moon, but also the other luminaries. And so that is how mathematics was born, the measurement of the earth, the understanding that there's a connection between the human body and the world around us. Secret comes from secretion. And in my other presentation in this Origins and Oracles series called Divination in the Goddess Tradition, we go very deeply into this whole tradition coming out of the ancient world and down through the goddess tradition into modern times, and how there needs to be a revival of that if we're to see any kind of sanity in the future. But again, Genesis 3, the Bible, the Judeo-Christian manifesto, talks about the utter wrath, the utter ire of the Atlanteans and their progeny towards the females. This was a crime that they had committed 30, 50,000 years ago that would never be forgotten. Genesis says, "Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly thou wilt go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life." I mean, clearly anybody with 2 brain cells can see that merely eating an apple off of a tree could hardly merit this kind of wrath. We have a very imbalanced story here. I mean, the whole story of Eve creating the fall is so ludicrous as to not even want to be mentioned. But even if you take the story wholesale for what it is, the thing is completely discordant. Why would the Lord God not respond with compassion or love or forgiveness? I mean, all down through the Bible we're told about the virtues of forgiveness and compassion, and yet from the very outset, the very first misdemeanor that the primal parents commit, and we see nothing but vengeance and ire and bloodshed and mercilessness and cursings and all kinds of fire and brimstone energy coming out of the Old Testament. Now, Leonard Shlain, in his wonderful book, The Alphabet versus the Goddess, he puts it this way. He says, "When we look back across the historical time of patriarchy, there seems to be some terrible inevitability, a relentless desire to crush the female essence. The question of why is one of the most puzzling of our time." So as he says, everyone knows the problem, but very few people have the solution. Even feminist groups today know all about the problem and can detail the problem in minute detail. But where does the problem arise? What is it? Is it just in the male psyche that there's this loathing for femininity and for the feminine? It's impossible. A man can't live without his feminine side. But where does this particular phenomena, the hatred, the marginalization, come from? When we know our origins, then we'll be able to make the right changes. We're not going to be able to fix a problem unless we know where it originated and why it came into being. And if that should take us down the dark alleys of history and into the back chapters of the great book of life, so be it, because we as a human race need answers, and we need them now. Now, because of this love bond, this important and dynamic rapport between the Eves of the Adamic race and the sons of the serpent on Lemuria, because of this connection, occasionally, very occasionally, an Eve, a very special Eve, would be chosen by one of the sons of serpent and taken as a wife or taken as a consort, and there would be sexual congress involved in this. Now, obviously, the Lemurians wanted the Adamic race to stay together, both the males and the females, so they were happy to mostly have the males and the females stick together, even on Lemuria. But occasionally, a special or an endowed individual from the Eves would be taken and would be wedded to one of the sons of the serpent. The euphemism in the scriptures, the coverall statement for that particular inevitability, that particular fate, is the term born of a virgin. Born of a virgin. So when we hear this term, born of a virgin, it actually refers to an Eve that is taken by a god. Because remember, we're talking about the alien DNA here and a very realized type of being. And this wife, this consort, would be not considered violated in the same way. So she was referred to as a virgin queen. And also when we hear the term immaculate conception, like we do in terms of Jesus Christ, let us think in our mind that the term means genetic conception. This will explain a lot. And of course, immaculate conception, virgin birth, this is not something limited to Jesus. I mean, we've got Alexander and his father, we've got Samson, we have other prophets and individuals from mythology talking about how they were born from the heavenly serpents from a female on earth. We've got 16 or more crucified saviors, and we've got innumerable virgin births all over the world, from the Mexicos through the Celtic tradition and so on. Now, a Gnostic sect in the Middle East called the Nassenes understood all of this, and they believed that the serpent was, in fact, in their term, the moist essence of God, which of course is a reference to the sperm. The serpent is the moist essence of God. Now let's think for a moment. How did these ancient people know that when you see a sperm, the male sperm, under the microscope, that's exactly what it looks like, a little wriggling serpent or a little wriggling worm? The moist essence of God is a serpent. A serpent is the symbol for the female. A virgin birth is the taking of a female, a special female, by one of the sons of the serpent. Is that the reason why the symbol of the serpent and the female were used? And is that the reason for the suppression of the female by the patriarchs of later ages? But also we see in this image of the Greeks, we see the great python, we see the palm tree, the palmyrium, which is a representation of the tree of life. We see the pregnant female, and we see the bow and the arrow. The bow and the arrow is an old and well-known symbol for coitus, the coming together of the male and the female in sexual unity. The Greeks were well into this, had a complete understanding in all of their different stories of Olympus and the gods, and the mortal falling in love with the immortal and so on. And somebody again is telling us in the corporate logos of the modern world, again, this whole context turns up if only you have the eyes to look at it. Here in just one of the many corporate logos that deal with this kind of theme. This one is for Virgin Atlantic. One can see the whole story played out. You have the tree of life. You have the red coiling encircling serpent or dragon. You have the strange cloned or hybrid female, a syzygy is the technical term for that image. And then in front we have a black heart, which is kind of worrisome, why somebody would choose an image of a black heart, and the word virgin. So here in imagery rather than words, somebody is telling us something. Roger Dean, the artist, and Richard Branson. One needs to look into who these people really are and what kind of business they're really into. Now, we've all heard of Jesus of Nazareth, of course. Jesus from Nazareth. The only trouble is there is no such place as Nazareth. There never has been a place called Nazareth, and no map of any age ever shows us the location or place of Nazareth. The word, in fact, derives from the Egyptian Nazir, meaning prince who is sent, and also from Nasir, meaning Sirius, the star Sirius. So it is really Jesus of Nasirius. Furthermore, the word carpenter, or Jesus was a carpenter, remember? Well, the word carpenter comes from the Semitic nagar, which means serpent priests. And here we have in Revelation 22, chapter 22, in Christ's own words, he's saying, I am the root and offspring of David and the bright and morning star. Well, hold on, I thought that's all paganism. What's the Son of God doing, identifying himself with the heavens and with the stars? These pagan graven images. Two other euphemisms that are commonly used in the scriptures for genes is blood and seed. So blood of the Lamb, blood of Abraham, seed of David, all these rhetoric, all this terminology, it'll help you when you read it to realize that when you hear about Adam and Eve and Jehovah and Elohim and so forth, think in terms of race, think in terms of populations of people. And then also when you see a lot of this rhetoric about blood and seed and virgin births and immaculate conception, just think in modern terms. Just transpose the term genetics and everything that goes with it, DNA, chromosomes, and the picture will start to unfold. A picture that has been hidden for many a millennia now. now rescue indeed take place, and the errand of mercy was successful, but you can imagine that the Atlanteans weren't too pleased. I mean, after all, this was the third time that they have been snubbed. First they get thrown out of their own planet, then they come to this planet, not of their own free will, but here they are. They make a perfect slave race who won't serve them. Then they make again, go back to the drawing boards, make a race who will serve them, and that race gets seduced away. So their ire, the wrath of the alien masters was quite significant, so much so in fact that they unleashed what can only be described in modern parlance as a global thermonuclear war. On the other side, the Lemurians, the sons of the serpent, they have sophisticated weaponry, and of course they retaliate. And so we have what mythology refers to as the War of the Gods, the original Armageddon, the fight between the light and the darkness, as many of the scriptures and apocryphal works refer to. Now, science may not refer to it, but we have the testimony of our ancestors. We have the testimony of the myths and legends of all of the world. Revelation 12, and there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. In the apocryphal book of Baruch, and apocryphal, by the way, just means those books that were not included in the official texts. But that was pretty much an arbitrary decision, and the apocryphal books are not only as important as the official Bible and Torah and so on, they may even be more important by way of the fact that they were, for some important reason, left out. The book of Baruch says there were the giants, famous from the beginning, that were so great in stature and so expert in war. And Jeremiah in the Bible, Jeremiah 4, and all the cities thereof were broken down at the presence of the Lord and by his fierce anger. So there we have those qualities again. We got God, and we've got his fierce anger, his fierce wrath. Job 14, he shall flee from the iron weapon, and the bow shall strike him through. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every free man, hid themselves in the dens, and in the rocks of the mountains. Commons Beaumont, a man who was thoroughly versed in all of this, a man who had literally traveled across England, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland to every headland, not every county, but every headland, every escarpment, every bay, every significant monumental site, every ancient place he had gone to and formed his own decisions. He absolutely knew that when we're talking about the scriptures, we're talking history. In fact, we're talking prehistory. So, in his own words, he says the history of the Old Testament is the history of Atlantis, and this is a point I would also like to underline, so that when we read these texts or we hear passages from the Bible, we now at least, we don't need to argue with anyone, we don't need to profess to any other person, but we know in our minds that we have the context, we can hear this from another point of view, we can treat it differently, and we can make more sense of it than maybe our neighbors who are still conditioned by the old line, the old Sunday school Judaic Christian paradigm. The Bible's a fantastic book. It needs to be made sense of, though, and then its full truth, its full wisdom comes to light. But in the ancient scriptures of India, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, we hear of a demon race which invaded the 3 planetary systems. Opposing the demons was the Hindu god Shiva, who possessed a powerful weapon that he fired at the enemy spaceships or airships from his own. So even in the Far East, we have got the gods, certainly. We have the whole pantheon of gods. But they make no bones about it at all. The gods were involved in a fight, a conflict, a war. The gods were humanoid. They fought one another. They didn't love one another, they fought one another in colossal battles using high-powered weaponry. From the Greeks, Ovid, the Latin scholar, Metamorphoses, the great writer, he says, giants attacked the very throne of heaven. Jove struck them down. 3 times had Poseidon, that's Neptune, ventured with stern countenance to thrust his arms out of the water. 3 times he was unable to endure the scorching heat of the air. So here we have from even the founders of the Western traditions. They mention the gods and they mention the war of them. What do we think that they're talking about? We read all of this. We understand that it's written down. We understand that it's testimony. We understand that it's important. We understand that we're reading the dramatis personae. We're reading the events that took place in the life of the gods. But why is it that we haven't taken it seriously? Why is it that we don't actually believe what we're reading and make sense of it? And just sequester it and marginalize it as if it's just fiction, fairy tales, unimportant. In the Mahabharata, which is a book that actually reveals all until it was translated, and these aspects were left out, these passages were expunged. But now that we have the full translations, we read excerpts like this. The Sobha clung to the sky at a league's length. He threw at me rockets, missiles, spears, spikes, battle axes, 3-bladed javelins, flamethrowers, without pausing. The sky seemed to hold 100 suns, 100 moons, and 100 myriad stars. Neither day nor night could be made out, or the points of the compass. So again, reference to celestial chaos. In the great Vedic text, the Ramayana, we read that it mentions an iron thunderbolt capable of killing hundreds of thousands of humans. It was also said to be so powerful that it could have destroyed the whole earth. These weapons could only be used by royal decree. There's even passages where it mentions the fact that the weapon was used in retaliation for the other side using it first. And where we all heard that story before. You think it's modern? You think it's just a particular idiom of our times? Think again. In the Samargana Sudrahara, there is mention of manned space rockets as well as their means of propulsion. In the Sumara Sudrahara, we find mention of the use of biological weapons, each of which produced its own results. The Samhara debilitated its victims by attacking the motor center of the brain, and the Moha caused blockage of nerve impulses, resulting in complete paralysis. And in the Chinese holy books, we find similar descriptions of germ warfare, and again reference is made to specific weapons causing specific results. You can read all about it in the works of Valdemar Valerian. But again, the Mahabharata passage says, it was as if the elements had been unleashed. The sun spun round. Scorched by the incandescent heat of the weapon, the whole world reeled in fever. Elephants were set on fire by the heat and ran to and fro in a frenzy. Water boiled, animals died. The enemy was mown down, and the raging of the blaze made the trees collapse. Horses and war chariots were burned up. Thousands of chariots were destroyed. Then deep silence descended on the sea. The corpses of the fallen were mutilated by the terrible heat, so that they no longer looked like human beings. Never before have we seen such a ghastly weapon, and never before have we heard of such a weapon. A single projectile charged with all the power of the universe, an incandescent column of smoke and fire as bright as 10,000 suns from a shaft fatal as the rod of death. Endowed with the force of 1,000-eyed Indra's thunder, it was as destructive to all living creatures. Hostile warriors fell to the earth like trees burned down in a raging fire. A substance like fire has sprung into existence, blistering hills, rivers, and trees. All are being reduced to ashes. You, cruel and evil ones, drunk with pride, through that iron bolt you shall become exterminators of your race. And again, this weapon was so feared that, in great distress of mind, the king had the bolt reduced to fine powder and thrown into the sea. Even with all these precautions, people's hair and fingernails fell out overnight. Birds turned white, and their legs became scarlet and blistered, and food went bad. I can't overemphasize the importance of the passages like this in the ancient Indian, Nordic, and Celtic scriptures, and even in the Native American tradition. And in the book, that's what the bulk of this book is. They're all in there. All these passages are there with their references and their translators. You can visit the website, and the links page can be used entirely as a resource. Just that one links page. You can research this for yourself and come across the evidence that is required to uncover this incredible mystery. It says in the very first page of this book that probably the greatest myth being purveyed is that myths are just myths, meaning that myths are not just myths. In fact, I am now thinking that certain of the myths, meaning those things we think happened in ages past, are still about to happen. But even before we buy into that concept, the idea is that the myths themselves are revealing the most incredible historical details of things that happened. And we will make more sense of the world that we're in and why it is that the scientific and technological advancement we have is far in excess of our psychological and emotional development. The story of Lot is famous. All school kids are taught this. But what they're not taught is that the English translations aren't quite correct. When it says pillar of salt, that's a mistranslation because the original word is not like salt at all. It's more like vapor. Pillar of vapor. Cloud of vapor. Now in Pakistan, according to Jonathan Cray, in his book Dead Men's Secrets, 44 exhumed skeletons from the year 2000 BC were found, and they were also turned out to be radioactive. And from my own country's ancient legends, we have, of course, the great king, Nada, king of the Gaels, our forefather. But he had his bard, his chief poet, which is a very important position or minister within Celtic traditions, as the bard, the all-powerful magician bard. Then we have a being in Celtic mythology, the sun god, and he went by the name of Lugh, L-U-G-H. And as we pointed out earlier, all the deities of the Gaelic tribe had a specific talisman or weapon that went with their name. Now, Lugh had a spear, but let's read a description of this curious spear. Charles Squire, in his book Celtic Myth and Legend, writes, "He also had a magic spear which he had no need to wield himself, for it was alive and thirsted for blood. When battle was near, it was drawn out, then it roared and struggled against its thongs. Fire flashed from it. It tore through and through the ranks of the enemy, never tired of slaying." Now granted, 50, 100 years ago, you read something like that and you're completely bemused. But here we are in the technological silicon weapon age. We have cryogenic chambers. We have nuclear weaponry. We have split the atom. We do have heat-seeking weapons, do we not? So, knowing that, being versed in this, we look back at a passage like that, there's no mystery about it. Now, we may have difficulty accepting some of this, but some of the greatest scientists who've ever lived have had no difficulty accepting it. Frederick Soddy, one of the greatest physicists ever, in his interpretation of radium, writes, commenting about the Mahabharata, he writes, "Can we not read in them some justification for the belief that some forgotten race of men attained not only the knowledge that we have so recently won, but also that power that is not yet ours? I believe that there have been civilizations in the past that were familiar with atomic energy, and that by misusing it, they were totally destroyed." So what's this great scientist saying? Two things. He's absolutely sure that ancient people had the technology, and he's saying, hey, we haven't even got to the level yet that the ancient technology was, the level. We haven't even arrived at that yet. So he's making 2 points. One, that they had the technology, and two, we've got technology, but it's still not yet as advanced. And of course, the third point is, if we ever do get it, we may repeat the process and destroy ourselves like the ancients were also destroyed. And that is not too far-fetched at all. And the man in charge, Dr. Robert Oppenheimer, in charge of the Manhattan Project, well, he was a theoretical physicist and the supervising scientist of Manhattan Project. He was also very familiar with Sanskrit literature. And when he was giving a lecture at Rochester University, a student stood up and asked a very strange question, to which Oppenheimer gave a very strangely qualified answer. The question was the bomb exploded at Alamogordo during the Manhattan Project the first one to be detonated? I think that's a very curious question to be asking somebody anyway. Rather a remarkable question. But the answer is even more remarkable. Dr. Oppenheimer replies, well, yes, in modern times, of course. Professor Hermann Oberth, the father of German rocket science and space travel theoretics, he's clear on the point. He says we cannot take credit for our recorded advancement in certain scientific fields alone. We have been helped by peoples of other worlds. Again, if we turn to etymology, we see the same refrain. Typhoon is a word that we use for a hurricane-type blast of great proportions and great destructiveness. But in fact, the word typhoon is a version of typhon. And typhon, if you open any encyclopedia, you will find is the Typhonian beast, the devil or the serpent god of the ancient world. Hurricane comes from the shaking of the serpent. Hurry is to shake, cane or canis is the serpent. So we've paid a little attention to the goings-on of the ancient world, but as I said in the beginning, I am concerned with ancient history, but I am also very concerned with what is happening in our own times. So let's try to bring it forward and try to examine what impact, if any of this ancient history has on the modern world, especially from the post-Diluvian era. And the post-Diluvian era, of course, is where regular history is meant to have started from. Open any book on official history and they say it's about 11,000 years ago that it all begins. So the post-Diluvian era is the fall of great civilizations, but we're not told that. We're told, no, everything begins from about 7 to 10 to 11,000 years from today. Now, of course, there's also a very important point to be discussed, is there not? And this is a point that has perplexed many who even begin research in this, and also some of the more advanced theorists in UFOlogy and ancient sciences and ancient mythology. Why is it, if there was in fact a war of the gods, if there has been this Armageddon, if there has been this conflict, why is it that we're sitting here 11,000 years later talking about it if the genetic hybridization process really took place and the Atlanteans had won in this great conflict? Then of course the alien gene would dominate, we'd all be evil, or we'd all be unjust, or we'd all be servants and slaves in the garden, and of course we wouldn't be sitting here having the luxury to talk about it. And on the contrary, if the Lemurian race had won, then we would have all been living in paradise and in harmony, and good would be reigning, and peace and prosperity would be in the world. Since neither of those two things have happened, then why? We either negate everything I've been saying, or we understand that there was a variable involved. There was some delay mechanism that also we need to look at that may have delayed the denouement, the fulfillment of this conflict. And in fact, we find that there was an unforeseen variable. If there was indeed a war of the gods, and if evil came into being due to the repeated biomanipulation of Homo sapien, why is it that neither side seems to have triumphed? That is the question in a nutshell. And the reason has to do with Earth reacting to man's violence with violence of its own. A violence to follow man's violence. We have the Atlanteans initiating the global war. We have the Lemurians responding with weaponry of their own. The accounts say that the war was so ferocious that the moisture of the atmosphere became almost entirely irradiated, which in turn affects the magnetic frequency of the Earth, which affects the ionosphere and the Roche limit. And the magnetic storms affected the neighboring planets also. There was upheaval and chaos, resulting eventually in a full pole shift. Now, a pole shift does not mean what a lot of people say it means. It doesn't necessarily mean a whole 180-degree turn. Pole shift can be just of a few degrees. It's like any spinning top. You have the Earth moving this way, perhaps moving back again, and then coming to a new axial tilt. Early reports talk about the Earth being tholiiform. Tholiiform means a perfectly straight axis, and that would be the ver perpetuum that we saw earlier, where everything is everlasting spring. There's an equinamiousness of the seasons, and that of course affected the biology of men and women who probably lived a lot longer and so forth. We saw that. But when the Earth tilts off of the tholiiform position, we have where it is now. We have the angle that we presently see when we look at a globe of the Earth, 23 degrees one way, a tilt. Now this pole shift, Allen and Dallaire talk about it. Studies have shown that 10,178 BC, or over 12,000 years ago, the celestial pole was inclined at an angle of 30 degrees from its present position. This in turn strongly suggests that the terrestrial axis then oriented differently from today. Now, of course, scholars and scientists who write on the pole shift and who understand that the pole shift did take place are not believers in this thesis. They tend to point to ice on the polar caps or the intrusion of a comet and so forth. My thesis is very firmly, judging again by the myths, that this was again precipitated by humanoid action and not some natural organic event. They go on to say that gigantic worldwide tectonic disturbances of the late Pleistocene times occurred almost simultaneously on a near unimaginable scale, precisely what could be expected from a powerful external influence, but not from the Ice Age conditions conventionally believed to have existed then. Significantly, a drop in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field appears to have occurred sometime between 13,000 and 12,000 years ago, attended by various other important changes, including earthquakes, volcanism, water table fluctuations, and large-scale climatic variations. Of these severe earthquakes in particular may even induce axial wobble and polarity reversals. Now, if this is new to you, realize there's a reason for that. It's new to science. Allen and Dallaire are writing in the late 90s about this. It's taken science decades, generations to catch up to this point, just to even accept that there's been even a pole shift, or that there may have been a deluge coming from the destruction of another planet. Just to simply work out that the asteroid belt may have been the remains of another planet, we have to wait generations. So naturally, they're not going to just accept wholesale that this was also created by a war on Earth, precipitated by our ancient forefathers. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Now, earlier we saw a little bit of detail about how destruction of Tiamat, floods of water coming in with such magnitude that it basically creates the oceans on the planet Earth. We saw that that would have caused incredible mortality and devastation. But flood and deluge, granted, even if it comes from another planet, is one thing. Pole shift, that's quite something different. I mean, that's the Eiffel Tower sticking head first in Hawaii. That's boulders the size of Chartres Cathedral flying through the air, thousands and thousands of miles. That's oceans emptying from their basins. That's birds being blown clean out of the air, hundreds of thousands of miles in different directions, and so on. A frightful devastation is what we're talking about here. And again, the human race experienced it. In the book of Enoch, it says, I saw in a vision how the heavens collapsed, and when it fell to earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss. And I lifted up my voice to cry aloud, and said, the earth is destroyed. Curiously, it's all backed up by the etymology. The word Atlas in Greek means the one who could not withstand the skies. And in Sanskrit, Atlantis or Atlas means deprived of its pillar, the bottomless, or sunk to the bottom. And that's right. Atlantis was destroyed, but not only Atlantis, but other continents. As the Celtic Tuatha De Danann spoke about the 4 islands that they came from. It's a very important concept. A lot of disinformation about Atlantis. We're going to clarify a lot of that. But we hear about a multiplicity of sacred places. So Appalachia, which housed Atlantis, and Tyrrhenia, and Oceania, which is Lemuria, and Beringia, and Fennoscandia are gone forever, thousands of fathoms under the water. And also the Miocene Ocean, which used to occupy most of what is Russia today, it spills out of its basin. And the remainder of the Miocene Ocean is the Black and the Caspian Sea, and a good lot of the Mediterranean as well. And also, let's not forget that Atlantis was an empire. So everybody that turns over a rock in the Mediterranean or in the Syrian desert or in Bolivia claims that they've discovered Atlantis. It's a perennial thing, you know. People get all worked up about Atlantis, go out searching for it, and the first ruins of some spectacular city they discover, suddenly it's Atlantis. Well, Britain, England, London had an empire that stretched to every corner of the world. Queen Victoria's empire was 3/4 of the world. So if you go to New Delhi and look at the British remains there, the architecture, doesn't mean that that's London. It just means it's a wing of the British Empire. It's a bastion, a tentacle of the British Empire. Same would be if you went and looked at a colonial building in South America or Australia. It may be controlled by the British, but it's not London. Same thing with Atlantis. When you're talking about Atlantis, we're talking about Appalachia, a distinct continent that was in the Atlantic Ocean. It's gone forever. But Atlantis had many outposts. So if you've discovered one of those outposts, that's fine, great, wonderful. But it doesn't mean that that is actually the lost city of Atlantis. Now, Plato, who wrote extensively on the pre-Diluvian culture and the civilizations, in his Critias, he says this: "This vast power, gathered into one, endeavored to subdue with a blow our country and yours, and the whole of the region. Then, Solon, your country shone forth in the excellence of her virtue and strength among all mankind. She was preeminent in military skill and was the leader of the Hellenes," that's the Greeks. "She defeated and triumphed over the invaders and preserved from slavery those who were not yet subjugated, and generously liberated all the rest of us who dwell between the pillars. But afterwards occurred violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune all your warlike men in a body sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner disappeared in the depths of the sea." In the Toltec Song of the Feathered Serpent, the ancient Toltecs say, "Tolan's towers are burned. Quetzalcoatl and his family are arrived here after the death of his homeland." In the Hopi Song of the Flood, "Down in the bottom of the sea is the proud cities and all the worldly treasures corrupted with evil." In Ezekiel 17, "Though you be sought for, yet shall you never be found again." And again, for hundreds of years, researchers, scholars coming out of England go, "Oh, cities underneath the earth, cities underneath the ocean, preposterous." Well, guess what? Graham Hancock has gone down there and looked at it and taken photographs. So much for the generations of denial and marginalization and vitriolization. In the Egyptian papyri, it says, "South becomes north, and the earth turns over." The historian and writer Nonus, in his Dionysica, says, "There was tumult in the heavens, shaking the joints of the immovable universe. The very axle which runs through the middle of the revolving heavens was bent." Larry Brown Radke, in his book Astronomical Revelations, says this: "The pillars of heaven were broken, the earth shook to its foundations. The heavens sunk lower towards the north, the sun, the moon, and the stars changed their motions. The earth fell to pieces, and the waters enclosed within its bosom burst forth with violence and overflowed it. The grand harmony of nature was disturbed." Clifford Wilson, in The Chariot Still Crash, "So terrible was the storm that even the gods were afeared at the deluge. They took flight and went up into the heaven of Anu. Cowered they like dogs and crouched down at their outer defenses." That's an important point. The gods didn't precipitate this pole shift. They're busy fighting each other. They had no idea that the earth was going to respond and react in this way. And they had suffered enormous casualties also on both sides. We have Plato again. In his Timaeus he says, "Forwards and backwards, and again to the right and left, and upwards and downwards, wandering every way in all 6 directions. In one day and one fatal night there came mighty earthquakes and inundations that engulfed that warlike peoples." In the book of Baruch, "There were giants famous from the beginning that were so great of stature, so expert in war, but they were destroyed because they had no wisdom and perished through their own foolishness." The occultist and antiquarian, Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, in her Secret Doctrine, Volume 3, writes, "Under the evil insinuations of their demon, Thevetat, the Atlantis race became a nation of evil magicians. The giants and magicians and all flesh died, and every man." In the Bible, The earth is utterly broken down, moved exceedingly. Behold, the Lord maketh the earth empty, and maketh it waste, and turneth it upside down, and scattereth abroad the inhabitants thereof. In 2 Peter, for this they are willingly ignorant. The world that was then, being overflowed with water, perished. John 21, I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. So, we see that the variable that postponed the outcome was the pole shift. Earth itself, literally through volcanoes and floods, and this axial wobble, or this axial change, taking everybody surprised. The great continents of prehistory gone beneath the waves forever, making it very easy for post-diluvian scientists to go, hey, what are you talking about? There's no evidence. We don't see any of this. Well, of course you don't. But we have to understand that something also of great importance also took place. If the continents are sank, if Atlantis and Lemuria are destroyed, doesn't that also imply that the sophisticated alien hardware that was being used, I mean the weapons, the crystalline computers, the knowledge, the spaceships, even the aircrafts, we know that from Frontier's time in the West of America, that the gunman without his gun felt naked, the samurai without his sword feels naked. Imagine individuals of this sophistication. A little bit of hardware is left, but the vast majority of it is sunk beneath the waves, completely destroyed. You're going to feel very naked. So they had to devise what to do. Do you remain primitive? You've come as a totally sophisticated race to a very primitive planet, and now you're reduced to being just as primitive here as the people that you've met. Do you stick with that, or do we do something about it? Now, we saw earlier on that Lawrence Gardner and other scholars are talking about this incredible advancement. Somehow, overnight, in a period historically so brief, we're landing probes on the moon. And we have all of this technology and skill. So we find that there was another policy, and that was to literally manipulate the flow of history itself. After the deluge, after the pole shift, there's a plan to move mankind forward. The loss of their technological hardware was a major setback and predicament for the Atlantean serpents. So they decide to manipulate the flow of history and the destiny of the Adamic progeny, pushing us ever forward to the point where the super technological hardware that was destroyed in the War of the Gods could be reproduced. Some instruments and weapons had survived, and these were sequestered in underground chambers and in temple precincts referred to as the Holy of Holies. The Book of Enoch reports on this. They say that the great demonic personality Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and to make known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working with them. And they were led astray and became corrupt in all their ways. Those who studied Welsh occultism and Welsh history know of the Peralt, a fraternity of powerful druids who practiced metallurgy in caverns beneath the earth, who fashioned artifacts like the Cauldron of Power, as well as instruments known as the gifts of the gods. And of course, any readers of even fairy tales have heard of the dwarves in their mines underground, very much involved in the making of weaponry and taking the ores from the earth, a race of beings on planet Earth, under the earth, called the dwarves. Now, after the pole shift, of course, we have a completely new axial position, and the stars and the heavens and the planets are all looking like they're in different places. So, to cut a long story short, what happens is that the serpent race, that's the Atlanteans, decide to converge at the new equator, which is, of course, specifically Asia Minor. This is the only, well, the new equator is the only area now that will sustain life all the way through because of the temperate climate. You have to try and make your way to a place that will sustain life all year round. So the Atlanteans, the remaining Atlanteans, now remember, there may have only been 200 or 500 of these people, of these entities, these aliens visiting here in the first place. So there's a contention about how many there were. Some people talk of 13, a council of 9. Again, one can never really know. But what the important point is that the Atlanteans decide to converge at the new equator, approximately where Mesopotamia, Tigris and Euphrates, Sumeria, Babylon, Assyria, that kind of area. And conversely, the sons of the serpent decide to do the exact opposite. They decide to disperse to the corners of the earth, of course, bringing their advanced Lemurian culture with them. That's right. In the earlier part of this program, and in the other program in the series, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, we spent a lot of time covering the serpent symbol and the fact that there's symbolic dispersion taking place in the world, that the tradition, the languages, the hieroglyphics, the dances, the themes seem to be very consistent wherever you go on the planet Earth. Well, if it's the same group of people taking it there, that's the reason. So the Atlanteans converge and the Lemurians disperse. The Lemurians take their Adamic wards with them. These are their genetic cousins, start to spread out in contingents. They may have done this because they believed that their Atlantean enemy were out there, still hunting them down, and realized that if they were going to survive at all, if there was any hope whatsoever, staying together would be very detrimental. Better to break up into factions and disperse and go throughout the world and meet up with whatever nations and races and remnants and survivors are left. This thing was probably born completely out of necessity. But the fact in history is, now looking back, is that we have similar motifs coming from this dispersion throughout the world. So in the land of Sumer, Asia Minor, Turkey, where the great post-historical empires arise, like Sumeria and Babylon, now we know upon what pattern they were founded. Curiously, etymology again, the word Europe. In Greek mythology, Europa was the daughter of the phoenix, which rose from the flames of destruction. Commons Beaumont, he says, the ancient civilization of the land we call Egypt has been pronounced by archaeologists as flawless of its type from the very first. It reveals none of the painful steps from primeval beginnings passing through the Paleolithic, Neolithic and Bronze Age to that of iron. It apparently burst upon the scene into exotic radiance, its perfected civilization accordingly having been described as a miracle. Science cannot admit any such miracle, and another explanation must be forthcoming. Egypt isn't the only place. We have, as we pointed out earlier in this program, so many of the cultural anomalies, idioms and themes with no apparent antecedent stages, yet we know those stages must have existed. Yet there is this thorough denial of a very simple fact, and that is we have had cultures many, many millennia old in the days of old. David Watson, in his Pathology of Civilization, he says perhaps we will never fully understand the mystery of that original mutation from egalitarian to state society. Certainly no standard explanations are adequate. And what he's calling state society, what we refer to as the agricultural beginnings of mankind, this urban idea, has an origin. It has a complete date of birth, and that's from the Middle East, from Asia Minor, from the great cultures of Sumeria, the bloodthirsty Babylonians and Assyrians and Persians. We understand why those city-states arose in the way that they did, because they were based on a demonic, conquestative, aggressive pattern from the outset. Charles Berlitz points out that the Hindu, Egyptian, and Babylonian calendars start or commence a new cycle from the point of about 11,500 to 11,000 BC, fairly close to the figure given by Plato for the end of Atlantis, or 9,005 years before his time. That's right, we have not only calendars coming out of the ancient world, but we've got the very concept of time. Many of the idioms we take totally for granted. We may lament them, but again, we must think these things they have a date of birth. The concept of a removed and distant immaterial God, the concept of an evil God waiting out there somewhere, the fact of a heaven and an afterlife, one of the biggest mind control devices that one could imagine. The idea of forget enjoying your life now, forget the beauty and fragrance of the earth. It's all going to happen tomorrow after you're dead. The fact that nature and women are marginalized and debased. We have culture based on acquired inheritance. We have walled cities, enclosed cities. We have the domestication of animals. We have meat diet. We have the family organization now with the male at the head. We have racial and cultural separatism coming in. We have military prowess and strength. We have the warlords suddenly becoming the heroes. We have conquest and territorialism and the enslavement of foreigners. We have the phenomenon of overpopulation. And that's right, conquest and territorialization. It's an old paradigm. It's not good enough anymore to remain within your own quarters, within your own territory. Hey, let's go over there and butcher everybody else. I mean, where does an idea like that come from? And why? We're going to find out why. Erich Fromm, in his Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, writes, while granting that we do not have much direct knowledge of man's psyche before the beginning of the Neolithic period, there are good reasons to assume that the most primitive men were not characterized by destructiveness or sadism. In fact, the negative qualities that are commonly attributed to human nature become more powerful and widespread as civilization developed. So we come full circle to examine briefly again how that phenomena that we call evil came into existence. It's a philosophical question, we admit that. It's not so much a question of science. But it is a very important question, as we said at the beginning of the program. Now, specifically speaking, evil is a relative term. Those who prosper from their evil perceive it actually as good. And they see real good as a hampering weakness which needs to be repressed or even expunged. The propensity for immorality and evil which exists personally and socially came into being from the Atlantean hybridization process. Perhaps the Lemurians desired in time to reverse this process, but lacked the technological hardware after the pole shift. Perhaps the alien gene was to be conditioned out, made less dominant by the reinforcement of particular ritualistic identifications with nature, the supreme healer and balancer. This process was again for the most part thwarted by the advent of the unforeseen earth changes. And the net result is that post-Diluvian humanity is left with the consequences of their schizophrenia, with each person condemned like Hamlets to deal with their moral dilemmas as best they can. As Nobel laureate Konrad Lorenz said, man is the missing link between apes and human beings. So because of these postponements and delays and the destruction of Lemuria, we're stuck with it. We're stuck with our interpersonal NY, and we have the social anomie, social discohesion. We have that conflict inside ourselves that we wake up every morning with. You know, shall I get ahead by climbing over everyone else? Shall I steal? Shall I embezzle? Shall I be immoral? All the soft evil that goes on. And then we have the opposite. We've got the great evils that are perpetrated by the warlords of the world, or the serial killers and so forth, the ones that we love to hate and that we read about and we see on the news every day. But it all comes under the same umbrella. So it wasn't conditioned out. Some of us align more with the human, and so it's not so much of a problem. Others say, no, to hell with that. Let's, align with the alien. Maybe it's not a conscious decision, but it could be in their heredity. Or it could be a set of specific choices that they make during the time that they're alive. We haven't got time to review and get into the whole psychodynamics of it. The fact is we are split. We literally are a twin entity, a bipolar schizoid being, and we have a schizogenic society. And until we deal with the origins of the problem, we're not going to be able to reach any types of solutions. As we saw, Adam, Homo sapien, Adam, comes from Adam, meaning the cut off or divided. He is the divided one, divided within himself. He is, as Christ said, the Son of Man with no place to rest his head. In the book of Enoch, the child which is born to you shall survive on the earth, and his sons shall be saved with him. When all mankind who are on the earth die, he shall be safe, and his posterity shall beget on earth giants, not spiritual, but carnal. Now, Julian Jaynes, who was one of the two scientists to study schizophrenia, and he wrote a book called The Origin of Consciousness and Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. Jack Barringer, in his book, Past Shock, says that Jaynes claimed that this period, thousands of years ago, was a time of intense psychosis for the emerging human race. So Jaynes, in studying the nature of the schizoid personality, in understanding how the brain developed, located it, basically discovered it from a biological point of view, that yes, there's something wrong with the human mind and it's physiological in its nature. Terence McKenna says that Jaynes has suggested that human consciousness has changed its character even in historical times. The ego, as we know it, was not really in existence, except under extreme stress. And then it presented itself almost as an exterior intrusion into consciousness, like the voice of a god. All he's saying there is that the ego of man came about as a necessity in order to prevent complete and utter psychic breakdown. After witnessing all the devastation and carnage on the earth, our survivors, the survivors of that period, were already pretty much there, ready to, fold up spiritually and psychically and mentally. But the ego came in almost like a muscular reaction in order to save the day somewhat. So Joseph Campbell's hero of 1,000 faces, the ego of man, came about to somehow create a semblance of sanity. And that's right, our human fears and phobias. Can we now understand that these fears and phobias are not so much psychological in origin, but physiological? I mean, these events we're talking about are no more than 11,000, 13,000 years ago. That's a blink of an eye, phylogenetically speaking. So it's written in our race memory. It's written in our literal DNA, these traumas. And as a result, we have our daytime fears and phobias. Thunder and lightning, darkness, caves and hollow places, water, heights, the fear of loneliness, the fear of insects and certain animals, of enclosed spaces and even of foreigners. Well, if you had witnessed what our forefathers witnessed, these fears would be much more explainable. However, the genetic crime that was perpetrated on us has other more perfidious ramifications. With the introduction of alien genes and alien proclivities, our original ancestors were to suffer a major scission from their all-important umbilical connection with nature and from the living universe to which they were once inseparable. Without such an intimate communion, mankind was left to experience the darker fears, insecurities, and existential anxieties which are now all too familiar. These emotional states particularly are thought to be endemic to human beings. However, it was not the case for pre-visitation man. From the industrial age, the controllers have been artificially exalting the intellectual proclivities, again, to exacerbate the disconnection from nature, from source, and from self. Genetic predispositions are reinforced by adroit social conditioning. Disconnected from the universal mother, repressed, canalized, and non-integrated, the emotions remain in an artificially regressed and primitive state. So as I said, in this one program, we don't have the time to track the whole psychological falling off process. But we can simply mention that when you mess with the genes of human beings, when you cross it with an alien, foreign DNA, I mean, we're going to have a whole laundry list, a nightmare list of other conditions and maladies that are going to come from that point. And of course, try to fix one, it's the old problem. Fix this, you create 5 other problems, which is what's been going on down through history. And the interesting tie-in for those who are not scientists, but perhaps interested more in the arts or in strict mythology, and who are painters and poets and decoders of the legends. The other dimension of this, of course, is that yes, there was a conflict that precipitated all of this, but now when we also look at these images of man struggling with the serpent, it is accurate to say that it's about fighting the lower aspect of himself, the higher and the lower aspects in conflict within one personality, within one mind. But it should never be forgot, though, because sometimes that particular angle, that particular philosophy is put out as the main way, the main heuristic device, the main way to interpret these myths. And I want to emphasize and always underline the fact that yes, man is in conflict with himself, but let us not just think of this as an interior endogenic concept. This is something that also took place macrocosmically in the world as a conflict between rival factions. The myths are clear on that. Old Testament, speaking of Jacob and Esau's relationship, in your limbs lie nations twain, rival races from their birth. One o'er the mastery shall gain, the younger o'er the elder reign. Now, even with the loss of the technology, or the majority of the technology, the Atlanteans, after they regroup in the Middle East, are still burning with hatred over what has happened. And they realize that their Lemurian nemesis are out there. In fact, in Egypt, where we have the famous Giza pyramid, a lot of the Atlantean race settled there. So the Egypt, which was just east of Babylon, is founded mostly on the Lemurian paradigm. So they're not too far away from each other demographically, one contingent at least of the Lemurians. But the Atlanteans, who are the master geneticists, and it's habitual to them to be dealing in genetics, they decide to make yet again another slave race, another race that will be able to serve them and carry out their bidding. However, this time they decide not to go to the human species at all, because they're sick and tired of that. They thought every time we've done that, it's never worked out. But there are other life forms on the planet Earth. There's lots of fauna. And so they were making genetic profiles of the fauna. And specifically they discovered that the DNA of the reptile, the humble Earth reptile, crossed well with their own alien DNA. I mean, we've all heard that statement, cold-blooded like a reptile. Well, this is the advent of the reptilians, this particular phenomenon that has puzzled a lot of people who study these subjects. So after the pole shift, the Atlanteans continued a seek and destroy policy against their nemesis, the Lemurians. Despite having scant technological hardware, they also managed to continue some primitive genetic experiments. The fauna of the Earth was studied, and eventually alien DNA was crossed with that of several species of creature. It was found that the reptile possessed the qualities of the alien masters of Atlantis had desired all along. And of course, it's not just reptiles, but down through history, mythology, history, legends are replete with mention of the strange births. That's right, the Minotaur, the unicorn, the centaur, the griffin. We have the story of the siren. And again, the dragon, the very idea of the dragon that could speak and had great wisdom. Reptilian beings. Clement, in his apocalyptic fragment, says, "And on earth shall be monsters, a generation of dragons, of men, and likewise of serpents." From the Babylonian legend of creation, men with bodies of birds of the deserts, human beings with the faces of ravens. These the gods created, and in the earth the gods created for them a dwelling. In the midst of the earth they grew up and became great and increased in number. And somebody might say, well, look, if these beings were created, how come we don't see them walking down Main Street today? Well, that's because they were phased out. And remember, you cross alien DNA with any life form, even a reptile, you will have two types of reptilian. Those who look more humanoid, so much so perhaps to be imperceptible. And those are ones you could in fact walk past in the street and think that they're humanoid. And then you have the other kind who are clearly reptoid. Well, according to the myths and legends, those beings were out and about and walking down Main Street up until around the medieval period, the Middle Ages. In fact, it was customary, was it not, for a hero to prove his prowess. The legends tell us you had to go and knock on the door of some such being and kill it, behead it, and wear that symbol on the shield for the rest of your life to prove your manhood. So these beings were very much visible at some time, and then at some point, probably as we moved into our industrial age, they were phased out. And as the legend of creation is saying here, perhaps the more reptilian beings were put inside the earth, hidden away in caves and underground cities. Well, even on cave paintings and cave etchings, we see upright, erect, standing reptilian beings. Professor J.J. Hurtak, one of the experts in ancient civilizations and ancient technology, writes, "In our research we have come across statuary of very grotesque beings who, according to the Indian and shamanic tradition, went into the earth at a time of a great cataclysm. And we have fossils now coming to light, and even skeletons. Michael Cremo and Graham Hancock and various other scholars are now showing us evidence that has been hidden from us for a long, long time. Now, Robert E. Dickow, in his book Agartha, tells of a Tibetan monk who learned that an alliance of reptilians and human black magicians were causing chaos and destruction in the surface societies by projecting malevolent energy fields into people's minds, using what we call witchcraft, the manipulation of energy. Dickow says that the monk led 400 warrior monks into the caverns to do battle with this serpent cult. And G. Warren Schufelt discovered the underground tunnels beneath Los Angeles, which the Hopi Indians had for centuries believed were inhabited by a lizard race over 5,000 years before. That's right, modern researchers have now discovered that under Los Angeles is networked with hollow caves and networks of labyrinths, some of which stretch all the way down to the Amazon of South America. This is all referenced. Again, go to the Taroscope's website. We have all the information on that you could possibly need. Here in a Mexican relief, we see the initiating feathered god on the left with his shield and his adornments. But on the right, we see a green serpent or green dragon who is actually devouring a human being. The great serpent of darkness with a human being in his mouth. And here, in modern corporate logo for Alfa Romeo, the Italian car company, we not only see the Knights Templar cross on the left, but we see on the right a green dragon with a crown above his head devouring a human being. Now you would think why any company would want to use a logo like that. The Italian car company Alfa Romeo. But here, the residence of the Italian Prime Minister, Berlusconi, in his garden, he has the same motif. A black crowned dragon devouring a human being. And in fact, one can get into the corporate logo thing and see that the serpent symbol is used extensively. The word Pepsi, for instance, which is a word that doesn't mean anything in English, is actually the Egyptian word for the devil, or the Egyptian word for the Lord of Darkness, Pepsa, or Apep. Many images from movies feature the serpent and the dragon motif, as well as the pyramid. And again, even mainstream media networks like NBC have this dragon's eye. And the medical profession, of course, as we saw earlier, use the symbol of the serpent, which is a very ancient motif, going back to the original scientists. Interestingly, the dollar sign has been noted to be similar in shape to a serpent around a pole, just like the caduceus. But more importantly is that this symbol, again, is not new. It's many, many thousands of years old and goes back to the ancient world. If we look on a chart here of ancient symbols, ancient occult symbols, we actually find the dollar sign, only it doesn't stand for money in the ancient world. It's actually the symbol of a scourge. And a scourge, if you look up that word in the dictionary, it means a whip or a goad, that which keeps people under control. Now, earlier on, I was speaking about the reason why the Nephilim arrived on our planet, and that they were being pursued from their solar system into ours. I mentioned that the pursuers, who we, by the way, do not know whether those pursuers were any more good or bad as the Nephilim. I mean, these terms, good and bad, are very pantomime terms anyway, but for brevity's sake and for clarity's sake, we have to use them. We're bound to use terms like that. One thing I omitted to mention, though, was that these pursuers, after the destruction of Tiamat, even though they had to make haste to leave our solar system, understood that the Nephilim may, in fact, be hiding out on one of the other planets, specifically the planet Earth. So just in case that was true, they erected around our planet a membrane, an etheric energy barrier, which placed our Earth in what might be described as a kind of a quarantine. So yes, they destroyed the planet Tiamat, but they also encased our planet in an etheric energy grid of very advanced technology, which would be acting like a semi-permeable membrane. Beings from outside our planet could come in, but the Nephilim, with their kind of DNA, could never leave the planet Earth. This is what the ancient myths are telling us, and a close reading of the myths talk about this energy barrier, a quarantine gate around the Earth. So, when the pursuers of the Nephilim destroyed the planet Tiamat, they made haste to leave our solar system to avoid the cosmic upheavals created by their action. However, for some reason, they took extraordinary precautions to prevent their enemies, should they still be alive on our planet, from ever leaving. They erected a powerful etheric energy barrier around our entire planet. This enveloping shield still exists, and no one on Earth can physically break through or go beyond it. No one with our kind of DNA, alien or human, can go beyond it. You could theoretically go to the moon, but you cannot go beyond it. Probes, perhaps, may go beyond the orbit out into Mars, as they seem to be telling us that has happened. But how come it is that nobody has gone beyond? It's because it's impossible, and the leaders and the controllers behind government know that. And when we know it, we'll be able to account very much for the kind of behavior of NASA and other organizations connected to space, and also we'll be able to account for what's going to be coming ahead in our future. This etheric barrier may be referred to as the real Stargate. And it exists up there around our Earth, beyond the ionosphere. The Pistis Sophia, that's an ancient Gnostic book, says that outer darkness is a huge dragon whose tail is in its mouth. The Native American Indians often refer to it as the great web in the sky. And of course, the great web in the sky is a motif that reminds us slightly of the United Nations symbol. But the most common symbol for the Stargate coming down through time is the symbol of the dragon or the serpent eating its own tail. This is also known as the Ouroboros. And on the right there, you'll see three of them, all from a different culture. The top one is from China, the central one is from Mexico's, and the bottom Ouroboros is Egyptian. So the same symbol was used and revered in many cultures throughout the world. In astrology, for instance, the astrologers know that the moon's orbit is known as the head and tail of the dragon. These are moon's nodes. Anyone who's familiar with astrology knows of the moon's nodes, the nodal positions of the moon. But if you look up the earlier references to the nodes, it will say that these are the head and the tail of the dragon. So the moon and the symbol of the dragon are very connected. In Revelation 8, we hear of the fifth angel. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key to the bottomless pit. One of the terms that the Bible uses for the quarantine idea, that the angels were enclosed in the bottomless pit, which is literally our earth. The epistle of Peter takes up the same theme. God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness, to be reserved unto judgment. Now, regarding the moon, research has demonstrated that some 30,000 years ago, a highly developed civilization existed in the Andes, and also, when they studied the records of these civilizations, they found that the moon, the Earth's moon, was not there at that time. This supports the evidence which suggests that the moon was not a natural satellite, but an artificial construction parked there some thousands of years ago. And Bill Cooper sums it up this way. No man has ever ascended higher than 300 miles, if that high, above the Earth's surface. No man has ever orbited, landed on, or walked upon the moon in any publicly known space program. If man has ever truly been to the moon, it has been done in secret and with a far different technology. The tremendous radiation encountered in the Van Allen belt, he says, the solar radiation, cosmic radiation, temperature control, and many other problems connected with space travel prevent living organisms leaving our atmosphere with our known level of technology. Any intelligent high school student with a basic physics book can prove that NASA faked the Apollo moon landings. If you doubt this, please explain how the astronauts walked on the moon's surface, enclosed in a spacesuit in full sunlight, absorbing a minimum of 265 degrees of heat, surrounded by a vacuum. This has been beautifully brought out in the Pro, What Happened on the Way to the Moon, which clearly shows you that the hull of the spacecrafts, the spacesuits that they were wearing, are just two of hundreds of points that prove it's absolutely impossible. One could not fly at any speed through the magnetic ionosphere with those radiation levels and survive. The hull would have to be many, many, many inches more thick than that, which of course precludes it from flying up there in the first place. Now, we don't have time in a short program like this to delineate or cover all the machinations of the Atlanteans and their offspring down through the last 11,000 years. We can only glean or glance at some of the main points. And one of the most important periods for their strategies and machinations was the period that we know as the Renaissance. This is the 14th, 15th, and 16th century eras, and in Italy it's specifically known as the Renaissance, the rebirth. About at the time of the 15th century, as they were congratulating themselves on their progress, the alien bureaucracy discovered the presence of the Stargate. And they had to face the fact that even if all their technological hardware was successfully reconstructed, they still could not vacate the planet Earth, which had been placed under quarantine. They probably found this out the hard way. Here's an account of UFO activity, which we can reread in another way later on. But the account says, a very huge and puzzling meteorite fell thunderously in Soviet Siberia on July 30th, 1908. Peasants heard an awesome explosion as far as 620 miles away. A large area of forest was flattened as if an immense object had fallen. No remnants of the alleged meteorite could be found anywhere underground. Radioactivity had initially been released in enormous amounts. The general destruction showed that the energy released had been far greater than the mere impact of a falling stone, no matter how huge. Most significantly, the aerial path of the falling object had not been uniform, but amazingly changed during descent. Various Soviet scientists then put forward the amazing theory that it had been a spaceship driven by intelligent beings and loaded with a great power from a nuclear power plant, which had exploded through some accident. Now I'm listing this particular account because of course we know there's many accounts like this. But again, we have to do a little bit of rereading when we hear or see this kind of an account. The whole agenda for 11,000 years has been to hurry man forward, to subjugate the earth, to get hold of the ores, to do the mining in order to build back, as long as it may take it, to recreate the technological hardware. Then, as a close study of history shows you, the progeny, offspring of the Atlanteans, were able to rebuild their spacecrafts and actually had UFOs in the 15th century. But of course, the problem was, in trying to fly them up there, taking them on these missions, they suddenly encounter the Stargate. And that Stargate energy probably, as this account is showing, caused crashes to take place. And so, bemused and befuddled, they suddenly realized that, wait a minute, if their pursuers, if their fellows from distant stars have erected this barrier there and they're not able to get through it, there's a serious problem. You could build all this technology back, but you can't leave. Then what do you do? So again, this is another variable that very much impacts the times that we find ourselves living in right now. Undaunted by this discovery, the alien progeny decide to press ahead. They put their greatest intellectuals onto the problem to see if a solution could be found, believing that what technology could erect, technology could take down. The major dynasties of the planet underwrote occultists, scholars, scientists, and philosophers to work on the Stargate problem. Elaborate efforts were also made to cover up the existence of the real opus. The perfect covers came to be that of both science and occultism. It was so effective that even today most students and practitioners of both science and magic are unaware of the practical importance of their work and to whom it is of benefit. Those of the inner sanctums who adopt clever cover acts and stories in order to be able to work undetected. Fronts are utilized by all major criminal syndicates, and that is no different with the children of the Nephilim, who have a great deal to hide from public view. Now, the most powerful dynasty that enjoyed direct descent from the Atlantean bloodkin was the Tudor dynasty of England. The word Tudor comes from the word tutor, meaning the teachers, the educated ones, those with knowledge. And the leader of the Tudor dynasty during the Renaissance period was the Virgin Queen, Queen Elizabeth I. I think the term virgin is rather interesting in itself. But the symbol of the Tudors is the famous Tudor rose, which also implies the Rosicrucians. The Tudor rose is one of the reasons why today we have near most government buildings the famous rose garden. And you'll find rose motifs and rosemont and lots of terms involving the rose in and around the government buildings of the world. Not too far away will be the rose motif or the rose mural or the rose garden where the politicians will come to meet. It all goes back to the Tudor dynasty, and they themselves are a connection to the Atlantean warlocks of old. And Queen Elizabeth I was the chief. She was the daughter, of course, of Henry VIII. And they were put in charge of the Stargate problem. They were put in charge to find a way to break out of it. And it's very important to realize when we're reading about some of the medieval figures that what we're reading about are new Atlanteans. And two of these personalities were hired by Queen Elizabeth I. The person that she put in charge of the entire opus was the figure on the left, Sir John Dee. He was officially court astrologer to Queen Elizabeth, and he had a estate or large mansion on the Thames River called Mortlake. And he also brought in a colleague called Edward Kelly, an Irish clairvoyant. But they had also many connections throughout Europe. Sir John Dee is the founder, officially, of Enochian magic. This is an occult practice by which one can talk to the angels. However, John Dee had some other occupations. He was also the head of the Secret Service. All secret services in the world originate from the Tudor dynasty in England. That's the CIA, the OSS, the KGB, the first secret society, the first, not secret society, but secret police was MI5. And it was founded by the Ogilvies and also by Sir John Dee. And when Sir John Dee was away on appointment, literally on His Majesty's Secret Service, when he would go as an ambassador to other countries, and when he'd write back reports, at the bottom of these reports, which were often written in backhand writing or mirrored writing, he would write 007. 007 was John Dee's signature, because the double O's were members of Her Majesty's Secret Service. Now, Ian Fleming, later on in our era, who wrote the famous James Bond movies and stories, he, of course, was a member of MI5. And during his retirement, thought, what better way to earn his living than to write about the very organization for which he began. So there again, something we consider fiction is very much an anecdote of history. And the symbol of MI5 to this day is the pyramid. This is the Freemasonic pyramid with the eye at the top and the crown in the middle. Now, John Dee was one of the most powerful black magicians in history. He decided it would be better to contact pan-dimensional intelligences to solve their little problem of quarantine. Via his system of magic and divination, he succeeded in opening a portal to these fourth-dimensional entities, or oversouls. Dee became what might be described as a living macroscope. This was not the first time in Earth history where such a forbidden rite was undertaken. Every time it occurs, it has the severest repercussions for history. He became the living macroscope. That's a word that is very appropriate. You see, before the introduction of the microscope, had we been told that there was an entire ecostructure, an entire biosphere of little microbes and little entities and little beings beneath the level of our sight, or which existed on the head of this pen or in this water, we would have looked at that person in complete horror and amazement and probably would have taken them down to the city square to be burned at the stake. However, with the advent of a simple instrument, the microscope, suddenly we become privy to this remarkable ecostructure. Well, what the occultists and the commentators are saying is that above the level of human perception, there is an existence, the world of the macrobes. Beneath the human sight, we have the microbes. Above it, we have the macrobes. And these beings exist, but we can't see them. And there's no instrument by which we would be able to see them. The only instrument by which we can see them or contact the macrobes is human intuition, human imagination, the clairvoyant abilities which John Dee, Meister Dee, and his cohorts were working with. They had their Enochian. Enochian is a word that actually means inner eye. So their eye, their inner eye, the eye of the intuition, was open. And through that, they were able to work not with alien beings, but pan-dimensional oversouls. This is an occult idea, an occult philosophy. The contacting of the macrobes took place in the 15th century, and this changed the course of history yet again. Dee was successful in contacting the macrobes. In short, he was told that there were two cardinal premises which needed to be mastered before the Stargate could be opened. The macrobes told him that the first principle concerned the creating of matter from energy. But the macrobes also told John Dee that he was basically, as a humanoid, too stupid, too backward, too primitive to understand phase one, how to create matter from energy. So they would have to show Earthmen how to do this in two phases. Okay, so for phase one, it would be subdivided into two levels, two categories. And it would take, of course, a long period of time. And the second premise concerned the properties of a certain element. And that element we know as silicon. So before the macrobes chose to show John Dee and his cohorts how to make matter from energy, they first chose to show how to release energy from matter. And in historical terms, the progeny of Atlantis, the offspring of the Nephilim, congratulated themselves on reaching that stage in 1945 and the splitting of the atom and the dropping of the atom bomb. Upon this event at Alamogordo, the Atlantean offspring realized that they had at least reached the halfway stage of phase one. They were able to release energy from matter, and from that point on, from 1945 onwards, they could now dedicate themselves to the second problem of how to create matter from energy. So the MIT and SRI, Hoover Institute and Stanford Research Institute, and many of these other think tanks that are involving themselves in virtual reality and nanotechnology. We have to understand that these are fronts for occult agendas. And the very logos and symbols that a lot of these corporations and think tanks and universities and collegiates use. If you're symbol literate, you will understand. They're telling you. They're literally happy to tell us through their symbolism what their real agenda is. And of course, the second phase, silicon. We only have to hear the word silicon to know exactly what that means. It not only means Silicon Revolution and Silicon Age, it represents the computer, the phenomena we know today as the computer. And many a science fiction pundit, writer, theorist, activist, philosopher have wondered about the strange connection between silicon and carbon. Silicon and carbon, even though they're complete opposites on the chart of the elements, obey the very same rules. There seems to be some mysterious occult connection. And the occultists of old knew the very same thing that scientists know. They knew that there's a connection. And the computer is nothing more than a gateway, an opening of a door into the mystery of the connection between carbon life forms and silicon life forms. Very important element, which is why the macrobes told them that. Now, Dee worked closely with his confederates all over the globe. The information transmitted by the macrobes was done cryptically and was voluminous. Dee realized that many centuries would have to elapse before even the basics could be realized. He also knew how inefficient and counterproductive it was going to be to have separate genius types working in their private garrets all over the planet. The knowledge could not be collated efficiently in this way. So he and his masters devised a scheme to have the scholars come to one place to work and amass the knowledge. And these places we know as the universities. So yes, there would be great inefficiency in having all of these different researchers and scholars and occultists and diviners and clairvoyants and what have you, these dukes and princes with their garrets and their palaces, all sitting down doing their occult work in secret. Better to have them all come to one place so that all the knowledge could be compiled and collated in one place. This was a massive and time-consuming process. If one goes and studies the various symbols, not only in the architecture of the universities of the world, but the layouts, often the murals that we find on the floors of the great universities. And I've done this extensively in my life. If you go around and take a tour when you're on holiday and just study the layouts, the orientation, geographically of these universities, in Bologna and in Castile and in Paris and in London and Salisbury, wherever you go, Durham. If you go to all of these different places, you'll see that they're clearly showing you in symbol form the occult symbols of the stars and the moons and all the rest of it. And of course the computer again, the World Wide Web. Even the universities end up becoming a liability, because even though you have a place for storage and all the minds of the world to come and meet and sequester their knowledge there and research, and you have a pyramidical, hierarchical fraternity structure to make sure that only the initiated ones are privy to what these places are really all about. Yes, that's all fine, but eventually, again, the knowledge becomes voluminous. So what's the next level? Well, phase 2, the silicon, one of the byproducts of that is the computer, a place for infinite storage space, and also provides you worldwide communication, virtual libraries, and all sorts of storage space for the archive of knowledge that you're working with. And of course the calculation speed, all very necessary. And that's why the computer and the internet and the World Wide Web was originally formed by the military. It wasn't for vendors to make it easier for grandma to buy her shopping and for you to get VCRs and couches for your home. No, this was the military establishment who originally founded this. And of course the whole idea of the macrobes, it was clear to the Tudor dynasty that it was going to take hundreds of years to actualize. And just like they knew from 11,000 years ago, again, the whole earth would have to be subdued. This required, both phases required, again, the subjugation of the whole of the planet. Now, one of the ways that this was achieved was through the pirates. The pirates also date from the 15th century, as do many of the other idioms that we associate with British life or English life. The idea of the stock exchange, the idea of the whole idea of empire coming out of the 15th century. It's bemused many a researcher why such a small country as England would suddenly stretch its tentacles to all parts of the world and have this incredible empire. Why it would send ships and colonizations all over the world through the Virginia Company and Hudson Bay Company and East India Company and so on. But one of the ways it was done was through the pirates, or the pirates, the men of fire, whose symbol was the skull and bones. Now the pirates, or the pirates, the men of fire, serving the Tudor dynasty, were headed by men like Sir Francis Drake and Edmund Spenser. Edmund Spenser is the ancestor of Lady Diana Spencer. The progeny of the pirates settled on the lands that they conquered and opened the great universities for the education of their sons and daughters. They employed the fraternity structure to ensure that only the chosen would be exposed to the real occult history of the world and to their role as future leaders and thinkers, the overworld and underworld figures, educated and funded to adroitly lead the rest of mankind down whatever roads became necessary. So the Ivy League universities in America were funded by the pirates, and they used the skull and bones symbol, which is an old British symbol and a symbol that comes from the Knights Templar. And we find in Yale University the Order of the Skull and Bones Society, which is an old pirate symbol. But the pirates were not the swashbuckling sort of high seas rover buccaneer types that we would think from watching a bunch of Errol Flynn movies. This is again the idealized image that's been put in front of us, and it conceals a greater truth. It conceals the fact that the top members of the royal family were its head, that the captains of most of the pirate ships were highly educated men, educated in maritime universities of the world, knew navigation intimately, and had an agenda which involved colonization and genocide to sweep aside whoever you found in these countries and to take over so that you could get the mineral resources. The pirates are the vanguard of the royal dynasties to conquer and subdue the world. John Dee's mind was nearly frazzled by his communications, his astral communications with these strange overworld pan-dimensional beings. But he also was to find out that the macrobes don't work for free. Yes, they had the answers to the problem of the Stargate, but you see, they don't work for free. You have to pay them. And when John Dee entered into this giant pact, he was to find this out. And he was also to find out what the macrobes would want in return for the knowledge they were giving him. And what they wanted was blood. Blood, or what blood contains, is very important to the oversouls. Blood is very interesting in occultism. Blood has many magical properties. Blood has been sacred for aeons of time. We are yet unaware of the real magical properties of blood. Now, Erich Fromm, in his Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, puts it this way. At a deep, archaic level, blood is a very peculiar substance. Quite generally, it has been equated with life and the life force, and is one of the three sacred substances that emanate from the body. The other two are semen and milk. Semen expresses male, while milk expresses female and motherly creativity. And both were considered sacred in many cults and rituals. Blood transcends the difference between male and female. In the deepest level of experience, one magically seizes the life force itself by shedding blood. And of course, we know that blood contains cortisol, and that cortisol is connected to adrenaline. The whole idea of the panic and the cortisol release under a state of stress, which is also involved in bloodletting. So what we're hearing here is that John Dee literally put up the entire human race as in the blood pact, in this great black mass. And we can understand this because even your homegrown, common or garden Satanist who's ready to sacrifice a cat or a frog, or in certain cases they even sacrifice human children, it's aware. We are aware that the place and the location and the timing are very important. And the letting of blood is very important. Well, if you're dealing on a ritual level as large as what Sir John Dee was dealing with, we also need a vast quantity of sacrificial victims and blood. And John Dee was of the mind, when and where? How much do you need and when do you need it? Because his agenda was to help his brethren escape this planet. And if they had to put the whole human race up in sacrifice, so be it. It's a small price to pay. But place, time, and location are also very important in ritual. It's not just the releasing of blood or the killing of victims that's enough. There's other factors that go into it as well. Now, as far as locations go, there's another dimension to this. As we said, the Satanist or the occultist, the person who's involved in a ritual, needs to have a specific circle or a specific location, a specific place. They also do it under a sidereal time. But the place is extremely important also. And again, John Dee had the same idea that he had with his scholars. Yes, we could bring large groups of people to a particular setting and have these slaughters there, for instance, like wars. But would it not be much simpler and better if we could just have the victim already in the ritual center? So there wouldn't have to be this manipulation? Well, those ritual centers are what we today call the cities. The cities of the world are literally the ritual centers in which these death rites and black masses take place on a daily basis. Washington, D.C. has 23 complete zodiacs and over 1,000 zodiacal and planetary symbols secreted into the architecture. Robert Bauval and Graham Hancock show us the same thing, that the Masons who laid the foundation stones of the monument, of the Capitol building, of the Lincoln Memorial, of all the 7 major buildings in Washington, D.C., in fact, the entire layout of Washington, D.C. is an occult design. This has all come to light and been proven. I talk about it in my book also, in the chapter called Serpents in the Streets, that there is an occult agenda to the creation of Washington, D.C.
David Oveson, in his fine book, although he does not know the reason particularly for the design, he says that in the years following the Revolution, the Masonic fraternities held ceremonial layings for such new enterprises as bridges, locks, universities, government buildings, state houses, memorials, and even churches. Such buildings were aligned with the stars and with the spiritual beings who ruled the stars. Now, this is a man who's gone to the Library of Congress, to the literal memoirs and writings and letters of all the founding fathers and the architects, L'Enfant and others, who designed the city. And those works are just filled with Freemasonic statements, aphorisms, anecdotes, and also astrological ones and occult ones. The founding fathers of this country, of America, were very specifically involved in designing just one city. But we know that if you design Washington, D.C. like that, that's very similar to Philadelphia, which is similar to London, which is similar to Paris. So the paradigm is worldwide. But recent scholars have been focusing on Washington, D.C. in particular, because there's so much evidence for it. He says there may be no doubt altogether that astrology played an important role in the choice of the key monuments for the laying down of the federal city. Even so, we are reduced to speculation as to which individual or group of individuals was behind this extraordinary undertaking. To write it's extraordinary, aren't these the same heads of Smithsonians and heads of governments and heads of churches and heads of universities and think tanks who proclaim themselves to be material atheists and who scoff wildly at anyone who's involved in metaphysics and divination and astrology and tarot and spiritualism on the one hand, and who fund the whole nominalistic, positivistic, material atheistic paradigm throughout the world? And yet we find that from their own letters they're heavily into the occult. We also find that the Pentagon, which is in Washington, D.C., was designed by an occultist, John Whiteside Parsons, no less, who helped to design the Pentagon, was a high priest in OTO, that's Ordo Templi Orientis, which is a German Masonic lodge very connected to the Skull and Bones Society. And that Parsons was also a friend of L. Ron Hubbard, who basically created Scientology. And Scientology is, to all intents and purposes, a secret society. It's certainly controlled by them. The symbols that they use show you that. And the design of the Pentagon, for those who don't know, is based on the Tudor rose. All you have to do is soften the edges of the pentagon a little bit, and it will take on the shape of the 3 striations and the 5 corners of the Tudor rose. Because they're all working for the Tudor dynasty, stands to reason. And of course, if you put the arms back on a pentagon, it will make a pentagram, which is a known symbol of magic, the pentagram. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was raised as a master mason in 1911 at the Holland Lodge, number 8 in New York, and in 1929 became a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason at the Albany Consistory. He would have been aware, as were all high-ranking Scottish Rite Masons who had read Albert Pike's Moral and Dogma, that the pentagonal shape, or pentacle, was associated by Pike with a Masonic blazing star, and in turn identified with the 5-pointed star of ancient Egypt, Sirius. The groundbreaking ceremony for the Pentagon was also on September 11th, 1941. Well, in Washington, D.C., very obvious to the eye, I mean, the 23 zodiacs may be somewhat harder to see, but anyone who's been there can see that you have the Pentagon, you have the Washington Monument, and you have the Oval Office. And people visit those every day. The idea of the phallic monument has been noted, that its shadow casts right up to the Oval Office, the oval being the symbol of the female. So right there we've got pagan symbols of the phallic obelisk from Egypt, an Egyptian obelisk reaching across the water to the Oval Office from which government is ruled. And the carpet in the Oval Office has an oak leaf motif, the old Druidic oak leaves. But what visitors to Washington may not know is that the Pentagon, or the pentagram, the great obelisk, and the oval, those 3 symbols are the Egyptian hieroglyphic for the star Sirius. Meaning that if you wanted to write Sirius, referring to the star Sirius in Egyptian, you'd write it as a hieroglyphic with an obelisk, a dome, and a 5-pointed star. The Washington Monument, the Pentagon, and the Oval Office. So in granite,
in concrete, in marble, from the air, the whole of Washington DC is designed as a hieroglyphic for the star Sirius. Now why would that be? Why is the Pentagon shaped like a five-pointed star? In fact, why is it facing the north of the north apex of the Pentagon faces the old Egyptian star of the god of war, Thuban? Well, that's what the Pentagon rules, isn't it? War. Why do generals wear the five-pointed star of war? Why do tanks and other hellish machines of destruction carry this occult symbol of the star? Graham Hancock in Talisman says, for reasons and motives not yet too clear, the ceremonies, festivities, and city monuments associated with the sister American and French revolutions display Masonic ideas and imagery, and are heavily tinged with Egyptian connotations and symbols. He goes on to say that the American Revolution or War of Independence, which was much influenced by Freemasons and Masonic ideologies and principles, and that's a well-accepted thesis. Freemasonry was the driving force behind the ideals and tenets of the American Revolution. What is less well known is the fact that there was a very close connection between the French and American Masonic lodges at the time. In those days, Freemasonry in America was regulated by the United Grand Lodge in England, which appointed the provincial Grand Masters in various regions of the North American continent. There's a heavy piece of information. We're talking about the Freemasons controlling government, controlling America, but guess what? Those Freemasons are controlled from London, the city of London. Very important that. It is certain that the Freemasons of the Nine Sisters Lodge and other lodges who contributed to the collapse of the monarchy and to the success of the revolution were in great numbers. So we understand what's happening, but do we understand who exactly is doing what? We have to understand that the empires of the post-Diluvian era are rooted in prehistoric times, in the time before the flood and the great civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria. And we also have to understand, as we've just seen, that there's a carryover. There are new Atlanteans. That means those individuals who are bloodline connected to the old warlocks of Atlantis. And of course there are the offspring of the Lemurians. Homo Atlantis, we are all descendants. We understand that these figures, these movements, these occult fraternities contain the secret and have been put in charge of trying to move the agenda forward, not only to help build the technology, but also to try and find a way off this planet, which was the original intention from the beginning. We know that they've made great headway in making the technology. But what we have to understand is that not only are the modern eras rooted in the past, but there is in fact an alternative history of the world. I say many times to my audiences that yes, we do know that history as a subject is probably the most boring thing you'd ever want to study in school or from a textbook. But what I keep asserting and very strongly believe is that the subject of how history as a subject has been manipulated, that makes a very interesting study indeed. There is an occult history of Ireland, as I found out in my earliest days, because I just couldn't accept what was being told to me in the official histories of Ireland over there. There is an occult history of Africa that has never been told. There is an occult history of the world, and there is an occult history of America. And these occult alternative histories of these lands, of the world, need to come to light, as it now slowly, gradually, it is coming to light. Now, in an American context, we often read about in the Pledge of Allegiance and in the swearing of office, we hear the declaration made that there are enemies, both foreign and domestic. So when you pledge to serve as a police officer or as a military personnel, you are meant to protect your country from enemies foreign and domestic, implying that there are domestic enemies. Well, are there domestic enemies indeed? It turns out that there are domestic enemies in America, and they go collectively by the term the Illuminati. The Illuminati is a very powerful secret society that was formed in Bavaria in Germany by the man on the left, whose name is Adam Weishaupt, or Weishaupt. He passed his mantle on to the famous Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Mazzini, who then passed it on to the American Albert Pike. Now, Albert Pike, who wrote Morals and Dogma, and who's a very great scholar, he was a translator of Indian Aryan books. He was also the man who brought what is known as Scottish Rite Freemasonry, the Scottish Rite Freemasonic system, into America. The symbol on the right, which is curiously also found on the American $1 bill, is the actual symbol of the Illuminati. That's a 13-layered pyramid with an eye at the top. And underneath the pyramid, you'll find the words in Latin, Novus Ordo Seclorum, which means the new order of the world. And above it is Annuit Coeptis, which in Latin means presenting, or here we present for you. So here we present, and underneath in 13 letters is the New World Order. And then there's 13 levels of the pyramid. And the 14th level being this two-dimensional eye called the all-seeing eye, or the Eye of Horus. That is a symbol that, though it be found on the American $1 bill, can be found on the original Illuminati documents in Wittenberg, in Worms, in Germany, in Bavaria. If you go there and study it, you will see that symbol. That is a secret society symbol. Now, the term New World Order is also the name of Adolf Hitler's second book. His first book, of course, was Mein Kampf, but not too many people know that he wrote a second book, which is called The World Order, or The New World Order. Now, the Illuminati was officially founded on May 1st, 1776, which is very close to America's official birthday, which is July 4th, 1776. And if you actually take the $1 bill and look closely at the pyramid, you'll find something interesting. If you take a ruler and inscribe a Star of David, or a six-pointed star, which is quite easy to do since the pyramid makes the upper triangle anyway, but if you draw these lines and make a six-pointed star, you'll notice that at the vertices, that's at the edges of the star, it will touch a letter. And those letters make the word Mason, M-A-S-O-N. And isn't that what Masons do? They're brick masons, the builders of the pyramid, the keepers of the wisdom of the Temple of Solomon. This is what Masons do. It's called hidden in plain sight, to use a term from Conan Doyle and also from Edgar Allan Poe. The idea that if you really want to hide something, put it in plain sight. Put it there for all eyes to see. Now, George Washington, as many of the founding fathers, were Freemasons. Here's a symbol, a picture of George Washington with his Masonic apron standing on the checkered floor between the pillars of the temple, with the Masonic G, the letter G, which is sacred to Masons, and above the G you see the five-pointed star. The keystone of the arch is the five-pointed star. Now, everyone has heard of the Lincoln Memorial, but not too many people have seen the statue of George Washington that's sequestered around the corner not far away. It's a very peculiar statue if you look at it. It shows the President, George Washington, seated, naked to the waist, and his arms are in this strange counter position, one pointing down and the other one pointing up. This symbol, however, would be very familiar to Freemasons and to Knights Templars and to anyone who's involved in occultism, because it is replicated on the symbol of Baphomet. This is an icon or an idol that is sacred to the Knights Templar. And Baphomet is always shown as an androgynous being with exactly that hand position, sitting on the globe of the earth with a serpent underneath him. And he's worshipped by the secret societies. Here's a picture of Baphomet with the Rose Cross. The Rosicrucians are, of course, another famous occult society coming out of the ancient world. And talking of the serpent, we saw earlier that the word Amaraka actually means land of the serpent. Now, before they chose the symbol of the pyramid on the dollar bill, the original symbol that was going to be on the dollar bill was a pyramid with light rays emitting from it and a wreath of serpents. So the serpent symbol was actually going to be put as the seal of America before the image that is there now. Now, the Declaration of Independence was actually signed by 56 men, over 50 of whom were Masons, some Grand Masters. And their original meeting place was the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston, which Daniel Webster said was literally the headquarters of the American Revolution. So the headquarters of the Freemasons, the place from which they conceived the entire American Revolution, just happened to be called the Green Dragon. Or the green, well, we saw a green serpent earlier on as the symbol devouring the man, devouring the human being. Is it just coincidence? Is it just coincidence that of the 56 men who signed the Declaration of Independence, 50 were Freemasons? Now wait a minute. If these individuals have allegiances to the secret societies, how can we be sure about their allegiances to the public, to the people of the world that they're governing? Now, symbols are very important. All governments have symbols, all churches have symbols. I mean, that's how we know a mosque from a synagogue. That's how we know a policeman from a nurse. That's how we know different football teams. Symbols are very important. And political organizations also are known by their symbols. Now, the symbol of international fascism is the fasci, from which the word derives. And a fasci in Rome, an old Roman symbol, is a bundle of rods with a hatchet through the middle of them, with the hatchet axe part, the blade of the axe, or the blade of the hatchet poking out through the rods. So that is the symbol of international fascism, and it's called the fasci. What troubles me, though, is that is exactly what you see on the floor of the Congress room in the United States of America. You not only have the 3 tiers, the 3 levels, 3 is sacred to Freemasonry, and in the other presentation we do called The Subversive Use of Sacred Symbolism in the Media, in the Origins and Oracles series, we go very deeply into these Masonic symbols and colors and other artifacts and logos that are being used. But here on the Senate, you literally see the fasci at the back on the wall. That's the symbol for international fascism. Why, of all the symbols of the world, would the Roman symbol for fascism be on the United States Congress room, which is considered to be a democracy? Now, this Freemasonic monopoly of government positions continued for at least the first 100 years of United States history. According to a 1924 census, even in that year, the Senate had a membership which was 60% Freemason. Now, Freemasonry in the lodge have certain rules of conduct. Here from the Duncan's Ritual, we read some of their allegiances. It says, "I will aid and assist a companion Royal Arch Mason when engaged in any difficulty, and espouse his cause, whether it be right or wrong. A companion Royal Arch Mason's secrets shall remain as secure and inviolable in my breast as in his own, murder and treason not accepted." So here we have the most extraordinary passage. Here in their rituals, we literally see that if one of these characters gets into trouble, his brethren are there to absolutely swear to protect and exonerate that individual, to keep his secrets, even if they have to do with treason and with murder. And yet then we find that these individuals make up a huge demographic of those who are ruling in government. Perhaps that's the reason why we don't see a lot of them in the dock after all the atrocities they perpetrate. We find that they have all sorts of excuses, and we hardly ever find them in the courts as we might find ourselves in the courts. Got allegiances? Well, here is a statue of George Washington, another one, a bust of George Washington, and on the plinth underneath we see the subtitle is Freemason and First President. Now, I'm not even American, but I kind of take exemption to this title. Let's read it again. It says George Washington, Freemason and First President. Now, in my mind, it should say First President and Freemason. But it doesn't. It says Freemason and First President. So I didn't write it, and neither did you. The Freemasons who erected this are literally telling you what comes first in the order of things. And we need to take this very, very seriously. Because the allegiances that these people have to their secret societies behind closed doors, to their own agendas, to their own machinations, These are the ones that come first. They preempt any of the other oaths and allegiances and duties and responsibilities that they have to the people. Now this makes a lot of sense when you take it on board. If I make a promise to you, but my fingers are crossed behind my back, how much good is that promise? Here at the G7 summit, you have the whole picture portrayed. You have the leaders of the world. On the right you have Mitterrand of France, in the middle you have Bill Clinton, and on the left there's Tony Blair from England. But they're all sitting around a table. In the center of this glass table is the Illuminati pyramid, and coming from that pyramid are striations of light. Now we might ponder what the symbols mean. We also might ponder what the terms mean. What does it mean to have a G7 summit? What is a summit? What is a peak conference? A peak conference. What is the floor of the house? These are all Freemasonic terms, as a little homework will show you. The summit of the mount, the peak, and the floor of the house. Many of these terms, the G is a very famous symbol of the G, which Freemasons use at their lodges. So, here we are trying to connect the modern world and its leaders to the old world paradigm. And many books like The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, which came out in the early 80s, have received a lot of attention because they're talking about the genealogies and the lineages and the bloodline, the concept of bloodline, that there are families that keep very strong records and who marry only very carefully so that their bloodline is preserved. What is bloodline and how does it work? Why are royal families so possessed with this idea of the blue blood? Well, we find that has a context very much in the modern age. In chapter 15 of the book of Enoch we read, "And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, because they are born from men and from the holy watchers in their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits they shall be called. And the spirits of the giants will afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth and cause trouble. And these spirits shall rise up against the men, the children of men, and against the women." Now, Peter Tompkins, in his book Secrets of the Great Pyramid, quotes from Manly Palmer Hall, the great American philosopher and occultist. "Not only were many of the founders of the U.S. Masons, but they received aid from a secret and august body existing in Europe, which helped them to establish the United States for a peculiar and particular purpose known only to the initiated few." A secret and august body coming out of Europe? Well, we just learned about the Illuminati, the illumined ones, who went throughout the world trying to recruit dukes and princes to their cause. But could it be the Nine Sisters Lodge of France or the Grand Orient Lodge of France with Duke d'Orléans at the head? Could it be the Knights Templar or the Knights of Malta or the Knights of Columbus? We've got a lot of secret societies operating in the world. But here is Manly Palmer Hall, the great theologian and student of occultism, talking about America literally being connected to that purpose. William Bramley, in his excellent and compulsory reading book, The Gods of Eden, says that the Sumerians state that the first human kings on earth were the offspring of the custodial rulers who mated with the human women. Those matings entitled the half-human offspring to become the early monarchs on the earth. Now, of course, we often see in government and certainly in royal circles the red carpet idea, the walking on the red carpet. We also hear about the cutting of the red tape. We also see the red square, like not just in the Kremlin, but the coronation of Queen of England was on the red square. St. Paul's Cathedral, we have a red square. We have one in Vatican City, in which the chair of the Pope sits is on a red square. And we have the idea of the red runner that the royal families walk on. And often we'll see American presidents and other dignitaries walking on the red carpet. The red carpet is used by royal families to symbolize the bloodline that comes from the past and stretches out into the future and upon which they walk. The red carpet is bloodline. But it's an old story. Sir Thomas More, from the time of the Tudors, 1478 into 1935, before he was killed by his good friend, Henry VIII. He reported on the conspiracy. He said, "Everywhere do I perceive a certain conspiracy of rich men seeking their own advantage under that name and pretext of the Commonwealth." So here Sir Thomas More sums it up. Under the guise and pretext of the Commonwealth. All right, so we have a Commonwealth out in the front for all the mugs, for all the fools, for all the people who think that this is legit government operating here. But Sir Thomas More, one of the highest intelligences in the land of the Tudor period, knows that behind that there are agendas, there are secret oaths and allegiances that preclude anything that the public sees on the other side. One of the most powerful secret societies, as I mentioned earlier, in an American context is the Skull and Bones Society, or Lodge 322. They're also known as the Brotherhood of Blood. The 322 number is enigmatic. Many people have thought about what it might mean. It actually refers to German Lodge 322. The Skull and Bones Society is ultimately just a wing of the German secret societies, and it's Lodge 322. However, 322 also represents the spring equinox. March 21st and 22nd is the rising of the sun, and we're talking about the Illuminati here. We're talking about the eye at the top of the pyramid, the effulgence of the light, the solar cult, those who worship the concept of the light. Lucifer, son of the morning. There's a lot of occult principles tied up in this idea of the vernal equinox. Nothing evil in the vernal equinox. Nothing evil in any symbol. Nothing evil in a pentagon or a pentagram. Nothing evil in black cats or ladders. It's who's using it and what for. We have to understand that no symbol is inherently negative. It's who's using it and what for. That is what the focus needs to be put on. And many people in the Christian right are pointing at the number 666 and pointing at this symbol and that symbol and saying, that's evil, that's negative. This is wrong, this is incorrect, this is partial knowledge. The most important thing is who is using it and for what agenda. But so we have not only secret societies, but how that manifests on a grassroots level in politics is it's basically we have a one-party system. And the result for us is heads they win, tails we lose. And if we haven't woken up to this yet, we're going to be in serious trouble in the future. We have on paper a three-party system, but we have the same secret societies operating in the background. We have the same symbolism being used, the same rhetoric. As Lieutenant Colonel James Bogue writes, who studied these matters and who's been busy fighting these secret societies, he says, the lesser of two evils or the evil of two lessers, that's your choice. And Dr. James W. Wardner says, if the Skull and Bones is not itself the Illuminati, it is as close as you can get. Talking of bloodline, we find that at least 34 American presidents go back to European aristocratic families. These facts are concealed because these royal elites have children born and raised in unofficial families. For instance, at Hampton Court Hospital, the nurses there totally understand and are well experienced in the fact that the royal families, as Prince Charles and Prince Philip and whoever else, all the dukes and princes and kings, they don't just marry with and have children with the girl next door and the ones that are put in front of us in the media. What is a great royal secret is that the male members of the royal families of all of the world also have unofficial families that we don't hear about, that might be concealed under the name Smith and Brown for all we know. And children are born, and then these children are raised, records are kept of their bloodline, and then these are some of the children that go on to be the presidents of this, and the presidents of that, and the head of this bank, and the head of that think tank. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people remonstrate and say, you know, how come there's no change in the world? Doesn't any of these leaders ever wake up to, you know, bunk the system? Well, no, if they're all coming from the same gang, and they're all working for the same consortium, presidents of countries, heads of state, we are now discovering that they are bloodline connected, bonded by blood to some of the royal families of the world. This is how one of the ways that control is maintained. And there's many hospitals set aside for just this purpose. But in an American context, the consequences are fascinating and very frightening. In the case of the presidents, or in the case of the major politicians, we find that, for instance, that Al Gore is a descendant of Edward I. He's also a cousin of former U.S. President Richard Nixon. He is descendant of Roman emperors Louis II, Charles II, and Louis I, and therefore is also a direct descendant of Charlemagne, the 8th century emperor. But the problem is, Gore's Charlemagne links also make him the cousin of George W. Bush. George Herbert Walker Bush is closely related to every European monarch on and off the throne, and has kinship with every member of Britain's royal family, the House of Windsor. He is the 13th cousin of Britain's Queen Mother and of her daughter, Queen Elizabeth, and is the 13th cousin, once removed, of the heir to the throne, Prince Charles. Bush's family tree can be documented as far back as the 15th century. He has a direct descent from Henry III and from Henry VIII's sister, Mary Tudor. There's that Tudor connection, who is also the wife of Louis XI of France. He is also descended from Charles II of England. And what's more, he and his own wife, Barbara Bush, are related to the same British monarch. And his son, George Walker Bush, it is hardly a secret that George W. Bush has an impressive family tree. His father was president. His grandfather, Prescott Bush, was a U.S. senator from Connecticut, and his brother Jeb is governor of Florida. But the Republican candidate for president has a richer political pedigree than the immediate family that gathers for Christmas dinners and birthday celebrations. They are, in fact, related to 16 U.S. presidents, a slew of British monarchs, and even the American Indian Princess Pocahontas. Gary Boyd Roberts, a prominent genealogist at the New England Historical Genealogical Society, documented the remarkable Bush lineage in his little-noticed book, Ancestors of American Presidents. According to Robert, the list consists of George Washington, Millard Fillmore, Francis Pierce, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses Grant, Rutherford Hayes, James Garfield, Grover Cleveland, Teddy Roosevelt, Howard Taft, Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and George Herbert Walker Bush. And we might also note that William Howard Taft is a senior member of the Skull and Bones Society also. But the Bush family, that's President George Herbert Walker Bush specifically, his line goes through Prescott, his father, through Samuel, through Hannah Ruck, through Anna Marbury in the 1500s, to Eleanor de Bohun in the 1300s, through Princess Elizabeth Plantagenet in the 1200s, and all the way back to His Highness King Edward I Longshanks. Now ask any Scot or any Irishman who Edward I Longshanks is, and they'll be happy to tell you. Edward Longshanks was the tyrannical king that murdered and brutalized his way through England and Ireland, and was actually known by the Scots as the Hammer of the Scots, a fiend, an absolute merciless murderer. Here we have his descendants on the American throne. You think you don't have an aristocracy here? Think again. This information comes from Burke's Peerage and from those who keep the genealogical records, not from some fringe, freaky, conspiratorial crazies. This comes from the documented evidence of those who keep the Burke's Peerage, almost the who's who of all the royal families of the world. The researcher David Icke says that Father George and wife Barbara are both descendants of Godefroy de Bouillon, who in 1099 led European noblemen in the successful crusade to recapture Jerusalem from the Islamic faith and moved into the king's palace at Temple Mount. Godefroy de Bouillon was the first king of Jerusalem and the Duke of Lower Lorraine, a major region for the Illuminati bloodline. So here we have their ancestors involving in crusades. Now there was 7 or 8 great crusades, and the Christians won one of them. All the others were lost to the Islamic people. Now, as I said, these facts are well known to those behind the scenes of power. Dr. Johannes Koppel, former German Defense Ministry official and advisor to former NATO Secretary General Manfred Werner, says, the interests behind the Bush administration, such as the CFR, that's the Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission, founded by Brzezinski and David Rockefeller and the Bilderberger Group, have prepared for and are now moving to implement open world dictatorship within the next 5 years. John F. Hyland, the New York City mayor in 1922, said, "The real menace of our republic is this invisible government, which like a giant octopus sprawls its slimy length over city, state, and nation. Like the octopus of real life, it operates under cover of a self-created screen. At the head of this octopus are the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests and a small group of powerful banking houses, generally referred to as the international bankers. The little coterie of powerful international bankers virtually run the United States government for their own selfish purposes. They practically control both political parties." Think it's a phenomena only of America? Here we have Harold Macmillan, who in 1957 was Prime Minister of England. Let's look at his little resume. He became Prime Minister after Churchill and Anthony Eden. He was uncle by marriage to the Duke of Devonshire. That's a very, very noble family. In 1962, the journalist Anthony Sampson wrote Anatomy of Britain, in which he presented an elaborate family tree showing that Macmillan was related to the President of the United States, that was Kennedy. And we might remember that the female Kennedy, Joe had the sons, of course, but the daughter married into another Duke, Duke of Marlborough, Duke of Bedfordshire, I can't quite remember right now, but the Kennedy daughter married into British royalty. But Macmillan was related to Kennedy. He was related to the British ambassador to Washington, that was David Ormsby Gore, to the Secretary for War, Julian Emery, to the editors of the Observer and the Times newspaper, that's Lord Astor, the Governor of the Bank of England, the Earl of Cromer, and 35 members of his own government. His wife was a Devonshire, and Macmillan promoted many of her relatives while Prime Minister. He was the grandson of Daniel Macmillan, the founder of Macmillan Publishing Company, and he held illustrious positions such as Minister of Housing, Minister of Defence, Foreign Secretary, and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. We find that the Democratic candidate for 2004, the runner-up, John Kerry, has very, very blue blood, according to Burke's Peerage. Senator John Kerry has blue blood from all the royal houses of Europe, and even more titled relations than President Bush. Burke's Peerage, which researches the genealogy, said that the Democratic presidential candidate traces descent through his mother, Rosemary Forbes, to the royal houses of Albania, England, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Russia, Byzantine, Persia, that's Iran, and France. Forbes was descended from William Forbes, the Laird of New, an extended family that included many baronets. It is via this family that the Democratic candidate is descended from Henry II, the King of England and father of Richard the Lionheart, who was the leader of the Third Crusade in 1189. By contrast, Bush is related to Queen Elizabeth II, 20 British dukes, and many European princes. President Bush, Princess Diana, and Winston Churchill are all distantly related to him. Now this, again, not to be put down as some, well, aren't we all sort of related to somebody over in Europe concept. We're talking about a consistent pattern here, that those who become president have the blue blood connection, and occasionally a close runner-up. And in most of the cases where the president becomes president, his runner-up has the less blue blood, except in certain instances like this. Now this pattern has been noticed, that in all cases where the blood tie is strong, they become the president. So people have said we have an oligarchy here. We not only have an oligarchy in the United States, we have an aristocracy, pure and simple. And perhaps that is what it means when we see in the Freemasonic degree ceremonies that there is a degree in Freemasonry for the Knight of the Brazen Serpent. And there's also one for the Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. These are Freemasonic degrees. Go into any Freemasonic lodge and ask them for a little picture book of their degrees. And you'll notice that in the Scottish Rite Freemasonic degrees, the 33 degrees, there is a Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret and a Knight of the Brazen Serpent. And the top degree, that's the 32nd degree. I mean, there's 33 vertebrae in your spine. There's an important number, 33. Jesus Christ dies at 33. There's 30 degrees of a sign of the zodiac, and 3 degrees more when the sun will pass through a sign of the zodiac. But could it not be that this royal secret is precisely what we've been looking at? that the Freemasons keep the records of who's related to who down through the centuries, and that they know what we are not meant to know, that there is a genetic blood tie, and that's why it's so important who gets into power in this world? Well, Madame Helena Blavatsky, talking of the power of these secret societies, says, when the real brothers, that's the real brothers of the real Freemasons, died ignominious deaths, the spurious order which tried to step into their shoes became exclusively a branch of the Jesuits, that's the Illuminati, under the immediate tutelage of the latter. True-hearted Masons ought to reject with horror any connection, let alone descent from these. And at this point, that's a perfect passage to bring out this most important point. And that is, when I am speaking about Freemasons, I am not talking about your commoner garden, genuine Freemason who joins from the street level. And those individuals who do that are what they call speculative or accepted Masons. And they come through the red and blue degrees. And usually they're just ordinary people wanting to do good for their community and maybe get ahead professionally. And to them, the Freemason is hardly anything to do with esoteric society. It's merely a drinking man's club, a philanthropic organization, and so forth and so on. I am not talking about that corner level, street level Freemason. What we are discussing here are bloodline Freemasons, dynastic families, those whose forefathers many generations back have not only been part of these secret societies, but have even founded and created them. There's a big difference between the two. The symbol of the Tudors was the phoenix, and we find the phoenix being worn by many of the first ladies or the female personages in politics. Here's Hillary Clinton wearing the symbol of the Tudor phoenix. Phoenix is a secret society symbol. And we might ask, who is Hillary Rodham Clinton? Here on an Australian coin, we have the Queen's head on one side of the coin, and on the other we have the dragon. And talking of genetics, we find that the first genetic experiments were done suggestively at a place called Rosslyn Institute near Edinburgh in Scotland. However, Rosslyn was the headquarters of the Knights Templar, one of the most powerful secret fraternal orders in history, who were prominent in the discovery of America. There's your connection. Rosslyn Institute, Rosslyn Cathedral, the area of Rosslyn. The Knights Templars, who came out of France, made a beeline for Rosslyn. They were invited in by Robert the Bruce to help him fight the English. And when they were mercenaries for him, he donated them lots of land. Rosslyn and the whole area of Rosslyn and the institute there is a Freemasonic, Knights Templar bastion. And is it not curious that that's where the first experiments were held? Is it also a coincidence that Francis Crick and those who were meant to have cracked the code of the DNA were also working at Temple Bar in Fleet Street, right across the road from the Temple Lodge, also dedicated to the Knights Templars? Now, the word Rosslyn in Gaelic means ancient knowledge handed down through the generations. Ancient knowledge handed down through the generations. Ancient knowledge kept by the same people through the generations, let's say. Now, the G, which is often seen in Freemasonry, it actually doesn't mean God, and it doesn't mean geometry, and it doesn't mean Gaia, like so many people are pointing. When you write G in the lowercase, it is actually a symbol for the serpent. The G in lowercase looks like the little serpent. Think I'm stretching the point? They're only happy to tell you this themselves. Here we have an advertisement for the Gene Trust. And look, they have the Masonic G, the serpentine G, and then they're happy to tell you, be a part of history. Yeah, be a part of their history. And again, the corporate logos, the advertisements, the magazine covers are telling us something. The fusion, we take it for granted, we don't notice it. It's all in plain sight. Biblical symbols, and the question of cloning. Spiritual symbols, ancient metaphysical, alchemical, powerful ancient symbols from ancient societies and ancient worlds, but we have them twinned, crossed over with science and technology and genetics. Here on Time magazine, during the countdown to war for the war in Iraq, but the front cover shows us something slightly more interesting. Here we have the primal family again, Adam and Eve, and the tree of life, and the tree of life is becoming the DNA spiral. Well, didn't we talk about that earlier? That the most primordial symbol for the DNA, because the DNA was known, as we're advocating in this program, the DNA was known in ancient times, but it was known as a tree of life. Well, here that's what we're being told in imagery on the front of Time magazine. And it says, solving the mysteries of DNA. And countdown to war, the nuclear atomic war that we think is always an external event, but is something much closer to home. Now, the puppet masters would much prefer a race of soulless, programmable robots to serve them, and had that in mind. However, mechanical robots give as many problems as having problematic humans around, and the latter are still useful for various occult reasons. It was therefore thought best to reduce the organic human to the level of the machine, which has been successful. Anyone who studied Thomas Hobbes and Malthus and Herbert Spencer and Bertrand Russell, like we went into in Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, the other program in this series, we clearly see that there's many contingents within the Illuminati and the secret societies and the royal families who absolutely would have loved to have wiped us out long ago. I mean, that's just a simple fact. And they almost advocate this themselves. Prince Philip's happy to tell you that he would love to be reincarnated as a virus to come back and help clean the world of its useless eaters. So, why haven't they done it? The macrobes, remember, those agencies, needed sacrifices. And John Dee and his coterie had put up the whole of the human race in a pact. And that is probably one of the only reasons we are able to join the military and go out to the fields of battle and be covered in occult symbols like oak leaves and five-pointed stars, and being decorated and marked for war. The cavalry having the acorns and the crossed swords. That's a very ancient symbol, the crossed swords. It is actually the symbol for the Battle of Armageddon. The two crossed swords is the symbol for the Battle of Armageddon. So we can be marked for death and sent out to the fields of France and the world to die in mass rituals and not know the reason. We can have serial killings, we can have mass slaughters, we can have assassination. That's all right, because that is going towards the Great Pact. But the other coterie that still thought we were basically a waste of time, were convinced that, look, you needn't get rid of them, you can reduce the human race to the level of a robot. Let's make that the policy. That's bound to work. And unfortunately, that program has been very successful. Manly Palmer Hall puts it this way. He says, to repress rebellion is to maintain the status quo, a condition which binds the mortal creature in a state of intellectual or physical slavery. But it is impossible to chain man merely by slaving his body. The mind also must be held, and to accomplish this, fear is the accepted weapon. The common man must fear life, fear death, fear God, fear the devil, and fear most the overlords, the keepers of his destiny. Now, Aldous Huxley, one of the insiders and a New Atlantean, in his speech at University of California Medical School says, there will be in the next generation or so a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorships without tears, so to speak. Producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda, brainwashing, or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution. So here is the operator. Here is the social engineer, happy to tell you that not only are we working on a policy of destroying your mind and keeping you in servitude. I mean, I'm just letting you know that we're doing this, they're saying. We're busy working to keep you in chains, but we're also really anxious that you're going to enjoy the whole process. So it's very important to us that you, the slave, enjoys your servitude and never raises a murmur against it. Anyone who's read my book Atlantis or has read any of my other works, who's browsed my website and so on, know that I go into this kind of condescension a lot and talk about how this policy is working. You only have to look around you today at people in the world to find that not only are they not even questioning their predicament, their frustration and their addictiveness and their addictions and all the maladies that they're beset with, not only are they not questioning it, but they're actually finding ways to enjoy it. This control, this mind control, has actually been more than successful. A dictatorship with a smile. Dictatorships without tears. Now, one of the main practitioners of mind control, and one of the top theoreticians, was Dr. Jose Delgado, who wrote Physical Control of the Mind Towards a Psycho-Civilized Civilization. He says, our understanding of genetics is very clumsy at present, but we can produce lethal mutations with EMF fields. Perhaps we will someday be able to use the technique to produce behavior changes. This new knowledge is so important that I think it should radically change the philosophy of our educational system, which believes in the sanctity of individuals, thinking that an individual exists at birth. This is not true, and this science is going to prove the fallacy of democracy in the sense that we talk about rights of the individual. This democratic belief is not true, because we are forming this individual, because we are constructing his brain. We are willy-nilly making the differences we either desire or dislike. So these Frankenstein nightmares are actually coming out of biographical characters. Here are the top scientists of the world, literally happy to tell you that they don't even give you the right to exist at birth. That which you consider your existence is a figment of your imagination. And that only after they've hooked you up to their machines and, again, tweaked with your DNA and invaded your biological and political sovereignty, only when they have shaped you in their Frankensteinian image will you be fit to exist as a human being. As Anthony J. Hilder says, kill, control, or incarcerate. Take your pick, because that's the plan. Man merely is considered by them to be largely an imperfect evolutionary step towards the intelligent or the organic computer. If one reads Thomas Hobbes, if one reads Descartes, if one looks at these post-Descartians, you will see that this is clearly true. One of the great revealers and exposers of this is the deceased researcher Jim Keith, who in his books clearly showed you the plan of biocontrol and mind manipulation of man. But as we're pointing out in this program, this is an old story. They're just back in business. Curtis R. Schaefer, the engineer from Norton Kite Corporation, he says the ultimate achievement of biocontrol may be the control of man himself. The controlled subject would never be permitted to think as individuals. A few months after, a surgeon would equip each child with a socket mounted under the scalp and electrodes reaching selected areas of brain tissue. The child's sensory perceptions and muscular activity could be modified or completely controlled by bioelectric signals radiating from state-controlled transmitters. Werner Vinge, San Diego University professor of computer science, speaking in 1993, says, "We are on the edge of a change comparable to the rise of human life on Earth. Within 30 years, we will have a technological means to create superhuman intelligence. Shortly after, the human era will end." So is this a human that's actually saying this? Is a human predicting the end of the human era? Happy, foaming at the mouth? Totally in expectation of a coming era of automatons, robotoids, and machines? Steve Quayle, who wrote the book Genetic Armageddon, puts it this way. He says, "A terrifying future thunders towards mankind, an impending fate embodied by monstrous, blasphemous combinations of human and animal genetic materials, of man-machine cyborgs, and of beings not only with increased capacities and extended lifespans, but also with re-engineered morality, void of compassion. This future is so abhorrent as to almost defy the imagination. These new beings and the transhumanists looking forward to their arrival will not be benevolent, just the opposite, because the goal of those creating these beings will be that they replace human beings, and the new race will be post-human. The word post-human sounds innocuous enough until one realizes that post means after. Corporate logos. Here's an image for Canon cameras. But yet we see on the top left-hand corner the strange question, are you digital yet? whether you are the royal dynasties, whether you're the Illuminati or secret societies, or whether you're the nouveau scientists, there is a set pattern of control, a set pattern of the way the power elite manipulate us and use methodologies to control us. And one of the most important ways can be referred to as the infernal trinity. It's actually a system of dialectics, but I like to refer to it as the infernal trinity. It's problem, confusion, solution. And David Icke and some other researchers refer to it as problem, reaction, solution. But I prefer problem, confusion, solution, since reaction could also potentially be a positive thing. But that's not what they want. They don't want a positive reaction, they want a negative reaction. So it's problem, create the problem, then precipitate the confusion, and then from that confusion we ask them for our solution, which of course they've already got ready and waiting. Now in philosophy, this tripart methodology is referred to as the Hegelian dialectic. In a manifesto of these secret societies called the Occult Technocracy of Power, we read, "The so-called left-right political spectrum is our creation. In fact, it accurately reflects our careful, artificial polarization of the population on phony issues that prevents the issue of our power from ever arising in their minds." And in my book, I put it more humorously, the opposition party is called the opposition by its creators, namely the opposition. It's just a game. In fact, in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams, the English writer, he says something very interesting. He says, the job of the president is not to wield power himself, but to lead attention away from it. The president's job is like a decoy to lead attention away from those who are really wielding the power. And the more successful the president is, the more popular he will be. Dr. Carroll Quigley, in his book Tragedy and Hope, and he was the guru of Bill Clinton and very much in touch with the secret societies of America, he said, "It must be recognized that the power that these energetic left-wingers exercised was never their own power or a communist power, but was ultimately the power of the international financial coterie. They're masters of the game of dialectics. And that's why the triangle and the pyramid are important symbols in Freemasonry, as well as the checkerboard, which is also a noted symbol of Freemasonry. The checkerboard is how you play the game of chess, pitting one side against the other, the red and the black, or the black and the white. Now, Winston Churchill, who before he got turned around to serve these secret societies, used to work to expose them. 3 years before the Bolshevik takeover of Russia, he wrote, "From the days of Adam, Spartacus, Weishaupt, to those of Karl Marx, Bella Kuhn, Rosa Luxemburg, and Emma Goldman, this worldwide conspiracy has been the mainspring of every subversive movement during the 19th century. And now at last it grips the Russian people by the hair of their heads." So here's Winston Churchill. What an authority he is. Years before the Bolshevik takeover of Russia and the murder of the Tsar is literally telling you that secret societies are on the move. The same Illuminati is behind it. Well, that figures, doesn't it? Because the Russian flag is made up of old Druidic symbols. You not only have the sickle, which is the old Druidic sickle, you not only have the hammer, which is the famous gavel. It's a very specific hammer if you look closely. The gavel of the Freemasons, the people who break the bricks. And then you have the five-pointed star, the occult star of the occult secret societies. The Russian flag is a Druidic symbol. Now, of the major offshoots of the order of the Illuminati was a group called the League of the Just, and Karl Marx was a member. The League later changed its name to the Communist League. In 1847, they commissioned Marx to write their policy statement for the public. This became the Communist Manifesto. On the surface, it all appears to be a call for the underclasses to rise up and overthrow their oppressors. However, the manifesto was financed by one of England's most prominent and wealthy business magnates, Frederick Engels. The name of Karl Marx did not appear on the document until 20 years later. So there's no conspiracies in the world now? Here we have a very obvious one. Karl Marx's name does not appear on the Communist Manifesto. It is funded by a man, a magnate, who had children down the mines in Manchester and in Scotland and in the cotton factories, working till their fingers went numb, dying in the coal mines. the so-called leaders of communism. But then we find out that communism, just like the Democratic Party of America, is in fact connected to the Illuminati, the secret societies. The Democratic Party of America comes from an organization called the Democratic Society. But the Democratic Society was the creation of the Jacobin Society. And the Jacobin is just a European word for the Illuminati. The Democratic Party is the Illuminati. Its head presidential campaign is linked by blood to almost every monarch in Europe that you can think of. So in England we have the Conservative, Labour and Liberal Democrats with their famous Illuminati symbols of the red rose, the Tudor rose, the dove for the Knights of Columbus, and the Olympian torch, which is called a paladine. And in America you have the Democrats, the Republicans, and the so-called independent. As Bogarde said, it's just the lesser of two evils. So we've seen that the Hegelian or Marxian dialectic is one of the methodologies that is applied to the social problem. It's applied by the secret societies and their leaders to the social problem in exactly the same way as a mathematician will apply a solution to a mathematical conundrum or a problem in algebra or arithmetic. Very, very mechanically, and it works. They use it time after time because it works. But the secret societies also have another methodology that they use, and it's summed up by the Latin term ordo ab chao. This is the term that you see in Zurich over the door of the world headquarters of Freemasonry in Switzerland. You see this term, ordo ab chao, order out of chaos. But to explain it, Albert Pike, the leader of the Illuminati, the leader of the Scottish Rite Freemasonry, in his letter to Giuseppe Mazzini on August 15, 1871, explains it this way: "We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil. Then, everywhere, the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, disillusioned with Christianity, anxious for an ideal, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer." So here's the Luciferians, the old bloodline connected to the Nephilim, still at the same game, still with the same rhetoric. But practically speaking, how you do it, how do you control the masses of the world? You don't just come out of Harvard or Yale and immediately take the reins of government in your hand and go, this is how you do it. There's procedures, there's methodologies, tried and true for every system of government, where there's democracy, tyranny, oligarchy, timarchy, whatever system of government there is. They come with rules, with a manual, and you can't really break those traditions. There's certain ways to control the masses of mankind. But the secret societies, they sum it up just like Albert Pike did. You create the chaos, and the people will fall for the control. They'll all line up behind Big Daddy and say, save us from all this chaos. The revolutionaries, the gangs, it's all funded and created by the same hidden hand. Now, the United Nations, in their world constitution, they say the age of nations must end. The governments of the nations have decided to order their separate sovereignties into one government, to which they will surrender their arms. That's right. That's what the solution is. Create enough chaos, and then we have police state. Create enough chaos, and we have military law. Create enough chaos, and people demand something be done. And we're ever moving forward in this dialectic to the ultimate goal of a world order, a world state, a new world order coming out of the old world chaos of the past. One neck for one leash. Or as George Orwell said, one boot stamping in the face of humanity forever. In Harper's Magazine of 1958, the Council on Foreign Relations was founded for the purpose of promoting disarmament and submergence of U.S. sovereignty and national independence into an all-powerful one-world government. And John Foster Dulles says that the United Nations represents not a final stage in the development of world order, but a primitive stage. Therefore, its primary task is to create the conditions which will make possible a more highly developed organization. Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., "We are not going to achieve a new world order without paying for it in blood, as well as in words and money." And Lord Cecil says that national governments must go in the interest of world government, world police,
and world currency. David Rockefeller says all we need is the right major crisis and the nations will accept the New World Order. And James Warburg, one of the prime movers, in February 17th, 1950, he said, "We shall have world government, whether or not you like it, by conquest or consent." One of the henchmen and one of the advisors to government, Zbigniew Brzezinski, in his book Between Two Ages, says, "The technotronic era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite, unrestrained by traditional values." But you see, in a later book called The Grand Chessboard, written in the late 90s, Zbigniew Brzezinski writes this: "Moreover, as America becomes an increasingly multicultural society, it may find it more difficult to fashion a consensus on foreign policy issues except in the circumstance of a truly massive and widely perceived direct and external threat." And in the program in this series called Weapons of Mass Deception Behind the New World Order, we elaborate on the work of Brzezinski and how it impacts the war on terror and the machinations that are happening in this part of the new millennium, and why he'd make such a statement like that. What does it mean that before the calamities of the World Trade Center, we've got an advisor to government talking about the need for a widely perceived external threat in order to bring in world control, world state order? And Hermann Göring, Reichsfuhrer in the Nazi Party, he said, "The people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them that they're being attacked and denounce the peacemakers for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in any country." Now, one thing that is very important to take on board is that the secret societies work in hierarchical order. Briefly, the individuals that we see on TV or in the magazines or in the history books are often not the people at the helm, even if they're presidents and even if they're major figures. To us at the lower part of the pyramid, they may look like giants and very important people and whatnot. But actually, these are very lower level. Even J.P. Morgan and some of these individuals, the Warburgs, the Rockefellers, these individuals are actually just minions. They're not the controllers. They're what might be described as overworld figures. We know this from studying the symbolism of the Illuminati and the secret societies, because we have to ask, what is the top of the pyramid? What is this? We have the 13 levels, but who sits really at the top of the pyramid? This is most important. If you believe what I am saying and what Jordan Maxwell and others are believing also, we believe these beings to be alien, because, as Jordan Maxwell has pointed out, they're too intelligent. The intelligence that rules the world is real intelligence, and it doesn't seem to be human intelligence. So the people's champions that are put before us in the game are often just lower rank minions and lackeys. Perhaps most of them are not even privy themselves. They're so drugged with their own personal greed and their own personal ambitions that they probably don't even care about who's really controlling their strings. Now, Benjamin Disraeli, the Prime Minister of England, the turn of the century, who spent his life exposing secret society, said, "The world is run by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes." And Supreme Court Justice of America in 1952, Felix Frankfurter, said, "The real rulers in Washington are invisible and exercise power from behind the scenes." Senator Daniel Inouye says, "There exists a shadowy government with its own air force, its own navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances and free from the law itself." And General Douglas MacArthur, no less, said, "Our government has kept us in a perpetual state of fear, kept us in continuous stampede of patriotic fervor, with the cry of grave national emergency. Always has there been some terrible evil at home and some monstrous foreign power that was going to gobble us up if we did not blindly rally behind it." In The Secret Doctrine, Volume 3, Madame Blavatsky says, "There are numbers of these mystic brotherhoods which have nothing to do with civilized countries,
and it is in their unknown communities that are concealed the skeletons of the past. These adepts could, if they choose, lay claim to strange ancestry. So Madame Blavatsky is of no doubt that the modern rulers in church and state have strange ancestry. They're adepts, powerful adepts, who contain powerful secrets. Don't believe it? Again, my work specifically rests on the horse's mouth. A conspiracy is defined, if you open any dictionary, sociological dictionary, like the Collins Dictionary of Sociology, and look under the word conspiracy, it will say that a conspiracy is only reprehensible or questionable when it is advocated overzealously and when it is based on very thin evidence. Well, in this series, and in the programs that deal specifically with conspiracy, I am presenting the facts in a very eloquent way and backing it up with tons of evidence. And specifically, my whole approach to this rests on going to the horse's mouth, because anyone can say anything about any subject. But when you go to the horse's mouth, to the letters and documents and memoirs and writings of the original members of these individuals, who are very elite, they hold very elite positions in society, we're suddenly on very strong ground from a research point of view. Now, Giuseppe Mazzini, the head of the Illuminati, himself says something absolutely of monumental importance. He says, "We form an association of brothers in all points of the globe, yet there is one unseen that can hardly be felt, yet it weighs on us. Whence comes it? Where is it? No one knows, or at least no one tells. This association is secret, even to us, the veterans of the secret societies." In the movie 3 Days of the Condor, when the Robert Redford character is finding out what is going on behind the government, he's actually instructed by the CIA personnel that there's really a CIA within the CIA. We have the Masonic order basing itself on the cell structure, the pyramidical idea of decompartmentalization, but that's based on the old Freemasonic, the old Illuminati pyramid. And governments and corporations are also based on that kind of idea, that nobody in one cell has the faintest idea what's going on around him or above him or below. Now, the Duke of Brunswick, who was the world Grand Master of Freemasonry in the 17th century, understanding, like George Washington, like many of the founding fathers, and like other people who were in the Freemasons, that Madame Blavatsky is saying that the high Masons, the people who were trying to do good in that secret society, understood that it was being infiltrated by these foreign elements, and that the personages like Duke d'Orléans and Adam Weishaupt and Giuseppe Mazzini and Albert Pike were insinuating into Freemasonry something that was much pernicious and very foreign to what the original tenets of Freemasonry were. Well, the Grand Master of World Freemasonry stood up in the 17th century and actually asked for the worldwide disbandment of Freemasonry because he was so worried about that it had been overtaken. And in his own words he says, "I have been convinced that we as an order have come under the power of some very evil occult order, profoundly versed in science, both occult and otherwise, though not infallible, their methods being black magic. That is to say, electromagnetic power, hypnotism, and powerful suggestion. We are convinced that the order is being controlled by some sun order, after the nature of the Illuminati, if not by that order itself." Now, the Illuminati unfortunately succeeded in uniting with Freemasonry at the Council of Wilhelmsbad in 1780. John Robinson, who was a teacher or professor, was actually approached by the Illuminati and asked to join. But he suspected that something was up, and after researching it and not joining, he wrote one of the first books exposing them. And this book dates from 1798. It's called Proofs of a Conspiracy. And in it he says that the Illuminati consider themselves strong because of their concealment. The great strength of our order, say the leaders of the Illuminati, lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always covered by another name and another occupation. None is fitter than the 3 lower degrees of Freemasonry. The public is accustomed to it, expects little from it, and therefore takes little notice of it. General J.F.C. Fuller, the war historian, writes, "The government of the Western nations, whether monarchical or republican, has passed into the invisible hands of a plutocracy, international in power and grasp. It was, I venture to suggest, this semi-occult power which pushed the mass of the American people into the cauldron of World War I. And George Washington himself. In the Writings of George Washington, volume 36, we read him say in a letter, "I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan of the Illuminati. It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and the principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more truly satisfied of this fact than I am." Now, the Bavarian Illuminati was divided into degrees, different 8 or 9 levels. And Adam Weishaupt says, "These good folk swell our numbers and fill our money box. Set yourselves to work. These gentlemen must be made to nibble at the bait. But this sort of people must always be made to believe that the grade they have reached is the last." So it's the perfect way of controlling people. You initiate them and nobody knows what's above them until you get there. And then by then it's too late. And always at the stage that you're at, you think you've attained the total knowledge. It's a very attractive concept. Very empowering and very hard to break. Alois Hoffmann, editor of the Journal de Vienna, says, "I shall never cease to repeat that the French Revolution has come from Masonry, and that it was made by writers and the Illuminati." And Joseph Willard, the president of Harvard University, waited till his retirement to speak his mind. He said, "There is sufficient evidence that a number of societies of the Illuminati have been established in this land. They are doubtless striving to secretly undermine all our ancient institutions, civil and sacred. We live in an alarming period. The enemies of all order are seeking our ruin. Should infidelity generally prevail, our independence would fall, of course. Our republican government would be annihilated." Now, there are many books on this subject, especially the works of John Coleman, who's another insider, who's got an incredible tale to tell. We have Fritz Springmeyer's The Bloodline of the Illuminati, that again goes into the modern families who are related to them. And we have Carroll Quigley, a very powerful resource, the guru of Bill Clinton. In his book, Tragedy and Hope, he says there does exist, and has existed for a generation, an international Anglophile network which operates to some extent in the way the radical right believes the communists act. In fact, this network, we may identify as the Round Table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the communists or any other groups, and frequently does so. I know of the operations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years in the early 1960s to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its aims, and have for much of my life been close to it and to many of its instruments. Now, this book, Tragedy and Hope, is in any library. It can be ordered on the internet, and people can read what Carroll Quigley is talking about for themselves. Another great scholar, member of the Library of Congress and a major historian, James Billington, in his book Fire in the Minds of Men, The Origins of the Revolutionary Faith, he says the plain fact is that by the mid-1810s, there were not just 1 or 2, but scores of secret or secret revolutionary organizations throughout Europe, extending even into Latin America and the Middle East. It was they who, in the process of modernization, pioneered a phenomena by now familiar: impatient youth forming their own organizations to combat monarchical religious authority. The story of the secret societies can never be fully reconstructed, but it has been badly neglected, even avoided, one suspects, because the evidence that is available repeatedly leads one into territory equally uncongenial to modern historians in the West and the East. President Woodrow Wilson, in his book The New Freedom, says some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of somebody or afraid of something. They know there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they'd better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. And Benjamin Disraeli, again, in his writings, says that the government of this country has not only to deal with governments, kings and ministers, but also with secret societies, elements which must be taken into account, which at the last moment can bring our plans to nothing, which have agents everywhere who incite assassinations and can, if necessary, lead a massacre. On April 27th, 1961, John F. Kennedy said, "The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings." And 10 days prior to his assassination, he said, "The high office of president has been used to foment a plot to destroy the Americans' freedom, and before I leave office, I must inform the citizen of his plight." So where does this all lead? Where does the knowledge that we have that there's occult secret societies operating in the world, how does that impact the prophecies of the Maya and the whole future of mankind leading up to the professed 0 hour and end date of 2012? In Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, my book, at the end I have 4 outcomes. We understand that the alien masters, their progeny, their offspring, have been pretty successful in rebuilding all of their technology. I mean, we are, after all, living not only in the industrial age, but the silicon age. We understand that there's a Stargate, and perhaps even the movies are giving us updates on how successful they are about breaking through. And what would happen if they do break through? Well, I find that there's a great interest in secret society enclaves of the number 4. A lot of the symbols and emblems that they have, no, not less the pyramid itself, is made up of 4 faces all coming to a point, 4 different agendas, all operating separately and financed separately, but all serving the top. And taking that motif in my book, I have 4 outcomes. Now, of course, outcomes there could be many, there could be innumerable. But again, the number 4 is very important. So in my mind, in my thinking, I thought it best to think of the 4 possible scenarios that seem to be the possible scenarios that are going to unfold themselves in the next period, in the next 10 years or so. And these are the burn and rise no more, which is number 1. Number 2 is, I term, bridges to Babylon outcome. Number 3 is start the fuse tector. And number 4 is the empire strikes back. More specifically, number 1 is that the progeny of Atlantis succeed in regaining all their technological hardware, especially that for breaking through the Stargate, and they prepare for departure. But in so doing, they come out into the open more than ever, startling the human race who cannot comprehend what is happening. When they're out of range, they destroy our planet and all that lives on it. Does that sound far-fetched? Well, think about it. These are cosmic criminals. They arrived on our planet, but they didn't want to come. They didn't come here by their free choice, and they haven't enjoyed it since they've been here. Their progeny have the alien DNA strongly inside of them, and they despise nature, they despise the planet, they despise the humans, and they despise the good. And criminals don't necessarily, as a matter of course, like to leave evidence or a trace behind them. So couple that with the hatred that they have for our planet, and that scenario isn't very pleasant. Outcome number 2, the masters realize that no matter what they do, they cannot vacate the earth, and that they are forever to be chained to the pit. In this case, they start ruling the world with unmitigated tyranny, relentlessly and openly. The human race loses whatever privileges, quote-unquote, it enjoyed while its utility was beneficial. Now it is deprived and slaughtered. Debauchery is everywhere, and people even turn upon themselves, sinking into chaos of unimaginable proportions, with all the dark, repressed content of consciousness in full view, without the restraint of inner or outer authority. Number 3. The good, under the weight of the yoke, finally rise up against their oppressors, actively preventing them from ever leaving and taking their evil elsewhere. To do this, we destroy, that is, sacrifice ourselves, taking them with us. That's the old fight fire with fire scenario. It might sound ludicrous, it might sound heroic to somebody like Sam Peckinpah, but of course we know it would leave the earth as a revolving headstone in space. However, in the ancient past, there was a scenario that very much approximated this. In Celtic legend, they talk about that the king of the Gaels was pretty much ready to sacrifice himself in order to totally annihilate this evil archy that had risen amongst them, their enemy, their nemesis. On the field of battle, he was willing to do that. And number 4, mankind finally discovers the correct means to the end and vanquishes its enemy with no excessive loss of life or home world. We eradicate the enemy and finally resolve the problem of evil. The beasts are slain, the damsels are rescued, and the ending is happy. Now, up until now, even with the vast majority of their sophisticated technical hardware again in their possession, the progeny of the Atlanteans are not able to break out of quarantine, out of their internment on the silent planet. The moon is not an ordinary satellite, and no man has physically landed on the moon, though probes have. The commission to build this craft to go beyond the moon has been now privatized. Paul Allen, for instance, announced his prototype craft on May 15, 2004. However, that date, May 15th, just happens to be one of the most important days for the Illuminati. It's called the Mercurialia. So at midnight on the Mercurialia, here we have this bizarre symbolic connection of Paul Allen saying, yes, I'm involved and I'm going to commission the space vehicle, and we've even done it, and I'm pronouncing it to the world. But dates are very important. And the movie The Matrix, 515, May 15th, the Mercurialia. Now additionally, HARP waves, that's microwaves, are continually being beamed onto the ionosphere to superheat the sky. And we have detonations occurring in the ionosphere. There are two natural radiation belts around the Earth, discovered in 1958 by James Van Allen. The natural belts are 64,000 miles deep. The astronauts would have to traverse them for 4 hours. The crafts were extremely thin and not at all protected from radiation of any kind, nor were there linen suits. The radiation in the belt increases when the solar activity, such as the 11-year solar flare activity. Now, this activity was especially prominent during the Apollo 11 flights in 1967-9. Its strongest ever recorded activity was 1972, at the height of the Apollo 13 launching. So, to make matters worse, you have all of this even more powerful magnetic activity up there on the very time that they're telling us that they're putting in the Apollo 13 up there. So we have all of these dimensions up there, these magnetic sheaths around the Earth. And there has to be a way to get through it. Get away through the Stargate. Microwaves are created to beam and superheat it to see if there's a way to get through. And worse, detonations have been set off. Many down through history. In U.S. Project A119 in the 1950s, there was a project to nuke the moon, to put a nuclear bomb on the moon. And one, of course, would be at a loss to wonder why that is. Rand Corp and Kellogg, they wanted to nuke the moon in 1956. NASA wanted to do it in 1957 in Project Red Sox. The scientist Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was very eager to nuke the moon. And the Soviets in 1950 nearly did it in Project E4. In 1962, another radiation belt was actually artificially created by the U.S. military when they detonated a megaton nuclear bomb 248 miles above the Earth in order to create a corridor through the natural belts. The radiation from this detonation caused a third belt with 100 times the radiation of other belts. Sir Bernard Lovell said that the detonation was cataclysmic. So in their fervor and their ardor and their eagerness to break through the Stargate, they take up their weaponry, blast it off on the moon and up there in the ionosphere, and actually make the problem even worse. And then we're told that it's our CFCs and it's our McDonald's cartons that are creating the hole in the ozone layer. Could it not be these explosions? Could it not be these detonations? Could it not be this 3 billion watt HARP radiation that's incinerating the atmosphere in this crazy attempt to escape the planet? Well, residents in Faulkner and Garland counties believe they saw meteors soaring through the atmosphere just after 10 o'clock Tuesday night. Experts in the Arkansas Sky Observatory explain it's the end of a major meteor shower related to Halley's Comet. But all the Conway resident Tommy Earnhardt knows is that a sonic boom was enough to rattle her entire house. It just shook all of the doors and everything. It was just a loud boom that shook everything. It sounded like a train was coming through our house. It was that loud. And Joshua Meeks said he saw a big ball of fire like a big flash. I mean, it was almost as big as the moon. Many in Conway and Hot Springs saw those flashes, but it's unclear where or if anything made it to the ground. If it was, in fact, a meteor, they're a very rare find in Arkansas. There was even a plan to move the Earth physically out of its present orbit to another orbit. This crack-brained scheme was taken seriously by many scientists and many members of NASA. to literally move the orbit of the Earth. And when asked why they wanted to do this, oh, it's to save us from the greenhouse effect. So in other words, first they create a greenhouse effect, and now their plan is to move the planet Earth to another orbit. Anyone who buys into this deserves what's coming. And we are being given warnings as well. Let's be under no mistake about it. Maybe it's part of this pact with the microbes. It certainly is part of the pact to always tell your victim what you're going to do. This may not be something that ordinary individuals can understand, but in the black arts, in the magical and occult and metaphysical tradition, the enemy must be complicit, especially if it's a ritual-based idea. It's better that your victim is aware of what you're doing. So they don't come and tell us verbally or directly, but they will tell us in many ways. They're telling us that we're at the beginning of the end. It's the nature of the pact to be warned that the time for breaking out, the time of Atlantis, the old agenda, the space shuttle is called Atlantis, and the millions and billions of dollars that are poured into the program are part of the warning. In chapter 9:11 of the Quran, it says, "For it is written that a son of Arabia would awaken a fearsome eagle. The wrath of the eagle would be felt throughout the lands of Allah." So we are being told, not only in the sacred scriptures, but also in more innocuous and ubiquitous ways. Here is a Time magazine cover of George Bush with two faces. And of course the two faces is the god Janus. And here we have man of the year. And the year opens with the god in mythology of Janus. Janus was the two-faced god of the past and the future. The past and the future are becoming one right now. We're coming full circle. I know that as a tarot scholar, as an astrologer, we're fascinated by the idea of the circle. History is unfolding upon itself. The serpent is eating its tail. Myths that were thought to be myths are actually about to happen. Here's Time cover, War on the Gulf, and if you notice the date, it's January 17th. So we're in Capricorn, in the Aquarius, Janus, and we have humorous posters, but again, as humorous as they may be, we notice that they have Star Wars symbolism on the right-hand side of that poster. You'll see the rocket taking off to go to space. Slightly incongruous, until you know what's going on. Now, the actual declaration of war against Iraq was March 18th, which happens to be a very famous festival. It's the Feast of Purim. This is the day when Babylon fell to the Persian king Cyrus, and Balthazar, the king of Babylon, was murdered. It's also the same day that Nicholas Romanov II and his entire family were slaughtered in Russia by Lenin's Bolshevik assassins. So the Feast of Purim and the symbolism that goes with that day is very important. The day of universal slaughter and mayhem in Pisces. But the military expenditure alone is a singular point of warning. In the book Against Civilization, we read that the combined military expenditures of all the world's governments in 1987 were so large that all of the social programs of the United Nations could be financed for 300 years. 900+ billion is spent on military budgets a year worldwide, with 50% of that spent by the US. The Pentagon spent $9,000 per second before the 9/11 attack. Now, the percentage of US military spending that would ensure the essentials of life to everyone in the world, according to the United Nations, is a mere 10% of that, about 40 billion. The amount of funding that was initially requested to fund our retaliatory attack on Afghanistan. So here we have it, that the new millennium opens, and we've got saber rattling, and we've got these secret societies and governments focusing on a particular agenda, focusing on a particular area of the world. But what area? Babylon, Persia, the Middle East, the area from which their own civilizations and empires arose. Suddenly we're coming full circle. Suddenly the vanguard of the West is centering itself on Iran and Iraq and Persia and Babylon, the center, the cradle of their own civilization. But we also have the strange anecdotes that came out of the first wave of attacks, of the theft of artifacts from the museums. we read that at least 80% of the 170,000 separate items stored at the National Museum of Antiquities in Baghdad were stolen during the looting rampage that followed the US military occupation. The museum is the only one in the world to show how all the steps in the history of mankind took place. Isn't that interesting? The museum held the tablets with Hammurabi's code, perhaps the world's first system of laws. An entire library of clay tablets had not yet been deciphered or researched because of the US-backed sanctions that restricted travel to Iraq. Well, they're not likely to be deciphered now because they're all gone. So who would want to target that? Who would want to take away these clay tablets, this incredible history, like no other place in the world, showing step by step by step? Some accounts talk about that, yes, on some of these tablets, hybrid beings are shown. Reptilian beings are shown that would, of course, contradict what modern science is meant to know. Now, among the most priceless treasures missing is the vase of Uruk and the harp of Ur, dating back between 3000 and 2500 BC, and to the rule of the Sumerian kings. The exquisite bronze statue of Basitki from the Akkadian kingdom is also gone, somehow hauled out of the museum despite its huge weight. The 5,000-year-old vase of Uruk is the earliest known depiction of a religious ritual. So if we take it that the Atlanteans regrouped at the Asia Minor and that these are basically their lands, perhaps we can now understand, even without going into great detail, why it is that their next generation of progeny would want to go back there and sequester and own those artifacts again. Now, Moyad Demirci of the Iraqi National Museum said that the raid on the building was planned in advance by people who knew exactly what they were looking for among artifacts mainly unearthed during excavations between the First and Second World Wars. That's right, they'd walk past solid gold masks and other priceless jewelry and head straight for these things that were not worth anything from currency point of view, only worth things from a historical, antiquarian point of view. Now, it has been of paramount importance for the Atlantean progeny to vacate this planet. To this end, they have forced technological advancement. However, their elaborate efforts have proved unsuccessful. Therefore, in desperation, they're falling back on what might be described as their final solution. It was ordained in the days of old that, as a last resort, if all else failed, the latter-day Atlanteans would unearth their masters from the secret places of internment and place them once again in charge of operations. These beings are not dead in the usual sense, and their places of repose are a well-preserved secret. So just as I made the little error of not explaining about the Stargate when I originally mentioned the pursuit, so I purposely left out earlier this question of whether or not the original Atlantean alien beings, I mean these are beings with the full alien blood, had survived, or what the duration of their lifespan would be. I implied that they may have perished, and of course we have only their descendants. But now it's important to reveal, because this brings us up to the most modern of times and the end game, the final solution, that in fact some of these beings are not dead in the way that we would normally understand it, and have been in fact interred in the earth. We saw in Atlantis Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, that program, and also I mentioned in the book that the great dragon paths and the great ley lines are places where we find buried the ancients of old, both the Lemurians and the Atlanteans. When they would fall, we locate them in these key geomantic places. Now in Ecclesiastes 1 we read, "Is no thing new under the sun? Is there a thing of which one might say, see this, it is new? It has already been for all the ages which were before." So that's right. The myths are yet to happen. And it turns out that at these sacred locations throughout the world, some of the original beings that were purely alien in their DNA and their makeup, the giants of old, are interred. And this is one of the Masonic secrets. The Masons, the keepers of the royal secret, have kept this as one of their most coveted secrets. The Earth, as I said, is networked with what is called the Earth grid, a massive energetic dodecahedron encircling the Earth. And the crossing points and the vertices of this grid are often known as synchronic lines or axiational lines or ley lines or even dragon paths. And the places where they cross are places of extreme power and very important to the ancients and to the moderns, as we saw when it came to the design of the cities like Washington, D.C. The study of this subject is normally called archaeoastronomy, but it's also known as geomancy. And as I mentioned, these monuments of great geomantic and geometric power were constructed to encapsulate the wisdom of a departed serpent. So when one of the Lemurians or one of the Atlanteans would fall, their lifespan would finally end. They did not just bury them like we bury our dead. How could you encapsulate the remarkable life of such a being? Evil as they were, and of course the Lemurians were not evil, but then how would you encapsulate such a miraculous and incredible life? They chose to do it in stone. They chose to do it through the mausoleums. So when we look at these ancient sites and these megalithic sites, they're not necessarily graves. Some of them are. But most of them are actually commemorations, cenotaphs, mausoleums in stone. And the harmonic proportions and the places that they're put are part of that commemoration. They're like a symphony, a eulogy in stone. We also find that government buildings and churches and banks and other key monuments are often placed on these axiational lines and dragon paths. We also find that the houses of major royal family figures and potentates and politicians are also placed either on or near such lines so that they can enhance the energy and work with that energy. This is a very important subject that is still to fully come to light. We understand, for instance, that the word Capitol derives from Caput Draconis, the head and tail of the dragon. So the leaders, the state heads, the serpent masters literally sit at where the tail and the head of the dragon meet, what we call the Capitol buildings, based on occult geometry, occult archaeoastronomy. The Vatican City, with the obelisks and the monuments in the center, designed like a zodiac, and then you have the tower or the clock tower in the middle to bring terrestrial time, link it to sidereal time. The controllers, the masters. We have cities designed like zodiacs, not only ritual cities, but important power grid energy vortexes. And several books like the ones we looked at earlier, The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital and Graham Hancock's Talisman, go into this. And the precision and the methodology used to create the shapes and to create the orientations to the horizon of these incredible buildings. The layout of the cities, Paris, London, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia. The names of the streets are very important. David Oveson says about the pentagram specifically, when found in a text, the star determined or indicated to the reader that the group of hieroglyphics associated with it was related to spiritual matters. It was related to the heavens, to invisible energies, which the Greeks called etheric. Wow, that's a heavy piece of information. Now, what are we to think when we look at the shape of the U.S. Pentagon or the symbol for Lockheed? What are we to think even when we look on the flag of the United States of America or half the flags of the world and see that star? Are we to take this man's word seriously? That when you put a star on something, even if it's a product you buy in a store, somebody is telling you that this has another octave to it, another dimension, where this is a little apostrophe, a little sign that says this is spiritual, this is dedicated to some etheric power. As we saw earlier, the Egyptian hieroglyphic is literally etched in stone in the great city, Washington, D.C. That the whole city is dedicated to the star Sirius. We find that the top political buildings, the centers of education and religion, are literally orientated to the horizon and to the constellations and to planetary alignments. We have oval offices and obelisks from Egypt. And we have the monuments, like the Eiffel Tower and other, every city has these standing stones, these monuments, because again, the earth can be thought of like a body. Acupuncture, acupressure. The acupuncturist will put a needle into your body to either stimulate energy, to release energy, or to suppress energy. Well, the great geomanticists of the world understood that there's a feng shui of the earth as well. What happens if you want to suppress some good energy that's flowing? Put an obelisk there, put a statue, put a hideous piece of modern art. That'll do the trick, all right. And what happens if you're a decent individual and you're aware of spiritual earth energy and you want to conduct powerful vortexes of energy? Same thing, you can put a statue or an obelisk or a round circle or a stone circle there to help to transmute and transmit that energy. There's something going on in our cities. There's something going on in our world. We'll go to certain sacred sites or go on vacation and we'll feel lovely, we'll feel totally inspired and feel a great feeling of peace and remembrance. And then we'll go to other places and feel absolutely horrible for some reason. We can't put our finger on why that is. David Oveson goes on to say, the ancient records indicate that it was a practice in former ages for the mystery centers that directed civilization to hand out newly founded cities to the care of specific spiritual beings. So not only are they earthbound entities that are maybe buried or commemorated by the cities and the great monuments, but now we're having them dedicated to astral beings, to the cosmocrates, to the macrobes. Now, David Oveson goes on to say, perhaps it is sufficient that we recognize as true the medieval arcane notion that such beings could be invited to participate in the life of a city by means of the spiritual art of astrology. These spiritual beings he's referring to are known in Latin as the cosmocrates or the angeli motivori, the angelic beings. He says the leader of these mighty beings was due to take over the direction of Western civilization in 1881. This caused considerable excitement in the esoteric circles of Washington, D.C. and the occult world in general. So now we hear that there's a hierarchy of these beings, there's a leader of these beings, and theosophists know what this means. It reminds us of Steiner and his work on the concept of Michael and Ahriman. Again, he spoke about different centuries, different ages being presided over. But here we're hearing that these beings, are they the macrobes? Are these John Dee's macrobes that are overlooking the destiny of mankind, overlooking our social welfare, being conjured into existence by the elites that are just hiding behind the veil of politics, operating in our world by way of the fronts of religion in exactly the same way a criminal syndicate like the mafia operates behind retail fronts and casinos? I mean, is this what we're talking about here? When it comes specifically to the internment of age-old beings, the Revelation 17 says something that needs to be noted. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, yet shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall marvel, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, is not, yet will be again. So again, here, despite the flowery language, despite the poesy, despite the cryptic nature of biblical passages, you know, we can work it out. Here we're being told that there was a being, entities that were, then they were not, and then they shall be again. And we have the motif of the bottomless pit. One has to decode this, one has to understand the metaphors. Now, we think when we hear about bottomless pits, we have this normal idea of internment in the earth, under the ground. But could it not be, as some researchers are saying, that the earth itself in this quarantine situation is the bottomless pit, and that these entities have been chained to the pit? The book of Baruch again, there were the giants famous from the beginning that were of so great stature and so expert in war. Book of Enoch,
This child which is born to you shall survive on earth, and his sons shall be saved with him. When all mankind who are on the earth die, he shall be safe, and his posterity shall beget the giants, not spiritual, but carnal. In Revelation 9, the rest of mankind that were not killed by these plagues still did not repent of the work of their hands. They did not stop worshiping demons and idols of gold, silver, bronze, stone, and wood idols that cannot see or hear or walk. Nor did they repent of their murders, their magic arts, their sexual immorality, or their thefts. So we're hearing about the gods, but gods and giants in connection with immorality and amorality. I mean, even from a Christian point of view, these passages need clarification. And that's why a lot of Christian thinkers are even trying to extrapolate and find deeper meanings in these enigmatic passages. Because what are we hearing about? Almost in every passage, when we hear about the gods or God, we're also hearing about crime, debauchery, perversity, immorality. You know, why would these two subjects suddenly go together when we're talking religion? Again, on the concept of the underworld, another term used often is the abyss. When he opened the abyss, smoke rose from it like the smoke from a gigantic furnace. The sun and the sky were darkened by the smoke from the abyss, and out of the smoke locusts came down upon the earth, and were given power like that of the scorpions of the earth. They were told not to harm the grass of the earth or any plant or tree, but only those people who did not have the seal of God on their foreheads. They were not given power to kill them, but only to torture them for 5 months, and the agony they suffered was like that of the sting of a scorpion when it strikes a man. During those days, men will seek death, but will not find it. They will long to die, but death will elude them. The locusts looked like horses prepared for battle. On their heads they wore something like crowns of gold. Their faces resembled human faces. Their hair was like women's hair, and their teeth were like the lion's teeth. They had breastplates like breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was like the thundering of many horses and chariots rushing into battle. They had tails and stings of scorpions, and their tails, they had the power to torment people for 5 months. And they had as a king over them the angel of the abyss, whose name is Abaddon, and in Greek Apollyon. So again, the motif coming out of the scriptures of an army of darkness arising out of the depths, coming forth into the world of man, arising out of the pit, wearing armor, causing chaos, torturing the human race. In Daniel 7, the great beasts which are four kinds which shall arise out of the earth. This, he said, the fourth beast shall be born, the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse, that's different from all other kingdoms. So here we have the beast rising out of the earth, creating yet another kingdom of control and debauchery. And we have that age-old prohibition that man was never meant to make a picture or take a photograph or take a Polaroid or speak about or draw or ever depict those entities that are in the earth or under the water. This edict again comes before thou shalt not kill. You'd think, why on earth would such a prohibition exist? And there are names for the underworld: Tartarus, Sheol, Hades, hell. And the graves were opened, says Matthew 27, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared unto many. Now this giant lineage is traceable after the flood by the same Hebrew word used for giant, like the sons of Anak. Certain tribes had this intermixing. These were the only ones of the Old Testament which God said to destroy completely. This was the same lineage Goliath came from. The word giant has another meaning, as a tyrant or bully, and can mean much more than physical stature. The Victorian writer, Bulwer Lytton, we find that he wrote about these in his books. In 1867, Wentworth Little founded the English Rosicrucian Society. That's a secret society that goes back to antiquity, but it was revamped and reformed in the 1800s. And the founder, Wentworth Little, he was in contact with the German Rosicrucians. Little recruited his followers, up to 144 people, from the ranks of the high-ranking Freemasons. One of his disciples was Edward Bulwer Lytton, who was a learned man celebrated throughout the world for his novel, The Last Days of Pompeii. And of course, The Last Days of Pompeii as a novel has been taken as a universal metaphor for the decline and fall of civilizations. Now, he also wrote The Coming Race, which featured a mystical pre-Nazi group in Germany. This Berlin group called itself the Luminous Lodge, or Vril Society, and had enormous energy potential, the Vril. But the Vril Society lived in caves and would emerge to reign over the surface of the earth. So here we have in fiction, and as in many cases we have, fiction that's individuals in power, individuals with secret society connections, putting out fiction that's telling us a story. Remember the whole idea of the pact, that we have to be told what's going to happen? But if it's told to us in a right brain way, we're very likely to dismiss it and then be complicit in our own slaughter and control. And we would do well as human beings to pay more attention to that which seems innocuous, all the different customs and rites and rituals that have come down to us from antiquity. Why is it, for instance, that we are interred in the earth at our own funeral? What is this idea of being put into the earth at death? Where does that come from? We have mythologies of the dwarves and the Scandinavian king under the mountain. Very, very powerful mythological motifs. We have to look into this whole concept of hell and the legends of Hades, Avernus, Tartarus, the idea of the inferno, the abyss, the purgatory, Anwin in the Welsh mythologies, the bottomless pit. We know that these all originate from the time of the first deluge. But why is it that the ancients in the Bible are so emphatic about the fact that there is a hollow earth and that there's caves and internment? So then the question then arises, if these tombs, underground tombs exist, where are they? And has the secret of these locations been kept in antiquity? We know that since the advent of the satellites, that the entire earth can be mapped, and that we've seen even pictures of underground rivers being mapped and charted and lost cities. And certainly it's possible through the technology to physically now locate graves which may have been interned and may have been covered over by cities and deserts for many thousands of years. Now we certainly know that the forces that be can position those again, even if they didn't already have maps to do so. Religion, the concept of the resurrection, and I want to emphasize that what are we talking about when we actually hearing about resurrection? When we take away all the gloss and all the posy and all the wishful thinking, the word literally means not reincarnation, but resurrection, the body itself rising from the dead. I mean, the Christians are absolutely adamant on this and go to great lengths to tell you that this is not spiritual. This is a physical act. Graves are literally opening. Individuals are coming to life. You know, frightening to even think about what that would really mean. But there you have it. And the occult books, the occult lore, the occult literature, and occult principles also talk about the fact that these undead, meaning that they're not dead in the usual sense that we would understand. I mean, we only have to look to the vampire myths. Vampire myths go back a long way. And we're told, there's a lot of emphasis, that the individuals are not dead, but they're what's called the undead, sort of inhabiting a kind of a suspended state in between two worlds, in some way suspended and able to come and go. And the occult principles talk about the fact that, like any vampire, there needs to be feeding. And we already understand that John Dee put the entire world up in a blood ritual pact to his microbes. Well, there's another dimension to this. Could not the deaths and mortality and wars and violence and criminality and just the release of tension at the time of certain assassinations, these assassinations are known often to be done on specific areas, like Lady Diana Spencer in Paris and JFK in Dallas. There's certain geometry involved in these killings. And then what happens emotionally when it comes across the television and the media, and everyone bleeds off all of this emotion from the most incredible computer or organic battery that exists, the human mind. Where's all that energy going? Where's all this tension and frustration and stress going? And why have we got a culture that is schizogenic, creating all of this? All we know is that down through time we have had the most atrocious events going on, massive deaths, suicides like Guyana, enormous staged events, televised megadeath, incidents like Waco and Heaven's Gate and the Columbine Massacre and so on. And we have wars, all highly staged, highly publicized. Is there something occult going on behind all of this? Now, it turns out that these so-called underground chambers are not ordinary. They were constructed using pure charged crystals and other magical techniques to help attract, contain, and generate the energy released through the grid. The energy that we release kinetically, the fear, the stress, the repressed angers, and so on, and all the sadism that arises, and the whole cocktail of emotions. This energy grid picks it up in exactly the same way that electricity works, like magnetism works. Enters into the grid and then pours into these chambers to feed the undead, to feed these individuals who thrive off of this. And we have to look at the terms again. It's very important to look at the real meaning of the word nuclear war and atomic war and Cold War and Star Wars. Go into this in the book, that these are talking about the inner biology of human beings, is it not? I mean, it's not a stretch to understand that the nuclear and atom are things within. The war is really an inner war as opposed to bombs dropping from the skies. And so the daily diet of news, full of horror and injustice, is indeed a diet. This is what we have to understand. It serves to stimulate and generate precisely the kind of emotional reactions required to sustain the demonic presences which prey over us. The news and newspapers, read by everyone everywhere, fill readers and audiences with dread, fear, and futility. These soft reactions still drain energy from the erstwhile victim. The energy released from your own living room is conducted via the ambient electromagnetism into the earth grid. Large doses of fear, trepidation, and agony were released during the 9/11 disaster, September 11th, not only from New York, but all over the world. This event was staged at the site of a powerful vortex or synchronic line. August 31st, another very important occult date, 1997, a famous assassination. Tremendous occult principles involved. Just as a case in point, for those who are interested, 100 years to the day, August 31st again, Jack the Ripper took his first victim in that series of ritual deaths. And those deaths have been clearly brought to the door of the royal family in England by Stephen Knight. Stephen Knight, who wrote the book The Brotherhood, absolutely clearly shows you that this was by royal appointment. And Stephen Knight died mysteriously 2 years after his book was written. November 22nd, the 13th sign of the zodiac, Sagittarius, the most important occult position of the zodiac. We have a very famous assassination, and the symbolism is incredible. The cenotaph that was built for Kennedy has 13 levels. It was the assassination was at the junction of 3 roads. It was on the 33rd meridian of the earth. The 33rd meridian of the earth is very important to occult societies and Freemasons, those who are into the know in these subjects. Now, the geographical latitude of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount lies between the 31st and 32nd degree parallels, with the latter passing just south of the Holy City. It has also been remarked that the Mother Lodge of the Scottish Rite Supreme Council of the 33rd degree was located in the city of Charleston in South Carolina, probably because the 33rd degree parallel passes almost right through it. Most of the banks of the world, the stately homes, parks, a lot of the atomic and detonations, also a lot of the wars have gone on between the 30th and 33rd parallel of the Earth. These are important zones on the Earth. Now, the rape of the planet Earth, the pollution, the desecration of oceans, the forests and jungles and atmosphere is all part of this preparation for the arising. It's not by accident that we seem to be so ecocidal when it comes to our own planet. There's no cult agenda behind that. The pirates devastating the whole of the land, and the Hudson Bay companies, all by royal appointment, the Virginia Company, the East India Company. We have a wholesale rape going on and a wholesale slaughter of people in the world. And we have it in our modern age. If beings are about to arise, if there's a final solution going on, if it's getting late in the day, and these children of the Nephilim are not able to break through the Stargate, and they are even turning to their final solution, which is to disinter, to reawaken, either genetically or in some other means, these ancient beings, and turn the problem over to them 11,000 years or more later. These individuals are going to want feeding, just like at the time of any hatching of any animal. There's a greater need for blood, a greater need for energy. And it is my thesis that we talk about, that one of the grave sites is in the Middle East, in Iraq, probably not far from Baghdad. In Asia Minor, it's very likely that one of the tombs or underground cenotaphs or mausoleums or whatever you want to call it is in the Middle East. And that's part of the reason why we're moving in that area. I know that there are places of trouble in the world like Lebanon and also Northern Ireland, for instance. In Ireland, our mythologies are absolutely loaded with information about Kronos, the great god being taken to Ireland and chained there and interred there. We have grave sites spanning acres and acres of land in different parts of Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland, which are known to be the internment places of giants and of gods and of evil ones and so on. This is something that's very familiar in the mythological canon. And we only have to look to the video games and even to movies to see how common it is to see underworld motifs. Some entire movies are situated underground. But again, it becomes so innocuous to us that it's almost invisible. We actually don't think what is actually going on here. Now, the disinterment of the alien original masters is, as I said, the final solution, the big plan. But the individuals who are in charge of this, who can orchestrate wars and global chaos in order to facilitate this, those who can rape temples and museums in order to get the artifacts together to perform these bizarre rituals, they also have a lot of backup plans. They know that what happens if plan A doesn't go right? Well, we have, plan B, C, D, all the way down to Z, all separately funded master plans in order to back up the original, just in case there should be a problem. These are individuals who don't work like us. These are individuals who control the very ship of state and have 10, 20-year plans. And these backup plans are an interesting study in themselves. We only have time to look at a few. One of the ancient structures that could be used in this revivification process is the Great Pyramid at Giza. It was known by those who've made a study of the principles of the pyramid and its construction and its interior, know that it was used for healing and used for reconstitution of the body, and that certain monatomic substances were taken within its precinct, and that it generates certain kinds of energy and frequencies that are very helpful in the restoration process. It's a sort of a channel not only of cosmic energies but of earth-based energies. It's almost like the perfect incubation place. And we hear that there's a 22-foot wall presently in the construction phases around the Giza pyramid. There's a lot of activity, both by the Egyptian government, the Egyptian military, and the rest of the world. And certainly secret societies have always used the symbol of the pyramid and are busy creating railway structures, possibly in order to vehicleize that when these individuals are disinterred. I mean, the whole of Iraq, you could not move in to Iraq and just simply send a bunch of technicians and start to disinter without everybody in the region looking over your shoulder. And unfortunately, when we look at the Muslim population of these countries, I have to say it, those individuals who are caught in their religious orthodox fundamentalist belief systems, they're not going to understand any of this. They're not even, the Iraq people, the Iranians are not aware of their own ancient traditions in the same way that the Celtic people, the Irish people are not aware of their Celtic legends. Why should they be? They've got their religion and that's happy. They wouldn't even know what's happening 14 feet beneath the ground. They don't care necessarily about some of their own ancient and pagan history. But for some reason, the Western powers have seen fit not just to do this thing secretly or get the complicity of these sovereign governments. The idea here is to completely decimate the entire country and to own it so that this kind of work can go on uninterrupted. So serious it is. And if phase one in these laboratories over there doesn't work, then these beings, these bodies can be moved. We have lots of research in the world regarding the digging up of the pharaohs and checking out the DNA of the pharaohs, and we're not really understanding why millions of dollars should be spent on such preposterous research, and yet now we understand there's a reason for this. Now, one of the most important things to take on board regarding prophecy, the prophetic aspect of this, and why there would be suddenly at this particular date and time in the early part of this millennium such saber-rattling declarations of war, and why it is that the vanguard of the West are returning back to the Middle East, whether one buys into an occult agenda in the molestation of these countries or the robbing of the museums and so on, or not. We have to understand that the Mayan prophecies are talking about time is very short. Let's for a moment imagine that, yes, some great time of ending is approaching us. We are hearing cosmological reports and of alignments, planetary alignments. We're also hearing of the photon belt. Some scholars are saying that in the years leading up to 2012, we're going to have what is known as photonic energy. This is the planet Earth being washed in photonic energy. Photonic energy is the highest form of light that is known physically. We all know about light. Well, the highest form of light that can manifest physically is photonic. Photonics is discharged from the movement of the electron on an atomic level. And there is purported to be a large belt of photonic energy that every period of certain age will come in which the whole, not just the planet, but the whole solar system will pass through, almost like a car wash. The whole solar system moving through a high radiation band of photonic energy. And if this is the case, this could be one of the reasons it's precipitating the acceleration, the speed, the need of the progeny of the Atlanteans to vacate the planet. Because photonic energy has certain principles. From Barbara Hahn Clow's book, The Pleiadian Agenda, we find that Robert Stanley, who reported on the discovery of the photon band by satellites in 1991, and he commented, these excesses of photons are being emitted from the center of our galaxy. Our solar system enters the area of our galaxy every 11,000 years and then passes through for 2,000 years while completing its 26,000 year galactic orbit. Noel Huntley, in his book The Photon Belt Encounter, says, by means of satellite instrumentation, astronomers in 1961 discovered what appeared to be an unusual nebula. We normally understand the nebula phenomena as a vast, cloud-like mass of gas or dust. This one, however, appeared to have anomalous properties and was named the Golden Nebula. The public's attention was not drawn to this unusual revelation until much later, presumably when it was realized that this nebula's location was coincident with the projected orbit of our solar system. Around the early 1980s, a radio announcement in the US was made that our solar system was, in fact, going to collide with an electromagnetic cloud in the not too distant future. Now, the photon effect is caused by the precession of our solar system and its accompanying planets around the central sun called Alcyon, located in the constellation of the Pleiades. This counterclockwise cyclic precession around Alcyon requires about 25,860 years to make one complete orbit. Our present-day sun, moon, and planets must twice pass through the photon belt during this time. That is, once to the north and once to the south. During this cycle, there are 2 periods of darkness and 2 periods of light. The periods of darkness, which constitute the vast majority of the rotation around the central sun, consist of 2 periods of about 10,500 years. Following each period of 10,500 years of darkness, then we emerge into 2,000 years of total light, which actually constitutes the photon belt. Simply put, we have a cycle lasting about 26,000 years. And for most of this cycle, we're, as we are now, in a period of darkness. And then for about 2,000 years on each side, because of course of any circle, there is the 12 o'clock position and the 6 o'clock position, the north and the south nodes. And at each of these nodes of the cycle, the solar system will pass through for 2,000 years the photonic energy band. Now, of course, one can get into all sorts of criticisms and arguments regarding this concept. I, for one, am a little skeptical, not about the fact there's a photon belt, but that the fact that there's such a thing as static, repeated cycles. This is, again, part of the old Newtonian closed universe mindset. Perhaps there is a photon action, and perhaps there are these cycles, but perhaps they're based more on a Fibonacci series, like all organic things in the universe are based on the Fibonacci series. So perhaps to talk about fixed cycles that repeat ad infinitum down through the generations is perhaps not so accurate or true. But these are points that should be left aside for now. Now, the photon belt was discovered, as we said, in 1961 by satellite-borne instruments. It comes around every 10,000 years and lasts for 2,000 years. Each is thought to, Earth is thought to have entered the outer perimeter in 1962. But again, that's open to speculation. Different authors say different things. However, if the Earth and the solar system was to approach or enter into the photonic energy, our sun's radiation would be dramatically altered. The electrons would be affected, and they will generate photonic radiation. So whether we're entering a belt of radiation or whether some other activity or movement or dynamic affects the electrons within our planet, within our atmosphere, within the atomic frequency, then there's photonic energy released. I mean, there's a speculation on exactly how these photonic particles will start to act and operate. And if the sun enters the belt first, it will disappear, and we on the planet Earth will be left in total darkness for a while. If the Earth moves in first, then the mythologies of the world say that the entire sky will appear to be on fire, and we hear this concept in mythology and in the legends. Now, all things, once this photonic energy starts, all things will emit light and phosphorescence, and darkness will simply not exist. There'll be an effulgence. I mean, you can't have all the atomic energy, the atomic particles releasing photonic energy, and nothing will happen. They claim your hands, your body, the trees, you know, the very rocks, all the particles will start to emit this effulgence. And of course, those who understand the metaphysical principles of light, this matters greatly, because light is not just something that helps you see. It's not just a sensual thing. Light is very much connected spiritually and in the mythologies and in the religious canon to development, spiritual enlightenment, purity, sanctity. So is this what the Bible and the mythologies were talking about, that as our planet moves through photonic energy, there's also an enlightening process that goes on? Well, if that's the case, I would have a question. Every time that we turn a bright light on us, the dirt tends to shine up more. We tend to see the dirt more clearly. So is this what the children of the Nephilim and the immoral ones, the ones who've steeped our world in a sea of blood, are worrying about? The individuals whose constitution, whose psyche is vile and immoral and criminal and unjust? Is that what is precipitating these end days? Is that what the Maya calendar perhaps is talking about and warning us? That the coming of this photonic light is literally like the roach cleaner on his way. The car is going through the car wash. Then what? Is this the spin-dry cycle for the earth? All things organic, knowing how to clean themselves. Everything in our life we cleanse. Well, does the planet have its own clean cycle? There's also talk that the codons within the DNA will upgrade from 22 codons to the 64. So the DNA, there'll be changes within the biology and the DNA, and also the consciousness. And the spiritual people who've researched yoga and the subtle body understand that we have what's called a light body. And that light body is also connected to radiation and to the photonic radiation. Deepak Chopra says it this way: photons come out of nowhere. They cannot be stored, they can barely be pinned down in time, and they have no home in space whatsoever. That is, light occupies no volume and has no mass. The similarity between a thought and a photon is very deep. Both are born in the region beyond space and time where nature controls all processes that in that void, which is full of creative intelligence. The massive cycle that we're talking about of 25,000 years and so has often been termed the Leviathan cycle, and again is symbolized strangely by a dragon or a reptile or a fish encircling the earth. Cycles were often shown this way, in figurative ways, by the ancients, of a large coiling encircling dragon or a band. Virgil Armstrong says that following each period of 10,500 years of darkness, and he's talking more here about spiritual darkness again, we then emerge into 2,000 years of total light, which actually constitutes the photon belt. We then have 21,860 years of darkness and 4,000 years of light if you take it together. Another way of viewing this phenomena is that in one complete orbit we have 5/6 darkness and approximately 1/6 light, or a 5-to-1 ratio, with darkness being predominant. Surprisingly enough, we are now once again emerging from the 10,000 plus years of darkness and preparing to emerge into 2,000 years of light, which will begin to experience that in around the year 2000, he says. But what I want to draw attention to right here is this whole idea of the 5-to-1. It's very important to understand that the pentagram is, in a way, a cryptic symbol for that. And we've been talking a lot about the symbol of the pentagram and how it's used on many mega corporations and military establishments and on flags and on symbols. And that, of course, represents the 5 around the 1, which is being used in magic. Now, another important cycle here, as an alternative theory to the photonic energy, or perhaps a compatible one, is the idea in 2012 that the sun aligns with what is known as the galactic central point. The galactic central point, or the center of the galaxy, is very, very important not only to astronomers but to the ancients. Again, I have to stress how important these cosmological events and phenomena were to ancient men. And of course we hear about astrology and different conjunctions and different aspects. We have the 12 signs of the zodiac. But in the sign of the zodiac known as Sagittarius, close to Capricorn, close to the winter solstice, is galactic center. The pole of the Earth literally facing galactic center. It's one of the original reasons why Sagittarius was shown as an archer. Why is he holding that bow and where's that arrow facing? The sign of Sagittarius and the archer and his bow and his arrow was meant to face what we know as galactic center. Those who've studied the occult history of astrology and astrotheology will know what this means. Safe it is to say that galactic center runs through the constellation that we know as Sagittarius. And of course, being the background of the night stars, the planets and the stars are seen to move, especially the planets, are seen to move in front of the backdrop of the night sky. And around December 21st, 2012, the sun itself on the December 21st, which is of course the solstice, is meant to rise. And when it rises, when we first start to see it in the morning, it will be back of galactic center. Now this is what is called an alignment, a planetary alignment. And this is considered of supreme importance, this particular alignment. And many researchers are pointing to this, as opposed to the photon belt, to be a significant factor in the end days. And the Mayans, they knew all about it. According to Carlos Barrios in his Mayan calendar, The World Will Not End, he says, Maya day keepers viewed December 21st, 2012 as a rebirth. It will be the start of a new era resulting from and signified by the solar meridian crossing the galactic equator and the Earth aligning itself with the center of the galaxy. At sunrise on December 21st, 2012, for the first time in 26,000 years, the sun rises to conjunct the intersection of the Milky Way and the plane of the ecliptic. This cosmic cross is considered to be of an embodiment of the sacred tree, the tree of life, a tree remembered in all the world's spiritual traditions. Some observers say this alignment with the heart of the galaxy in 2012 will open a channel for cosmic energy to flow through the Earth, cleansing it and all that dwells upon it, raising all to a higher level of vibration. So here again, the Maya talking about the constellational aspects and the idea of alignments involving the Earth and the Sun and the galactic center and the Milky Way. And we don't have time here to go into the symbolism of the Milky Way, especially from an Egyptian standpoint. It was of supreme importance, running as it does from Gemini all the way through the zodiac into Sagittarius. The river of the Pharaoh, that the Ra and Horus and their little boat would sail down the river Styx, which of course was just a symbol for the Milky Way, on their way to galactic center, the portal from our world, our dimension, into the spirit. Very important significance here. Now, John Major Jenkins, in his book Maya, Cosmogenesis, the Maya were aware of our solstice sun's impending alignment with galactic plane and galactic center, an astronomical alignment that occurs only once every 13,000 years. I have honestly documented my encounter with this idea and have gone deep into the academic literature to decode how this end date alignment scenario, what I call the galactic cosmology, was incorporated into basic Maya institutions such as the ball game, the king ascension rites, and the Maya creation myth. This amazing fact that ancient Mesoamerican sky watchers were able to pinpoint a winter solstice far off into the future has not been dealt with by Mayanists. And why did they choose the year 2012? One immediately gets the impression that there is a very strange mystery to be confronted here. Why did early Mesoamerican sky watchers pick a date some 2,300 years into the future, and in fact, how did they pinpoint an accurate winter solstice? With all these considerations, one begins to suspect that for some reason the ancient New World astronomers were tracking precession. So John Major Jenkins asks a bunch of questions here, the age-old questions about how did they know they lived years ago. But wait a minute, he's dating the Maya from 2,300 years? That's just been shot to pieces recently when we've discovered that their ancestors from whom they got this knowledge go back millennia more. And that's why we've been spending so much time in this show to point out the reasons of how this ancestral knowledge came down to us. That we're not talking about primitive individuals who were scratching this together. We're talking about incredibly advanced civilizations. It was the simplest conception, the simplest, easiest thing to see off into the future. And of course, if you buy into the idea that these were visitors from other planets, then these Maya predictions are not so much predictions, but clear prophecies of a text that has been lived out, a narrative. Well, if you've created the story, you know what the end chapter is going to be. In 2012, the plane of our solar system will line up exactly with the plane of our galaxy, the Milky Way. This cycle has taken 26,000 years to complete. This alignment was recorded by the Maya, whose calendar was said to arise from a phenomenon referred to as the sacred tree, a central motif of the Maya creation myths. This says Linda Scheel. The god of the sun, that's Pakal, Lord Ahu, was depicted as entering into this tree during his death. The incredible Maya site of Palenque is filled with sacred tree motifs and references to astronomical events. In their book, Forest of Kings, Scheel and Friedel suggest that the sacred tree referred to as the ecliptic. Apparently, that was only part of the picture, for the sacred tree that Pakal ascends in death is more than just the ecliptic. It is the sacred doorway to the underworld. The crossing point of Milky Way and ecliptic is the doorway and represents the sacred source and origin. Now, when a planet, the sun or the moon, entered the dark cleft of the Milky Way in Sagittarius, which happens to be the exact center of the Milky Way, the galactic equator, entrance to the underworld road was possible, which could then take a journeyer up into the heart of the sky. This road has been called by different names: the Dark Road, the Road to Xibalba, the Camino de Santiago, and the Crossroads. It is really where the galactic center crosses the ecliptic in Sagittarius. The fall equinox sun conjuncted the sacred tree about 6,400 years ago. That's a quarter of the precessional cycle. Ancient cultures in Mesopotamia may have recognized this alignment and called it the Golden Age. The fall from this state of alignment may be responsible for the original fall from paradise myth, which filtered out into the Judaic tradition. Terence McKenna demonstrates that on winter solstice of 2012, galactic center will be rising heliacally, that's with the sun, just before dawn. And one of the most interesting points also is that remote viewers, clairvoyants, divination readers, what have you, they're also reporting that they cannot see a future beyond the end date of 2012, which is kind of perplexing. And more specifically, when we turn to the Maya, for every day of any one of their cycles, the Maya are known to have had a little prediction, a little divination reading, same as you'd see in the newspaper. But when we look to the divination readings that come for after 2012, there aren't any. There's only one, I think, for that day. We have Ahu, that's the sun. Ajpu is the light from which we emerge, and the light to which we all return. So this is the first line of their prediction for December 21st, 2012. The light from which we emerge, and the light to which we all will return. A year of the vision of the eagle, and its connection with grandfather sun and the solar mind, the lord of the age of flowers, balance in the material and physical worlds, strong, intelligent, hardworking, yet tender and brave. This year anchors a spiritual certainty and the understanding of cycles of time and the interdependence of all living things. It offers us the ability to use the creative power of the universe. We will pass many tests of the mind and will. Remember to act from trust and let go of the belief in struggle. So one could go into every single one of those lines and thoroughly decode it metaphysically, because there's a lot of information in that little reading concerning light and uplift and living in harmony and whatnot. Now, Stephen Hanawar says, it appears that we are soon heading towards something wonderful and very significant during this critical time for humanity. We have an opportunity to raise the conscious vibration of humanity as a whole to a new high. It is completely up to us. We can be a chosen one by preparing ourselves physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. We Americans in particular have been lulled into a dreamlike state, believing since the 1940s that the opulent lifestyle we've grown accustomed to could be maintained indefinitely with no detrimental effects to the planet or our souls. The day of reckoning is near. It's time to either voluntarily awaken from the dream and change, or be abruptly and swiftly awakened, possibly too late. We have accomplished great things through our technology, but due to its misuse and overuse, we have nearly destroyed life on this planet. The Earth will survive, but we may not, at least in the physical dimension. Our technological means has exceeded our spiritual awareness and understanding, for example, with nuclear bombs, genetic engineering, and time traveling. Now, the 12-strand RNA or DNA system will have replaced our body's current 2-strand system, some are saying. We will have increased our 7-chakra system of body energy vortexes to a 13-chakra system. We will also consciously use 100% of our brain. Instead of the 10 to 20% currently utilized, full consciousness will return to us. These are some hypotheses that are being put before us by individuals within the metaphysical and spiritual communities, that the end date of 2012 signals major changes positively for consciousness. But again, as I repeat, before you can have the light, or when you have bright light, the first thing you notice is the dirt. So maybe there's also a catabolic season or a catabolic dimension to all of this, where we have to really confront some of our demons and some of our negative aspects and purge that first before we can move on and be in the light, so to speak. Dr. George W. Crowell, he says, of the Cleveland Laboratories, announced that he had discovered at the heart of every living organism a tiny nucleus of energy, all aglow, with temperatures ranging from 3,000 to 6,000 degrees of heat, which he called radiogens, or hot points, precisely akin to the radiant energy of solar matter. He affirmed that a tiny particle of the sun's power and radiance was lodged within the heart of every organic unit. And is that not what we've been told, figuratively and poetically and spiritually in the great scriptures of old, that man, the temple of God, is within, that he is the light? Was that not the message of not only Christ, but the Buddha and the other great mystics of the world, that man is the light of the universe? Now, of course, we're on the countdown time clock to these end dates, and if there is going to be some kind of social catharsis or even individual cleansing, we have to look at some of the forms that could take, and also some of the consequences that could happen when individuals are forced to confront and observe, examine, and also exercise some of the dark aspects of their own psyche. And we also know that there's presences on this planet who would just be very much enjoying that kind of release, as we saw earlier on, and may in fact be working to precipitate it. Are there other things that we should know about the permutations and the nuances of these coming cleansing cycles? Well, Richard Allen Miller and Iona Miller, in the Nexus magazine interview, they also say that for epochs, Schumann resonances have provided the orchestrating pulse for life on this planet, our planetary heartbeat, which sets the tempo for health and well-being. ELF frequencies of Schumann's resonance are intimately linked with those of human brain waves. Naturally or artificially induced changes in the Schumann resonance could affect the subtle and perhaps gross brainwave generation. Liquid crystals, and that could be the DNA, the brain ventricles, the cellular structure in the human body, may operate as antenna for detecting and decoding such global and local ELF signals. So they're talking about this incredible symbiosis between the human body, the vibrations of the human body, the cellular makeup of the human body, and the earth, and these very important Schumann waves and resonances and the Hartmann waves, the heartbeat of the earth. There is a rapport that needs to be taken into consideration. They say there is a harmonic relationship between the earth and our mind and body. Earth's low-frequency isoelectric field, the magnetic field of the earth, and the electrostatic field that emerges from our bodies are closely interwoven. Our internal rhythms interact with external rhythms, affecting our balance, our REM patterns, and mental focus. Or is it the other way around? Are the mental, emotional, and psychological states of human beings causing the changes in the electromagnetism of the planet? That's exactly what Wilhelm Reich and some of the major students of this subject would certainly have believed. Because, again, our materialistic background would tell us, oh, it's all environment, it's all the external changes in this objective reality, then the human being is affected by it. Like consciousness is secondary, consciousness is subservient. But as we're discovering more and more about the actual connections between consciousness and the world, between psychic energy and physical energy, we're starting to understand, as the magicians and alchemists of the old understood, that consciousness has a lot more power over matter than we have thought before. Consciousness is the dominant one. So could it not be that consciousness itself is the trigger in this situation, as opposed to just us passively changing because something in the external world is changing? Now, Stephen Hanauer goes on to say the Maya calendar is the only calendar known to be based on galactic cycles. The Mayans claimed they created this calendar in order to monitor the light coming from the center of the galaxy and how it affected our DNA. We now know through the work of Fritz Popp that DNA not only absorbs lights but also emits light. DNA also appears to be the bridge between our physical and etheric bodies. Modern science now realizes that our DNA directly reflects our consciousness, making it possible for us to willfully change our DNA. Now, Earth's background base frequency, or heartbeat, called the Schumann resonance, or SR, is rising dramatically. Though it varies among geographical regions, for decades the overall measurement was 7.8 cycles per second. This was once thought to be a constant. Recent reports set the rate at over 11 cycles and climbing. Science doesn't know why or what to make of it. Well, Wilhelm Reich would. Wilhelm Reich would be asserting that it's these changes in consciousness that are causing it. And that is a very important concept. It constitutes a flip in the normal attitudes and the normal thinking that we have. Now, the collapse of the Earth's magnetic field, which both guards the planet and guides many of its creatures, appears to have started in earnest about 150 years ago, the New York Times is planning to report. Science reporter Bill Broad has filed a report which explores how the field strength has waned 10% to 15% so far, and this deterioration has accelerated of late, increasing debate over whether it portends a reversal of the lines of magnetic force that normally envelop the Earth. Broad explains, during a reversal, the main field weakens, almost vanishes, and then reappears with opposite polarity. Afterward, compass needles that normally point north would point south, and during the thousands of years of transition, much in the heavens and earth would go askew. Broad claims a reversal could knock out power grids, hurt astronauts and satellites, widen atmospheric ozone holes, send polar auroras flashing to the equator, and confuse birds, fish, and migratory animals that rely on the steadiness of the magnetic field as a navigation aid. Now, Jerry Smith, in his harp, The Ultimate Weapon of the Conspiracy, also is worried about the powers that be compounding this problem and trying to affect human behavior. He says, could you control people if you could project holographic images into the sky, pictures of the gods they worship or of the demons they fear most? The Air Force thinks so, and they are actively pursuing holographic projectors as weapons system. What could you do if you could transmit words or thoughts directly into their minds? Could you not bend them to your bidding unawares or drive them insane with voices, quote unquote? So here we have government agendas and government black budget operations involving what they call entrainment, which is using electromagnetic frequencies and radiotronic weaponry to actually change mental functioning and mental thinking Would that not be one of the policies that could be used when the children of the Nephilim are aware that the end days are coming? How do you keep people in control? How do you feed the microbes? How do you make sure that nobody knows what's really going on? And how do you bleed off yet more energy for your own purposes? And we talked about outcome number 2. What would happen if the children of the Nephilim understand that even with all the technology rebuilt and great successes in that area, it is simply impossible to break through the Stargate, and that they're interned here into the bottomless pit. And then they come out into the open, start ruling the human race out in the open with unmitigated tyranny, using these kinds of weaponry now to just dominate and control and incarcerate and murder. Changes within the mental reactions of humans, whether induced artificially or not, may precipitate the so-called earth changes, and specifically the photonic reaction. So in my book, I'm discussing this idea from the mental side, that perhaps it's not the case of the planet Earth going through photonic energy bands and then something just happening to us. Perhaps it's something within our own consciousness, within the collective unconscious, that is going to precipitate changes within what we think is external phenomena. The resulting anarchy, nihilism and debauchery, the loss of moral prohibitions, as well as certainty and normalcy, will trigger mass insanity on a global level. The return of the repressed content will mean loss of neocortical intelligence and prefrontal censoring. As the higher centers of psyche suffer trauma and overload, we will see man regressing to a limbic form of consciousness. Now, we see chaos of unimaginable proportions just for almost the slightest thing. There's an old saying that people are 3 meals away from revolution. It doesn't take much to trigger incredible scenes of rioting and chaos and frenetic behavior and debauchery. History is full of it. But what would happen if there's a full-on onslaught, not just of entrainment and radiotronic invasion into our psyche, but also, say, there is a natural cleansing cycle that's approaching us. The Mayas are convinced of it. The ancient prophets are convinced of these times. And it all boils down to the fact that we haven't done our inner spiritual cleansing and our inner spiritual homework. Barbara Hand-Clow says, "You all have miasmas in your bodies that you must release. These are etheric masses that hold memory of genetic past life disease patterns. These miasmas are being intensively activated by the photon band since March 14th, 1994. And the prophets had much to say on this very subject of the decline and fall. Pastor Bartholomeus in 1638 said, "A great change will come to pass, such as no mortal man will have expected. Heaven and hell will confront each other in this struggle. Old states will perish, and light and darkness will be pitted against each other with swords. But it will be swords of a different fashion. With these swords it will be possible to cut up the skies and to split the earth. A great lament will come over all mankind, and only a small batch will survive the tempest, the pestilence, and the horror." Different swords, different weaponry. Is that what the prophets are warning us against? And in many movies, it's almost a perennial feature. Not only Blade Runner, but Mad Max, but Lord of the Rings, and even The Children of the Damned, and many other movies, Underworld, are all featuring Judge Dredd, featuring the end of times and the nihilism in the streets and a police state. If we watch movies like Free Jack, Hollywood is always mulling over this concept of the end times, the debauchery and nihilism that has been spoken of even by philosophers such as Nietzsche and so on. Now, there are also corresponding cycles of importance to take into consideration. Stephen Hanauer mentioned some of these. He says that Nick Fiorenza has determined that the Earth and the Sun will be aligning with the center of the galaxy sometime between 1999 and 2000. The equatorial plane of the Earth, known as the ecliptic, aligns with the ecliptic of the Sun at the same time that they both align with the ecliptic of the galactic core. This unique alignment occurs only 4 times during the precession of the equinox cycle, corresponding with the 4 corners of the world. The last configuration, similar to this upcoming alignment, corresponds to around 9,500 BC. He believes that there will be another major Earth changes as the time of the sinking of Atlantis and the Great Flood, but with one addition, that being a possible dimension shift. We also hear about the astrological transition from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. The signs of the zodiac come about because of the crossing of what they call the ecliptic and the celestial equator. And at these cross points we have the vernal equinoxes, the autumnal equinox, the summer solstice and the winter solstice. And in between those we have the 12 signs of the zodiac. And the sun, of course, passes backwards through these signs of the zodiac. It takes 2,160 years to pass through one sign of the zodiac. And it takes 25,920 to go through the entire 12 signs of the zodiac backwards. This backwards movement is called the precession of the equinox. The sun moves backwards, but it appears that the zodiac moves from the west to the east. Now presently, the sun is in the last degrees of the sign of Pisces, moving close to the sign we know as Aquarius. And if it was to move into the sign of Aquarius, after 30 degrees of each sign, then we would be in what is called or referred to as the age of Aquarius. And the Bible, albeit in cryptic language, speaks about these ages or these houses. For instance, in John 14 we read, "In my Father's house are many mansions, and I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also." Well, how can there be many mansions in a house? This is again a euphemism for the houses of the zodiac, and the 12 apostles of Jesus Christ are also considered that. Now, competent astrologers know that the negative traits associated with the sign of Pisces, this is the age that we've been in for over 2,000 years, concern deception, vice, hidden agendas, mass delusion, and the misuse of spiritual virtue and power. These are the negative traits we associate with the sign of Pisces. Every sign of the zodiac, just like every symbol and sign, has both positive and negative connotations. And these are the negative ones of Pisces. So in the age of Pisces, it was to be expected that the world would experience its share of these negatives on a macrocosmic level. As the age of Pisces comes to a close, the deceivers know that a paradigm shift which will occur does not favor their machinations. This understanding has led them to make many subtle alterations to their age-old stratagems. The study and tracking of these expedient accommodations, prompted by astromantic and cosmological phase shifts, amounts to an entire subject in itself. But what we can understand is that the ancients understood that the sun moves through the 12 signs of the zodiac very gradually backwards in the precession of the equinox, and that each time it moves into a different house, a new mythology is needed, a new set of symbols. In the age of Pisces, the mythographers, the powers that be, understand that we're coming to a cusp point and there's going to be a sizable shift. I mean, after all, in astrology, Pisces is a mutable water sign. Aquarius is a fixed air sign. There's going to be changes, quantum shifts in consciousness. And the powers that be, who know how to track these enormous epochal changes, understand that there's going to be a need to revise some of their own mythologies, and operating manuals, operating procedures will have to change. And the age of Aquarius is said to begin, nobody knows quite for sure, but they think it's to begin in AD 2740. However, as the sun moves towards the final degrees of the previous sign, the descendants of the great cults of power who are at the helm of the religions and governments need to make arrangements for that change. As each age terminates, the appointed mythographers have to get ready to script new mythologies consistent with the complex symbolism of the coming age. Their work is analogous to the Madison Avenue ad man, only their hot product is literally the New World Order. The end of an age is always distinguished by orchestrated chaos and conflagration. This is the true meaning of Armageddon. And it was known not just of this age of 2,000 years, but of all the ages, that when you come to the cusp point or approach it, there will be trials and tribulations attending the transition. So is this what we're heading towards? The cusp point of one zodiacal age into another? At the beginning, we promised to get to solutions, pointing out that the 21st century is a time for solution think, as opposed to the previous millennia and the previous ages, which have definitely been more about the problem think. If we have any of these problems that we've been canvassing and demonstrating and showing, we need to be able to understand that we can fix it. The human being can take care of any problem. When you understand what the problem is, the next phase is solutions. So what are the solutions to the political and social and psychological issues that attend us today. Well, first of all, what are the reasons for the state that we find ourselves in? In an American context, we understand that from a historical point of view, America is moving from infancy to adolescence. It is really experiencing its puberty and all of the different dysfunctions that attend that stage. We also understand that freedom and individuality are virtues which really must be earned. I understood this very much from an Irish context where freedom and democracy and so on is something that has to be struggled for. It's not just given to you by your oppressors and by your leaders. It's something that you're going to have to demand in order to receive. I mean, even the driving, to have a driving license and to drive a car is considered by the state to be a privilege and not your right. So we have to earn, and that's what we're seeing in the world today, is individuals having to find out what it means to be free. And as I said, we are now approaching the right time for all of this. The time of the past was not the time for solution think, but now the time has come. One of the other major setbacks and things we have to understand is that political action is erroneously been favored over legal. In our world today, it's often advanced to us that if you want to remedy a situation, well, you just get involved in politics. Well, as we've been seeing from this show and from also this series, that is simply not true. The whole political architecture has been created to purposely disempower you by allowing you to think that you have some power. Okay, yes, of course, on the street level, certain things get remedied, but who created those problems in the first place? Maybe perhaps as this millennium proceeds, we're going to understand that the political arena is actually a den of pigs. It's not something that ever fixes the major problems, but that of the two systems, the ones that we do have within our power, perhaps more legal know-how, legal empowerment is the key. I mean, legal power certainly used on us when the system comes after us. They're not too interested in what political party we belong to when they're kicking down our doors ready to drag us off, or when the IRS are coming in, or the state is coming in, or when the police are harassing us. They don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, or Conservative, or Labour. It is a legal apparatus that is now being used against you. Well, maybe we need to realize, hey, we can use that on our side also, and put our energy into that rather than into waving placards and joining political parties. And ultimately, as we've just seen in the last phase, the need to spiritually heal and psychologically cleanse. This undergirds everything else. The whole idea of healing the self, healing one's own mind, must come before the attempt, even the simple attempt, to try and heal the wounds of society or humanity. This was also a message brought out in the Bible, that you need to be able to see clearly yourself before you attempt to free the blind. So we have reasons for the state that we're in. Now, the solutions to the problem of the new millennium fall basically into two categories. There's the internal and the external. There's the need to deal with the cleansing and healing of our own emotional bodies. This is number one, the most important thing. Deal with your own issues first. And one of the ways that can be done is to learn right meditation. And when I say right meditation, I'm not advocating any system whatsoever. In fact, that's the problem. Meditation cannot be learned by any system. Real meditation. I mean, it's amazing we've had to wait 2,000 years to even understand this after experiencing all the other isms and ologies and false paths out there. Perhaps we can now grasp this very, very simple point, that real meditation is your meditation, the one you create for yourself. Actually, your whole waking life, if lived correctly, is a form of meditation. Meditation is also not something you do. It is more something that you be, or that you are. Meditation is rooted in the being of life, not in the doing of life. And this is something that's going to take a lot of contemplation, because we are such a doing culture. Our whole conditioning is accomplishment and doing in the physical sense, and even in the mental, intellectual sense. And unfortunately, even in the spiritual sense. We're also doing in a idea of the spiritual world. And perhaps this is erroneous. And the second set of solutions. Most people cannot comprehend how some so-called secret society could just move in and take over, as it were. We fail to realize that all post-Diluvian empires are based on the Atlantean pattern, and that the progeny of the warlocks of Atlantis have subjugated all peoples for thousands of years by autocratic and theocratic means. Their own symbols, like the cross and the crown and the double-headed eagle, reveal this very strategy. And we talked earlier about the fact that, yes, we have a dialectic here. We have a ordo ab chao philosophy imposed upon the human race in order to create dissension. Moreover, the main reason for their success in domination over every class beneath them and in their engineered hierarchy lies in the fact that they have had virtually no opposition whatsoever. Their so-called opposition has been in many instances of their own creation, and the resistance of a few distinguished individuals down through time, however valiant and commendable, has almost no lasting effect. However, humankind's true opposition begins now. So, again, there's no need to be exasperated, as many people who get into researching these kinds of subject matter quickly become exasperated, thinking, well, wait a minute, first of all, could a secret society really come in and take over? Well, as we just pointed out, no, they don't just come in. It's not like the mafia just coming in one day and deciding to, take over. They have built our systems over their original template. But secondly, if you really view history, we understand that even though there have been many valiant attempts, there's been really no campaign of empowered opposition against any of these. And it's because man has been basically a farmer. Man has been kept in an incredible state of bondage, both mentally and physically. And that has lightened up to a certain extent. Yes, libraries are open to us. Yes, we have investigative journalists. Yes, we have cameras, and yes, we have pens. Yes, we have the internet, and so on. And this all constitutes a very important sea change. If we gain the right tools now, we will in fact constitute, in these last days, a true and authentic opposition. So just because it hasn't happened before and things have got into the state that they are now, is no reason to feel apathetic or depressed. The time of true, consistent human opposition has come at this point in time. We talked earlier about how in the next 10 years, all the secrets will be revealed to us. That is absolutely going to happen, and it is part of my work, but it's also part of the coming age of the human race, to understand what has been hidden from them so that they can constitute an important bastion against the authorities that have conspired to destroy us, defensively and on the attack, the two wings that we need to understand. But that can now be done in an educated and proactive and proper way. And again, as part of the solution matrix, what are the tools that we need? Well, I often use the analogy of chess. If I brought a chess master in here and say, hey, I want to learn this incredible game, but you are already a master, could you give me a few pointers? What is it that I need to know that I should never forget as I learn this subject? He will say 4 things. He will say that the first thing that is needed is an incredible sense of patience. In fact, if you really don't have patience, you probably shouldn't even begin the game. Then he will say that another important factor is a sense of timing. This is crucial. It's crucial in any game, even basketball or volleyball or football. The idea of rhythm and timing is also important. In chess specifically, he will say that there's a psychological dimension, which is knowledge of your opponent. And then he will also say that in chess, success is guaranteed if you're willing to make any and all sacrifices that may be needed of you. And then I think after hearing this, wow, could that not be one of the reasons why we're in the predicament that we are today? Because the individuals that have been controlling mankind for 11, 13,000 years, and certainly who helped bring about the Industrial Revolution and the rise of the great cities and the great governments and religions of the world, we understand that these people have an incredible sense of patience. They have agendas lasting decades. John Dee and his Pact with the Macrobes lets us know this, that they could literally wait aeons, hundreds and hundreds of years in order to just facilitate one phase of what they were doing. So there's an incredible sense of patience. And on the other side, we have none at all as human beings. No patience. They have an incredible sense of timing, and I mean that in every sense. As we saw, they already use sidereal timings, astrological timings. They're very conscious of cycles of which we don't even know that they exist. They have policies in government lasting 5, 10, 15, 20 years or and more. And we have very little sense of timing. We want everything to be done overnight. Psychological dimension, knowledge of the opponent, they have studied our every move. They know our libido, our sexual drives, our needs, our wants. Every aspect of our biology and psychology has been studied thoroughly by these individuals and by the people that they put in charge of that particular phase to study the creature that they have also created. What do we know about them? So little, which is again one of the problems that we need to face. We know next to nothing about the individuals that we are in conflict with, but they know a great deal about every nuance of our being and behavior. And then perhaps the clincher, willing to make all sacrifices. As we've seen in this program, for them it's just a matter of when and where. Whereas for us, perhaps because we have the moral sensibility, that one's a big stumbling block. So just looking at these 4 simple points can tell us a lot of the reasons of why we are in the predicament that we are today. Now, Ghislaine Langtot, in her book The Medical Mafia, really has something important to say about this whole solution scenario. And I want to look at the points that she brings up. There are also 4. And she uses the metaphor of David and Goliath, the famous old mythological story in the Bible of the young king, coming out against Goliath, this monstrous giant who's controlling and dominating his tribe. And Ghislaine Langtot says that David identified his enemy. That was the first thing. Identify your enemy. Then he found the weakness. He chose a simple weapon. And fourth, he was determined to win. So in programs like this, that's what we're doing is number 1, identifying the enemy. Then we're trying to discover its weakness, which I think is partly, not entirely, to do with the legal powers that we have at our hands. Misused up until now, we're not fully aware of what that means, but I think if we grasp hold of legal empowerment, that is very much a tool that we should have in our armory. And a simple weapon. Again, not to get apathetic and think, oh my goodness, this is outside my control. We know from history that great changes are possible. And the smallest of men, I mean, the Lord of the Rings movie brings that out. The famous statement that even the smallest of people can affect history. And it absolutely is true. And of course, the determination to win. No program, no seminar, no lecture can instill that in somebody else. That's something, again, that's autonomous within the self. Buckminster Fuller also has a key point. The great architect and geometrist says, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Einstein said we never solve a problem with the same intelligence that brought that problem or that error about. Some of the solutions involve collaboration, education, and sovereignty. Collaboration amongst the people who feel of like mind. Education, which is very, very important. Know thine enemy. And the idea of sovereignty, taking the law and strengthening yourself that way, constitutionally and socially. And education, Eustace Mullins says that no one is more cut off from true education than a student in an American university. So of course, we're not talking about education in the conventional sense. Yes, it would be wonderful if from the earliest days of school we were educated psychologically, we were empowered legally. Yes, we have people with vote clipboards harassing us in the street from morning to night, telling us, here, use your political rights, decade after decade. But nobody's standing there going, hey, we have legal empowerment classes, please come. Or here's a series of TV programs showing you even the most mediocre of your legal rights. No, there's a big void there. So unfortunately, we have to go in and do it ourselves in our own time and energy and educate ourselves. As Jordan Maxwell said about the normal system, the real meaning of graduation is nothing more than gradual indoctrination. William Colby, the late director of the CIA, he says, they are dangerous because there are so many of them. It is one thing to have a few nuts or dissidents. They can be dealt with, justly or otherwise, so that they do not pose a danger to the system. It is quite another situation when you have a true movement, millions of citizens believing something, particularly when the movement is made up of society's average successful citizens. That's right. The fear of the middle class, the fear of the fact that we now can go into libraries and research this fascinating subject of history and its alternative forms. This is a shock. It's a privilege that our forefathers didn't have. But we've gone to schools, we are educated, we can do the research, we can find out all that's been hidden from us. And this statement, and those who've done their homework understand, there's a tremendous fear from those behind the scenes of power. That's why they remain hidden. Often we're condemned for calling them the hidden elite, or that they're the secret government. Well, of course they're secret. They're secret because they have a lot to fear, a lot to lose if we ever should discover about their existence. Now, more specifically, we find that, in fact, there was no declaration of peace signed in America after the Civil War. You see, you have a thing called a declaration of war, but at the end of the war there must be a declaration of peace. There never was one. So we're always in a state of emergency, which gives the president the right to create executive orders, of which there have been many. In the other program in this series, Weapons of Mass Deception Behind the New World Order, we look at this concept of the president's rights because legally, again, there has been no declaration of peace been signed. And therefore, technically, we're under a state of emergency in which the state has even more control than it would. Under Roosevelt, America already has signed Chapter 11. So economically, we went belly up back then. This is a fact that's not well known. We find that President Truman passed the National Security Act, which set the stage for the intelligence agencies to assume complete power. And we find that the president has the right to sign executive orders because of the demise of constitutional law in favor of the British Maritime Admiralty law system that rules supreme in the country. So again, legal, legal, legal. Are we under constitutional law? No, we find out that we're under British Admiralty law when you do your homework. And the executive order signing is also part of the whole aristocratic background of the presidents. James Traficante Jr., quoting from the Congressional Record on March 17, 1993, "It is an established fact that the U.S. federal government has been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act of March 9, 1933, which was declared by President Roosevelt, being bankrupt and insolvent. The U.S. federal government exists in name only." Alan L. Benson, in his book The Dishonest Constitution, lets us know, where other men have skimmed the surface, Professor Beard, this is the man who wrote the book The Economic Interpretation of the Constitution of the United States, Professor Beard has gone through to the core. He stayed months in Washington to get to the core. In his search for ancient papers and documents in the Treasury Department, he went into vaults that were so filled with dust that it was necessary to excavate the papers with a vacuum cleaner. When he came back to the surface, he had damning evidence against a good many of the Patriot Fathers. He knew why they were so anxious not only for a new constitution, but for the particular kind of constitution that was afterward adopted. At the beginning of this program, we talked about that the flowery language, the cover of the language of the Constitution, and we, the people, sounded good, because it's not the easiest thing in the world to bring immigrants over here to push the wheel if they think they're going to have no more rights than they did in the horrible Europe they just left. So you have to create a very alluring situation, almost a utopian imagery to get people seduced to come over here. But there's no actual legal benefits at all. The people are neither free, protected, or secure. And we find that this Constitution that really all just benefits the rich and the powerful had to be covered over in sugar-coated language. James Madison says it in his Eliot Debates, Volume 5, "Where a majority are united by a common sentiment and have an opportunity, the rights of the minor party become insecure. In a Republican government, the majority, if united, have always an opportunity. The only remedy is to enlarge the sphere, that is, unite all the states under a federal government, and thereby divide the community into so great a number of interests and parties that in the first place, a majority will not likely, at the same moment, to have common interests separate from that of the whole, or of the minority. And in the second place, that in the case that they should have such an interest, they may not be so apt to unite in the pursuit of it." There's your basic agenda. Doesn't matter what you say after this point. If coherent action from the people is already snubbed by this divide and rule policy, it really doesn't matter whatever happens after that. You can talk all you want about democracy and freedom, but if there's an injustice that needs to be rectified but nobody can even get round the table, then that's the end of the game. And that is done legally. It is not a political action that makes that happen, it is a legal one. And therefore it is a legal one that can undo it. I referred earlier to the infernal trinity of the problem, confusion, solution. This is one of the secret society mechanisms that has been used to get us into the state that we're now in. Well, man can combat that. We have the power to create our own trinity, the supernal trinity of collaboration and education, and then sovereignty on the other side, which is involving the legal process, which will equal finally our freedom. This is the paradigm that comes out of the ancient world. Have we not got one of the most important central motifs in ancient mythology and the Arthurian kingdoms and traditions of the Gaelic people, the round table? Well, what's implied there? Has anyone ever thought of this? That it's a round table in which no man is the head, that it's the coming together of all that make up kingship? Maybe we need to re-understand what that means and bring it about. A holarchy as opposed to a hierarchy. In the hierarchy, we have an up, we've got a down, we've got a middle, we have the uppers and the downers. And the uppers, those who are above us, this overclass, they are the ones who are conditioned to believe from birth that they are the whole. And they're no longer a part of the totality. And the downers, those are those conditioned to believe and feel that they're merely parts with no connection to the whole. This works beautifully. You're either a part of something or you're apart from it. It can be described as a part and apart. Well, wait a minute. The mass of humanity is going to say, I'm not manipulated, I'm free, right? Well, wrong. It's just a small case of processed lies from a prostituted media, subliminal manipulation and persuasion that's going on daily, the intellectual dumbing down. We got mercury poisoning, we got vaccinations and fluoride, we got antidepressants and hard drugs, we got modified foodstuffs, we got all manner of other suppressants coming out of coffee and sugar. We've got chemtrails in the air and airborne carcinogens. We got ELF waves on us and implants. We got manufactured allegiances. We've got artificial class divisions. We have a total lack of historical learning. And we have limited choice, or conversely, over-choice. We have a maritime law system coming out of the ancient world. And we have antiquated and corrupt political systems. And we have a totally corrupt judicial system. How are we free when over 50% of our hard-earned money goes in taxes to a private corporation, the IRS? When we can't even drive on the free ways without a license? When we pay for insurance in order to have the privilege of a driving license? When our children must be sent to government-approved schools or be confiscated from us? Have we ever questioned why that is? Why they can just kick down our doors and take away our children? Or why they even say that suicide is a felony? Hey, maybe it ties into that whole thing that if the country has gone into economic and fiscal default, meaning Chapter 11, all the individuals subsequently from that point are put onto the debt of the United States of America? And is that why it says on a dollar bill to pay all debts, public and private? Is there something we need to know about the indentured slavery of the American people? That they're all bonded onto the stock exchange in lieu of the debt of the United States of America? That they're merely human resources? Is that the reason why at the bottom of a birth certificate it says Department of Commerce? We got questions here about our legal status in the world and how that's being used against us. What happens when the nation's law enforcers are worse than the criminals? When one must buy alternative news information from the so-called underground in order to know what is even going on, because the mainstream media lies to cover their other lies. When schools are now handcuffing kids in as 5 years of age and up, instead of educating them. When America has more political prisoners than any other nation, outsources its key jobs, gives billion in foreign aid, and has almost unlimited legal immigration. Again, note the legality question in all of this. Yes, we're free. As Goethe, right, Wolfgang Goethe wrote, none are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. And on a grassroots level, how does this dumbing down process happen? Well, In Haiti and so forth, the voodoo, the concept of the voodoo priest and the zombie, the voodoo priest would use a drug from the flowers of the genus Datura to hypnotize their victims. Victims were given this drug, and thereafter they had to be administered that drug every day, otherwise the zombie effect would wear off. Well, today we got exactly the same thing, only it's called TV. Media. Aldous Huxley says the older dictators fell because they never could supply their subjects with enough bread, enough circuses, enough miracles and mysteries. Under a scientific dictatorship, education will really work. Most men and women will grow up to love their servitude and never dream of revolution. There seems to be no good reason why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown. So that's right. As we lose more of our real rights and privileges, don't worry, we'll be given more entertainment. More sex, drugs, and rock and roll. More Dionysian pleasures to totally distract us. Vladimir Lenin, who should know all about it, one of the worst tyrants the world has ever had to endure, says, when a country is selected for attack, we must first set up before the youth of that land a mental barrage which will forever prohibit the possibility of that youth being molded into an armed force to oppose our invading armies. Well, wait a minute, I thought the communists were there to free mankind, free the youth, give us all liberty and freedom for all, right? And Jefferson puts it this way, I really look with commiseration over the great body of my fellow citizens who, reading newspapers, live and die in the belief that they have known something of what has been passing in their times. So legally, there's a great deal that you can do, whether it's impeaching legally those ones who stand to take away our rights. We can handle that legally, perfectly legally. This is the only thing they really fear. They don't fear us if we go into the very circus that they've created for us, this constant tennis game of dialectics back and forth in the political pigsty. Sure, they've created that to slowly disempower us. Nothing gets done, nothing real. You may change the lower levels of the pyramid, but that's about it. But legally, you have perhaps some more clout. And that is shown in the nature of the way that they actually fear anyone who's legally empowered. And we are in the age where there is literature, there is books, there is the internet. There are programs like this one. There is available information out there. If you take the time to research and look into just one of the aspects that we cover in this series of these programs, one can work on just one area here and come to great empowerment and knowledge. Just take hold of the legal issue, for instance, or just take hold of the technological aspect and run with it. Now, as part of the solution era, it is a fact that this present representative democratic model is severely antiquated, dating really from the 1700s. 240 million people represented by a mere 500 members of Congress, most of them Freemasons and secret society members and corrupt to the core. But now with electronic media, say the internet, and direct communication, there is a need for a paradigm shift in this regard. Well, that's right. If we're able to vote by way of websites and computers, could we not then have websites from the detractors so that we can really understand who it is that we're voting for? That might help. Because this ancient way is ludicrous. It used to be that the guy that you least liked in your village, you put on horseback and sent them off to Washington just to get rid of them. That was your representative. We're still using basically that system today. So we have to make use of the modern technology. And a good question to end with is what percentage of the colonists rose up against the legions of King George III during the American War of Independence? Here's the greatest tyrant of the 1700s, the greatest demagogue who had the legions and mercenaries at his beck and call, coming over here and imposing his dictatorship on the American colonies. Well, how many individuals rose up to throw him back into the Atlantic where he belonged? It was as little as 3% and as much as 6%. So somewhere between 3 and 6% of the population. So wait a minute, what was everybody else doing? Everybody was doing what they're doing now, cowering under the bed, shivering with fear. This detail, the statistic, makes us understand that we don't need to awaken everybody to make change. It's never ever happened like that, and it need not. So don't waste your energy. Power will be in your hands by a proper study and using the right tools. It doesn't require everybody. Everybody is never going to be focusing in one direction, nor will it take that. And then the other aspect we saw brought out by Galan Langtok, be determined to win. Benjamin Franklin says, if you make of yourself sheep, then the wolves will eat you. So you need determination, you need conviction. Frank Herbert, one of the great writers, the author of Dune, if you think of yourselves as helpless and ineffectual, it is certain that you will create a despotic government to be your master. The wise despot maintains among his subjects a popular sense that they are helpless and ineffectual. Thomas Jefferson, no free man shall ever be debarred the use of arms. The strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is, at a last resort, to protect themselves against the tyranny in government. Abraham Lincoln, the United States of America can never be destroyed from forces outside its borders. If America falls, it will fall from within, brought down by apathy. When good people do nothing, anarchy reigns. And Martin Luther King, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. And again, the grassroots approach, as Amy Goodman found out and reported in her book, Exception to the Rulers, she says, people are hungry for unfiltered real-time coverage from real people's perspectives. So hungry that during the Battle of Seattle, there were more hits on the brand new website, indiemedia.org, than there was on CNN.com. So pick up a camera, go out to the streets, interview your friends, find out what's going on, take action, do it on a grassroots level. Don't wait for the 100% or the 70% or everyone else around you to get online and get behind you. Do it yourself. You are a power of one. Kathy O'Brien, a mind control victim and child sex slave, she puts it in the best way possible. They thought that they had left me with no place to run, but they were wrong because I am running right at them. And finally, from the great British, or great English, I should say, romantic poet Percy Shelley, rise up, he says, like lions after slumber, in invanquishable number, shake your chains to earth like dew, which in your sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, and they are few.
The Maya shamans were remnants of the Lemurian race, whose intelligence allowed them to see into the future and astromantically calibrate when their own nemesis, the Atlanteans, would move towards their endgame. The presence and arrival of both photon belt and galactic center alignment was known to both contingents. Therefore, as I mentioned earlier, it was not a matter of hard prophecy, but of calculated guesswork and even simple common sense, derived from empirical cosmic evidence that prompted the enigmatic prediction concerning 2012 and the coming of the sixth world. If we choose to prepare a dish with certain ingredients, we can be fairly sure in advance what the cooking time and even what the final taste will be. The wild speculations of those idealists within the New Age cabals have merely muddied the waters of clarity and confounded the facts. As I have sought to reveal, history has been a dish prepared with a fixed set of ingredients by some master chefs. It has been formed according to a pre-drawn set of blueprints which both sides were once privy to. The Atlanteans knew that their Lemurian enemies would attempt to make the human race, and Adamic man, aware of what was awaiting them. To this end, they have stuck resolutely to their heinous plan to seek out and obliterate those civilizations created by the descendants of the Lemurians. As history reveals, they have been very successful in their genocidal enterprise. Official historians call their invasions conquests, and though we lament the ruthless manner in which they were carried out, the actual reasons for this kind of zeal have not been fully exposed. We think it was merely an imperialistic quest for land and gold. We think these crimes were committed merely by over-emphatic minions of royal European despots, motivated by some kind of misguided religious fervor. This customized gloss-over serves the history textbooks, read by many millions, but it is not the truth. As the actual histories of Russia, Africa, Ireland, and even America have never been made public, neither has that of the world itself. The actual undoctored history of this planet has been a carefully coveted and guarded secret. In some respects, it might be thought of as the secret of secrets. We are reaching a time in which we will not be able to proceed in our macrocosmic tyranny without cleaning the inner house and graduating psychologically. We are seriously arrested in regards to our spiritual development, and we are now going to be asked personally and collectively to sit in after class, so to speak, to catch up. If we are not willing to do this, we are going to find our privileges being removed by the higher powers of justice and balance which are operating around us. When our safety nets are removed, we find that we become very conscious of every step we then take across the long tightrope of life. The time of revealing is no joke, and most human beings are not possessed of inherent skills to deal with the changes that it brings. In short, the photon belt can be seen figuratively as the universal intelligence slowly turning up the light. This has already been occurring, but so gradually that we're not consciously aware of it. We are conscious of the increased darkness caused by the intensification of Akashic light. We are conscious of the psychic and somatic unrest in ourselves and in those around us. We are conscious of the all-pervading moral atrophy and the instability and corruption of political leviathans. We may not see or feel the light, but we do see and feel the spirit of narcissism in evidence all around us. Actually, it is time to be okay with these circumstances, for they're going to continue. They're meant to continue, and there is nothing much to be done about it. The mansion, which was once beauteous and magnificent, but which has long been abused and neglected, and which cannot be restored, must be condemned and leveled. So it is with the world system and status quo. As we progress through the following years, we are not going to be able to be experiencing restoration, but regeneration, not catharsis, but catabolism, not Shakti, but Shiva. We're going to be experiencing Mars and Pluto, not Jupiter and Venus. The survivors are those who can adjust their consciousnesses and mentality to the inviolate movement of nature and synchronize their psyches with the universal meta-theme. We have moved so far from our natural intelligence, moved so far into the labyrinths of ignorance, and have become so comfortable in a world of wall-to-wall lies and fakery that our living, intelligent planet is forced to do something about it. Though we have become accustomed to it, we are somatically, psychically, and socially so polluted that our souls can rarely glimpse the heavens, so to speak. We have so repressed and incarcerated our own true voices and blinded our soul senses that we're doomed to having the fates conspire to augur in cataclysmic external and internal events in order to undermine the rotten edifice we stand worshipping and bring it crashing down around us. As this photonic light gradually intensifies, most people's consciousnesses are going to rebel, as we all do when a bright light is shined in our face. We turn away and cover our eyes. We may even strike out at those holding the light towards us. Those few who can face this light and who are prepared for it will be guided, given their healing, and able to live their dreams. But these few will have to be deeply able to understand what is happening to those around them in order to be defended against the worst effects of this irregular but radical change. As I predict in my book, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation, whether it be by photonic action or major constellational alignments, we are all going to soon know the truth about our actual origins and existence. The masks are coming down, both on the personal and global levels. Our challenge will be to find the strength to accept what happens and to align ourselves with the catabolic forces which enter to restore and rejuvenate our planet and our being. We must reorient the energies that we channel towards rectifying political and social atrophication towards the inner psychological dimension, for it is our own inner house which needs renovation. We are each primarily responsible for what occurs in the space within, from the center of our being to our physical skin. It is this organic temple which needs cleansing, and not so much the outer environment. And, like our ancestors, we are to adjust our consciousnesses so that we are concerned with the overall welfare of the planet and not merely our own material needs. Man has a lot to make up for and great abuses to take responsibility for. His recompense needs to be deep, sincere, and active. The fact is that you are here on this planet as a guest. Your purpose is to leave the planet in a better condition than when you found it. Now, those who do not understand this purpose are condemned to act in a manner which achieves the opposite result. However, no welcome guest destroys this host's property or leaves things in a mess. None of us would tolerate this kind of behavior from anyone in our lives. So please understand that we are not going to be permitted to be delinquent guests much longer by our living host, the Earth. The Maya calendar's date of December 21st, 1999 was the beginning of the time of reckoning. It signaled a time when the living universal presence would begin calling out our names to check out how many of her children are awake and attentive. The sensitive ones who are hearing her have little to worry about. Alternatively, those who refuse to awake and who remain narcissistic, careless, and abusive may have everything to worry about.